Good morning. I'm calling to order the March 9th, 2021 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we'll start with a flag salute led by Supervisor Gustafson.
Please join. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Cindy. Our first item is the consent agenda, and we have a request to pull 24F, correct?
Yes.
And so these are items that are meant to be taken by one motion by the board, but we're happy to pull any of them at the request of any of my colleagues or anyone from the public who requests that. So does anyone else have a request? Anyone from the public wish a consent item be discussed?
No, Chairman.
Okay, with that, we'll pull 24F and we have the remaining consent.
What, 1 second? Can we just confirm that this includes the supplemental agenda item 21C and that the board is convening as a successor agency for item 28A?
Yeah, thank you. So we have our supplemental items and the motion.
And I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes. So let's now take up 24F.
Hi, good morning, Chair Wygant and members of the board.
Good morning, Rob.
Hi, Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services. Here this morning asking the board approve the board chair signing a letter to the Department of Healthcare Services indicating Placer County's intent to transition to a local Medi-Cal managed care plan. Just for some background, over the past several decades, California has implemented a variety of Medicaid managed care models, including the county organized health system model, the two-plan model, and the geographic model. In 2013, Medi-Cal managed care was expanded to 28 California counties, including Placer County. Many counties in Northern California tried to enter into the county organized health system model, or COES model, at that time. The COES model is generally regarded as offering counties the greatest amount of local control, with counties being directly responsible for governance of their respective plans, either alone or in combination with other counties. Prior to this expansion of managed care, Partnership Health Plan, a COES model serving several Northern California counties, already had a strong reputation for superior quality, access, and collaboration with counties and with medical providers. Prior to the 2013 managed care expansion, many Northern California counties sought to join the COES model under Partnership Health Plan. However, at that time, the California Department of Healthcare Services restricted the number of counties allowed to enter into a COES model and assigned the remaining counties to the regional model, in which the state contracts for two for-profit plans to administer Medi-Cal benefits in a county. Placer County, along with most other counties in our region, was assigned to the regional model, and Anthem Blue Cross and California Health and Wellness were selected as our two Medi-Cal managed care plans. Placer County was not consulted by DHCS on its assignment to the regional model or on the procurement process that led to the selection of our two Medi-Cal managed care plans. In 2018, Senator Jim Nielsen requested and the Joint Legislative Audit Committee approved a state audit of DHCS's oversight of managed health care in the 18 small and rural counties under the regional model. In August of 2019, the state auditor released a report entitled Department of Healthcare Services, it has not ensured that Medi-Cal beneficiaries in some rural counties have reasonable access to care. And this report found that DHCS did not enforce state requirements that limit distances health plans may direct their Medi-Cal beneficiaries to travel to receive health services, that DHCS failed to hold regional model health plans accountable for improving beneficiaries' access to care, that regional model beneficiaries have generally received a lower quality of care than beneficiaries in other areas of the state, that DHCS did not adequately educate regional model counties about the options available to them regarding their transition to managed care, and that DHCS was found to not have assisted our regional model counties, such as Placer, that wanted to create or join a COES plan, which may have provided beneficiaries with better access to care. In addition, the audit report recommended that DHCS assist counties desiring a transition to the COES model in making that change after their current contract expire. Also in 2019, the California Healthcare Foundation performed an independent evaluation of the regional model and had similar findings to the state auditor's report. So pursuant to the state auditor's recommendations, DHCS recently released information on the upcoming statewide procurement of commercial Medi-Cal managed care plans and issued an instruction that all counties wishing to transition to a COES should submit a letter of intent to DHCS by March 31st, 2021. Placer County HHS has met with several counties in the region who are excited about the prospect of transitioning together into a COES managed care model with partnership health plans. Additionally, Tehama, Butte, Plumas, Glenn, Colusa, Sierra, Yuba, Sutter, and Nevada counties are all planning to submit a letter of interest to transition to partnership. In closing, I did want to make it clear that our recommendation to make this transition is despite recent positive relationships with our managed care plans. I'll say that things have not always been so positive, and I think Senator Nielsen's office and others helped to achieve better accountability in recent years. I also think it's fair to say that Placer has had a more positive relationship with the plans than many other counties have experienced, and other providers, I might add. Many other counties have passed resolutions more critical of our managed care plans, but at least for us, this is primarily about preserving local control for Placer County. So with that, I will conclude and open to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Bonnie.
Thanks, Dr. Oldham. Just a couple of questions. So the county provides or sends this letter of intent. Does that mean that we'll just move forward with the changes, or how does that work? Does that have to come back to the board, or are you going to review options? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Gore. Actually, this is just the letter of intent is non-binding, and so yeah, they would have to actually, but that's part of what the letter of intent would signify, is that we would come back with a kind of a final recommendation at a later date.
Okay, and how does this change access to care? I think the intent, right, would be to provide more access to care and quicker access to care, correct? Depending on how this works.
Correct. Yeah, that is certainly the hope, and I think the experience of many of the counties that have already that are with partnership health plan and other COES models. So that's certainly the hope is that this will result in better access to care, better quality of care, kind of consistent with, I think, what came out of the California Healthcare Foundation report and the state auditor's report.
So does that mean it allows more people would have the opportunity to choose from more plans, correct? Is that the idea? Or is the county managing it? I'm trying to understand it, because
Sure.
what I want to make sure, are people allowed to keep their current plan if this change happens?
Well, right now there are only two options, and those are assigned.
Right.
The two plans for Medicaid, for the Medi-Cal, and so this would go from two plans down to one plan. The difference would be that in the governance of the plan, that each of the counties would have basically a seat on the board of the local plan. In this case, the recommendation would be to go with partnership health plan. So one of the challenges actually for our providers is there are different rules with different plans, and so it is hard. I think in general, very few providers actually accept Medi-Cal. There's problems with rates, problems with all the restrictions, and so then having kind of two different plans involved with their different rules does make it more burdensome for the providers, and so that's actually part of what restricts access. We're hearing is we have a lot of providers who really want to take Medi-Cal, but it's just too kind of bureaucratically burdensome for them to do so. But the hope is that by streamlining things and having a plan that's more streamlined and responsive to providers, that they actually partnership does have experience in building pretty robust networks.
Okay, but this will end up coming back to us, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions by board members? Jim.
Thank you, Dr. Oldham. It seems to me that this would be a benefit to the more rural areas of Placer County that have not as their access to healthcare is as robust as it is in Roseville, Rockland, et cetera.
Yeah, in general, I think Partnership Health Plan has experience of building kind of the rural networks, which is very challenging to do. And I think that's coming out of the state auditor's report and the California Healthcare Foundation report. Is it's a special a special thing. I think some of like our managed care plans have had a lot of success in more urban areas, but the expansion into the rural areas, but even I think the suburban areas has been more challenging for these plans for whatever reason. So that's certainly the hope, is that for all areas of Placer, but especially as you point out, kind of the more rural areas, that they'll get better access with partnership.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who has a question on this item or a comment? Please come forward and state your name. Thank you.
Mr. Oldham for his report. My name is Vernell Shaw. I'm a manager of service coordination with California Health and Wellness and HealthNet. And I wanted to make a few points here today. California Health and Wellness and HealthNet have proudly served the Placer County community, as well as those of our surrounding counties for the past 7+ years. The state's reprocurement of the Medi-Cal plans contracts and recent requests for letters of interest on alternative models are good opportunities for reflection and recalibration to ensure that this healthcare community's needs are met. We at California Health and Wellness understand and appreciate that. This is an important conversation, and we understand that it will continue just given the sheer complexity. We hope to be a part of it so that we can ensure that you have a complete view of the options available to serve you and your community. The state auditor's August 2019 report called out many challenges we have faced together building a coordinated delivery system here in an expansive region of the state that has some unique challenges. We at California Health and Wellness take these challenges very seriously and have dedicated ourselves to addressing them. This is apparent, we believe, from the strides that we have made in access and quality over the past few years. We've expanded access to physical health and behavioral health by expanding our network of contracted providers, as well as by offering innovative virtual care solutions, including virtual access to primary care, behavioral health, and specialty care. We've also made considerable investments to improve quality by offering incentives to our providers to provide high quality care, by offering incentives to our members for seeking and accessing preventative care, improving services like transportation to increase same-day transports and contracting with the county departments for transportation, as well as investing in things like technologies that allow our providers to identify service gaps in real time. As we continue to advance in these core areas of service here in Placer County, we are also excited, as with our local work that we've done with several county staff around various different collaborations or initiatives, such as the Placer Campaign for Community Wellness. We've sponsored initiatives such as events and local medication take-back days. California Health and Wellness have continued to ensure that access to continuing education units are made available through free health plan sponsored clinical provider trainings that we make available to staff and community providers. Do I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And we also acknowledge and recognize that to have a high functioning delivery system here, it requires attention to other community partners as well. So in addition to the work that we've done with county departments and our provider community, we've also are proud to support local organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club of Placer County, the Placer County Food Bank, organizations such as Kids First or Seniors First, the Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center, just to name a few. And as we look ahead to implement the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal here in Placer County, we are also looking at other actively partnering with other organizations as well. This letter of interest is an important step in a long-term process of assessing what will serve you best. County staff will undertake a rigorous due diligence to get full analysis of your options and what benefits the county most. To support that, we would like to engage in discussions with county staff as well as this board on the value of continued partnership with California Health and Wellness so that it too will be included in your analysis and hopefully included in the deliberation of your options as well. We believe that continued collaboration with California Health and Wellness for the coming years is something that will add real benefit that we hope will be considered. So we look forward to continued dialogue, and we just wanted you to know that we remain committed partners. Thank you.
Is there anyone that would like to comment this that is not here?
No, Chairman.
Thanks. So I'll bring this item back to the board, which is consideration of the chair signing a letter to the state of California Department of Healthcare Services indicating Placer's intent to transition to a local Medi-Cal managed care.
I'll second.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. So next is public comment. This is the time when anyone from the public can address the board on items that are not on the agenda, keeping in mind that we could take no action on those items today. So is there anyone here in the room that would like to address the board on? Please come forward, state your name. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it okay if I lower my mask for a minute?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sometimes I can't see with this thing.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Tom Sims. And I live at 6180. We know each other a little bit. Barcelona Court in Granite Bay. My wife and I have lived in Placer County for about 30 years. I'm speaking on behalf of the Los Lagos Estates Homeowners Association. With me this morning is our board president, Paul Blackmer. Excuse me. We represent more than 300 homes and 1,000 residents in our community. We seek your assistance to remedy a credible and immediate threat to the lives and property of our members. Running through the middle of our property is a 26-acre parcel of undeveloped property that is seriously overgrown and constitutes an extreme fire danger. More than a year and a half ago, we first met with the owner requesting that it be maintained. The owner acknowledged the problem and promised to perform the required work. In spite of numerous meetings, phone calls, letters, and promises, to date, nothing has been done. An official with CAL FIRE visited the property and told us that this is a disaster waiting to happen. He also added that if a fire starts in this area, it could quickly spread to adjacent homes and burn them to the ground. We hired our own professional forester to take a look at the property. Here's what he had to say. The primary risk to this community is the vacant parcel, which poses an intolerable risk. This is the highest risk parcel near the community because of the lack of access and extreme fuel loading. Last year, your board adopted a revised hazardous vegetation and combustible materials ordinance. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit here and take some of the things that you said at the time. Of paramount importance is the protection of lives and property from the threat of fire and the safety of fire and law enforcement personnel. The Board of Supervisors finds that hazardous vegetation and combustible material pose a danger to the health, safety, and welfare of Placer County and its residents. The fire season is rapidly approaching, and this problem must be remedied as quickly as possible. Our residents have seen their fire insurance increase by as much as tenfold, and in some cases, their insurance was canceled completely. It is unfair to force them to endure another fire season living in fear for their lives and property. We ask that the board act quickly to force this property owner to take the right and legally mandated action before disaster strikes. Who is this property owner, you ask? It is Placer County. Thank you very much for your time. And with me this morning, a couple of our residents who are directly impacted by this threat. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Is there anyone else here who'd like to speak under public comment?
Good morning. My name is Liz Keener, and I'm one of those residents that lives next to the State Parkway. And my husband and I built a custom home in the community. We've been a Placer County resident since 1978. So I always loved that area. I used to horseback ride through Los Lagos before it was developed. It's a beautiful community. I have watched the Parkway go from a beautiful asset to our community to what Tom says is a huge hazard. I used to be able to see through the Parkway from my house to the house across the way. I can't anymore. Trees fall down. We've had our fence damaged from trees that have fallen down from the Parkway. We've had to mitigate it. We've had to take care of the problem. And my concern is, I brought this up to Tom when he was the board president back 6 years. He's been working diligently on this problem. I don't understand why you guys aren't doing anything about it. You see what has happened in these areas where whole communities are burned down. The way the Parkway runs through our community, people at the top of the hill, I live on Vista del Lago, people on the top of the hill, if that Parkway starts on fire, they have no way out. There is no way out. So tell me, what do you want them to do? So my question for you is, who is making this decision? Who is holding this up? We've had CAL FIRE out there to assess it. We've had state parks out there to assess it. So my question to you is, why aren't you doing anything about it? And I personally demand an answer. I want to know who's making this decision. We offered to clean up the property, and no. I mean, who is making this decision?
Well, so let me, if I could just interject, I think all five of us have no idea to the answer.
You don't know?
If you would let me finish, please.
Okay.
But we'll find out. We will look into it and we'll get an answer to you.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda? Is there anyone who is trying to access us electronically?
Mr. Abraham, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, thank you. I've timed my my comment here at about 4.5 minutes if I speak really fast, so hopefully I'll be given the time to give it without going over too much. But I'd first like to thank Beverly Roberts, who has been a model public servant and who has truly upheld her oath to the Constitution by demonstrating to me a sincere interest in serving the public. I accept her oath and those of the board members. I also thank the board for their courageous, unanimous resolution to terminate the local health emergency on September 8th of 2020 so that we could begin returning to sanity. However, it is not enough, as we cannot have this dual-mindedness anymore, where the county has one policy but the state another. I'm here today to implore the board to do more to protect Placer County from the depredations of those who would forever enslave us through a regime of fear. Let's be frank, we are not in a pandemic in the colloquial sense of the word. Here are the facts that can be confirmed with CDC or World Health Organization data. The global death rate of 2020 was effectively the same as 2019. On top of this, the deaths that were attributed to COVID are actually far less than what is being reported in the news media, which has become nothing but a cabal of cheerleaders for the pharmaceutical industry, promoting so-called vaccine that is in reality an untested experimental gene therapy, but I digress. The alleged deaths from COVID-19 are inflated by including in the definition of COVID death anyone who died having tested positive for COVID-19, including victims of car accidents, homicides, falling off ladders, and any number of other causes. As long as they tested positive for COVID, they were counted as one of its victims. However, on top of this, there has never been one study published that has actually isolated and identified a COVID-19 virus. Of course, those in the thrall of fear would poo-poo this assertion, claiming there are countless studies confirming COVID-19, that they've never actually read any, let alone understood them. They merely puppet the tired slogan of trust the science without even having an inkling of what it is they're supposed to be trusting. It is apparent to me that so-called COVID-19 is just a gussied up flu with a nasty pneumonia component, and the flu seasons of this and last year would have been just like any other without the hyper attention to and fear-mongering promulgated by the media cabal of vaccine cheerleaders. This is not a pandemic of disease, but a pandemic of fear. Fear is the virus. Fear is the disease. It's the stupid 19 pandemic, and none are so ill as those who choose to believe in it. 15 days to slow the spread is now a week shy of an entire year with no end in sight. And wear one mask has now become wear two or more. Nonsense has replaced logic, and rank stupidity now passes for wisdom. It wouldn't matter so much if the mindset of the fearful will have no consequence to those who decline to share their fear, which brings me to the reason for speaking out publicly today. For the past year, I have been a victim of COVID-19, not as one afflicted by a severe respiratory illness, but because I am being increasingly shunned in public for refusing to go along with the mindless sheeple and don a face veil. I have effectively become a third-class citizen in my own homeland. The slogan of land of the free and home of the brave has become a sick mockery of the sad reality of our current state. Because of the actions public servants at all levels, when I go out in public and put to practice the scripture of the Holy Bible in 1 Corinthians 11:7 and 2 Corinthians 3:18, where we are instructed to not veil our faces, for we are the image and glory of God and reflect his divinity, I am being increasingly met with scorn and contempt and being denied service because I choose not to veil. There is no law requiring me to do so.
Appreciate your comments, but we have 3-minute comment time. So if you could wrap up your comments, we'd appreciate that, please.
I'm almost done, thank you. Denying me service for not obeying not a law is illegal discrimination, and I am suing those businesses that engage in this unlawful practice. The governor may create orders that the agencies of the state, and by extension their officers and employees, must obey. In turn, this authority is extended through the health department, whose director may require businesses in the county to obey those orders. However, it is the legislature that makes the law, and the legislature has made no law requiring the citizens to don a mask in public, or else they legally can be denied service. A business or public agency cannot require one to don a face veil as a condition to receive their services. The citizens of the Republic do not yield their sovereignty and take orders from the agencies and businesses that serve them, but rather the other way around. In conclusion, the county, through the leadership of this board, must do more to inform the businesses of Placer County that they may not illegally discriminate against those who for any reason refuse to don the mask, be it medical or religious, or simply a choice to not participate in the cult-like behavior of the fearful. Whether the health department is behind this discrimination or at least playing a part in it remains to be determined.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to wrap up your comments.
20 more seconds. But this board has the authority to nip trouble in the bud and avoid a lawsuit against itself by proactively directing the health department to work to educate the businesses within the county that illegally discriminate against those who do not don their face. Those who do not veil their face is unacceptable. It is not at all my intention to be adversary to the board, but rather to work with it to return to sensible policy and a respect for the rights of the people. However, the board must demonstrate more leadership in this area. Thank you.
Angela, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Angela Torrens. I'm the president of the Placer County League of Women Voters. Our address is located in a P.O. box, and I just want to give that address to you should you need to contact us. And that address is P.O. Box 836 in Loomis, California, 95650. And you can contact us via email at info@lwvplacercounty.org. The reason for my suggestion to speak today is in regards to redistricting. It appears that the Placer County Board of Supervisors has previously met concerning their redistricting plan, and the Placer County League of Women Voters has reviewed that information, and we have looked at our redistricting position, something that has been adopted since 1988. And so what I would like to indicate to the Board of Supervisors today is that redistricting by the Placer County League of Women Voters is a voter education matter. The League is a primary source for nonpartisan presentation of information to the community that voters need in order to make informed decisions and take timely action. LWVPC, League of Women Voters, Placer County, believes that the redistricting process must be transparent. LWVPC believes that there shall be maximum public participation. LWVPC believes that to be fair, districts should be drawn in a transparent manner by politically independent special commissions that used unbiased criteria to help keep communities intact and to ensure that everyone is equally represented. For the foregoing reasons, LWVPC supports an independent commission as the preferred redistricting body. Therefore, we wish to express our extreme disappointment in the action taken by the Placer County Board of Supervisors on February 9th, 2021, to rely on the current planning staff as your redistricting body. The reason for my appearance today is really just to explain that the League of Women Voters in the United States has supported the redistricting process and the standards that promote fair and effective representation in the state legislature and in the House of Representatives with maximum opportunity for public scrutiny. And we support an independent commission as the preferred redistricting body. It is a responsibility for redistricting, preferably should be vested in an independent special commission with membership that includes citizens at large, representatives of public interest groups, and minority group interest. And to further that mission, the LWVPC League of Women Voters in Placer County will be holding several redistricting forums of which the public is invited to attend. We plan to educate the public on the process and to keep the public fully informed about the process. And we only hope that we will get, as a strong partner, the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for allowing me to input my comments today.
Thank you.
Ellie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Ellie Waller for the record. I'm not sure what the process is to ask for items to be continued and removed from the agenda so staff and the public don't unnecessarily have to be tied up. I urge you to continue item 8A, the TBID management plan, et cetera, as it's not ready for prime time. Also items 10A and 11A, the Kings Beach Town Center. Why should a developer be awarded an extension with no real due diligence on the project?
Ellie,
and the public is not seeing that project.
Ellie,
Yes.
if I could, the time to comment on those is when those times are brought to the board. So if you're welcome to call back when those items come forward to the board and we discuss them, but it's not appropriate to comment on them during public comment.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't understand process for asking for removal. Appreciate your request.
No, my pleasure. Thank you.
No further public comment, Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll now move to our first timed item, 9:15 timed item, which is a continuance of the appeal of the Planning Commission. Oh, I forgot a whole bunch of stuff, huh? So you'd think over time I'd learn, but you know, next we have board reports. Do any board members have any reports?
I don't have a report, but I have a question. And so I want to, as the state has made some changes with youth sports, my understanding and my limited understanding is that the county has to decide to allow youth sports to open up more so. So I want to get an update on where we're at with that. And I want to make sure that our youth sports, outdoors as well as indoors, are allowed to open up if that is indeed the opportunity that we have, because our kids need to go back to playing sports.
Yeah, Supervisor, we have Rob Oldham, our public health officer, HHS director, is here. He's going to speak to this issue and answer your question.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Supervisor Gore. And it's true. There's actually new youth sports guidance that has come out, and I believe we've been talking with Placer County HHS and Public Health have been talking with different youth sports organizations about how to meet that guidance. So, but I guess what hasn't changed is still the locals can't. We can be less restrictive. We can't be less restrictive than that guidance. So yeah, it is true that there are some opportunities under that guidance to open up youth sports more, and happy to talk more about that. We are working with local youth sports organizations on applying that guidance.
Okay, well, thank you. I think as much as we can do to open it up, I know there's the Let Them Play initiative out there, and I haven't had a chance to read it. Sac County approved the Let Them Play initiative. We need to let our kids get outside and play, as well as indoor sports. It is just about time. It has been a year too long of folks being cooped up, and especially our kids who are don't have the same type of risk factors with COVID. They need to be able to be out and playing. So Dr. Oldham, let's make that happen. And I want to encourage my colleagues, let's move forward and make that happen, however we can do that. Thank you.
Are there any other of my colleagues have reports or comments I'd like to make?
Thank you. As long as we have Dr. Oldham, I didn't see that we're getting a report on
He
morning.
can speak briefly if you'd like to him, but there isn't anything specifically on the agenda, but he can speak to where we're at and the status of the tiers if you'd like as well.
Yeah, I'd love to hear. We anticipate moving today, and then my understanding is another 3 weeks till we could go to orange. Is there any indication the state may change that with vaccines? So,
Rob, you have any comments you'd like to share on this one?
is he still on?
He is.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. So yeah, we had not planned for an update today. I do. It is true the state, as far as the tier framework, I guess that's the question around tier assignment. And so yeah, our numbers were improving. I'll say our case rate has been kind of trending back up again, kind of following the national trend. So not just a slight increase in our case rate and our other numbers. The testing positivity rate remains in the orange, and our health equity positivity rate is in the orange. There is something in the state tier framework around if your case rate is going up, then that could prevent an acceleration. So previously the idea was even if your case rate is in the purple, which ours currently is, that you could accelerate to the red tier if both your testing positivity rate and your health equity positivity rate were both in the orange for 2 weeks, as ours has been. However, there's also something that says that if your case rate is going up, then you cannot accelerate based off of that. So I think the announcements will come later today from the governor's press conference as far as tier assignment. Just as far as how things are going in general, yeah, the vaccine distribution continues to go very well. In Placer County, I think we've now gone over 127 doses in arms right now, and on track to go over 40,000 doses just at our Placer County run vaccine clinic at the ground. So yes, there's a lot changing as far as state guidance, including around vaccine distribution, around the third-party administrator, Blue Shield, and what role they're going to have around the transition to this new system for vaccine distribution. My turn. So a lot in transition, but for now, and including there's also a move to redistribute vaccine based on different census tracts, health equity census tracts, and some vaccines to education. So lots of moving parts in the vaccine distribution, and so we're kind of continuing to monitor that, and we'll provide an update at the next board meeting, kind of to see where things land on what the county's role is going to be moving forward in vaccine distribution. But we'll continue to push ahead while we do have control, and also I'll say our partners, healthcare partners, have really stepped up their vaccine efforts as well. So encouraging to see we're opening up more tiers. So we opened up to food and ag, so all the tier 1 phase 1B groups now. So continuing to vaccinate a lot of people in the 65 plus groups, and then on March 15th anticipate opening up to people 16 and older who have medical conditions and disability, qualifying medical conditions and disabilities. So continuing to see lots and more people eligible for vaccine, and we do anticipate that in the month of March, the numbers of vaccine coming to California will continue to grow. So lots of hopeful things, but on tier assignment, I'm anticipating maybe some disappointment looking at our case rate trending up, but we'll wait to see what the state says about that.
Well, one other question I had is relative to some of the counties are opting out or making a request that they opt out of the Blue Cross program. And I don't know if that's something that we're interested in doing as a county. I don't know the pros and cons of that, but it's certainly something that I hope staff can bring back to us to at least have that discussion on what that would look like and why some have chosen to, what benefit it might be. Also, the idea of mobile clinics. I know we've talked a little bit about trying to get the vaccine out into some of our remote communities where people can't, and we don't have transit that can get them to the grounds or to other providers. So, what we're doing in that regard, I think would be very interesting for all of us to hear.
Yeah, and absolutely. I can give a brief update on we are anticipating to get our first doses of Johnson & Johnson, the Janssen vaccine, 1-dose vaccine later this week. And so I think we'll be distributing that at the grounds, but also working on other populations and other kind of distribution points where it might make sense to do, for a 1-dose vaccine, including kind of hard to reach populations as we increasingly, as other vaccine providers come online doing mass vaccination clinics. I think it gives, the county public health the opportunity to potentially do more outreach clinics. So yes, we'll definitely provide an update at the next board meeting around that.
Super, thank you.
Jim?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Oldham. I just wanted to mention to the board that on February 27th, I was able to attend a virtual honors award ceremony for Dr. Oldham from his service as a public health officer for Placer County. There were 3 other regional public health officers honored, including Dr. Amy Sisson, who is now with Yolo County. So just wanted to give you a little shout out and thank you and congratulate you for your award.
Thank you, Supervisor Holm.
Any other board reports? And Todd, do you have a county exec report?
Yeah, I have a quick item on a little different topic, but one that's obviously important to everyone in this general area. So homelessness continues to be an escalating issue that we're trying to resolve, specifically up in the DeWitt campus. I want to let you know we had a 3rd fire incident that took place on Sunday, and that is being handled by our sheriff's office and CAL FIRE in terms of looking at the cause of that incident. But it just highlights the importance of addressing the expanding homelessness issues that are occurring that really end up being public health and safety items, not only for those that are residing here, but for our employees that are conducting business, and actually our residents that are coming back as we open up these buildings and we are bringing people back to interact with us. We want to make sure it's as safe as possible. So we have a couple different initiatives, and I don't think this is a one-shot wonder. I think there's a variety of aspects we're going to deal with. We've reached out with the sheriff's office. We do have our homeless committee that we work, an advisory committee. So we'll be continuing to do that. Probation's involved in this. Our animal services and HHS are obviously departments that work very closely with this population. So we're going to be talking about stepping up and ramping up some of those enforcement actions where we deem necessary and important, and adhering to kind of the guidelines that are put forth from a legal perspective moving forward. So I wanted to share that with you. We're planning to bring you a more formal update on the 30th of March at our next board meeting, but I know that this is an important issue that's happening up there at kind of the DeWitt campus and really around the county. We're also going to be spending some time talking with our municipal partners. I know Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, all of them would like to have more of a regional approach and collaboration around this issue. So want to just kind of share with you kind of what's gone on to date and what we're doing to kind of be more proactive in this arena. So I'll have more specifics for you on the 30th about some of the items and issues that we're doing up here.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, with that, we will now.
Excuse me,
Jim.
I had a comment.
Yes.
It's okay. Before I forget. Yeah, I'm working with the county staff on the homeless strategy. Looks like we're doing fairly well. Things that we need, we're not going to resolve it, but we're going to. And there's some incidents out there where some of our employees have been, their vehicles have been vandalized. There's been some just a couple of altercations. And so it's really time to step up and try to find a strategy to manage this. And I want to thank Placer County Fire for their response to the fires out there and in a timely, of course, you're right around the corner, but it's much appreciated. Thank you to all the staff at Placer County Fire.
Anyone else? We'll now take up our 9:15 timed item, which is the continuance of the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Crowley setback variance. Amy.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant and members of the board. My name is Amy Rossig with the Placer County Planning Services Division. The item that I have before you this morning is a final action on an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a variance that we call the Crowley variance appeal. This project was first brought before you on February 9th of this year, and during that hearing, you provided direction to staff to prepare findings and recommended conditions of approval to bring before you again today. So staff has done just that. We have reviewed the project for conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act and determined that the project would be categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to the sections applicable to new construction of small structures and minor alterations and land use limitations because their two existing agricultural buildings total 2,500 square feet, less than 2,500 square feet in size, do not involve a significant amount of hazardous substances, and the surrounding area is not environmentally sensitive. Furthermore, we've prepared findings to warrant the granting of the variances. These are detailed in the staff report, but these include that there are special circumstances applicable to the subject property, including the steep topography, the location of the NID canal, and that relocating these buildings could be more environmentally hazardous. So staff has prepared conditions of approval as well. One of the main conditions of approval is that the appellants would have to pull building permits and receive a final inspection from the Placer County Building Services Division within 2 years of today. So with that, I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions of staff by my colleagues? I see none. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Mark, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning. After seeing the board's reasons for granting the Crowley variance, I would appreciate some clarity. According to the county's website, setback requirements are set by the fire safe regulations set forth by the state of California. Within these regulations, it states that the local government may make these rules more stringent, but not less. Also on the county's website for variance, it states on a parcel of an acre or more, for a side setback variance, a letter is required from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection and the local fire district stating those agencies' approval. This is coupled with the fact that during these hearings, it has been stated on public record by the county and the Crowleys that there are multiple building sites that would satisfy the setback requirements. At one of the hearings, the Crowleys wrote that they will move the building. Can you please tell me why you deviated from the minimum fire safety regulations and the letters of approval required when there are other locations on the 20-acre parcel? One of the reasons you exempt this building is based on the Class 3 classification, which states the building cannot be involved in significant amounts of hazardous substances. Yet the small building has a 500-gallon diesel tank permanently built into its structure. Why are these important safety requirements being overlooked? To state that these buildings are not injurious to us is not taking our side into account. At the first hearing, the zoning administrator stated, in his opinion, it is injurious to the adjacent property. Another important issue that is injurious to us is the building is so close to the property line, we cannot be sure it is not built on our property without a survey. This was the first point I brought up to the Crowleys when they spoke to us about the building. After reaching out to survey companies, I found the properties were last surveyed prior to 1890, and there have been numerous times where fences have not represented true boundary lines. Bids on surveys have ranged from $10,000 to $15,000. This is not an expense I would have to incur, all for a building I did not build and will not benefit from. Your fourth point of reason to grant the variance, you state that you ensured that the building is safe. Yet you put in a clause saying that you asked the Crowleys to assume responsibility if for any reason this is found to not be true. This is not typical in the requirements in granting a variance. Can you please explain to me the special circumstance used in this case? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Cox, did you still wish to give comments?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. You know, after listening to the last meeting, I was stunned because I talked to Mr. Holmes after the vote. And he said, Billy, what's the difference? It's only 25 feet. But I look at you guys right now sitting at the board, and you guys are 5 feet away from each other. And you're asking me as a homeowner to have a building that is closer than you guys are right now together. This building is going to be there for a long, long time. We have no idea what's going to go inside this building. We are concerned about the fire hazards. They are living on this facility currently in a trailer. Half the time the trailer's inside that shed. And I think that you guys should follow the rules of your laws that you set forth. I pay tax in this county since 1985. And someone comes into the county, they do not follow the rules. How hard would it have been to call the planning commission or the building inspectors and ask them if they could build a building? Everyone has been doing this for a long time, no matter what county you live in, no matter what rural area you are. You guys aren't concerned about it because it's off of Godly Road on Johnson Drive. No one can see this. But let's say it was off of Bell Road and a barn was built 5 feet away from the road. You would have a concern with it because it's so far away. And Jim Holmes made the comment on the last meeting. Well, you have sheep, they have goats, there's no fire danger. How about if there is a fire? How about if I'm not home or Mark's not home? The fire department can't get into our place to treat the fire and our home burns down because they have a fire in their shed. You are not taking into consideration the liability. I'm an insurance broker, and I can tell you that this year my insurance got canceled. And this is going to be a problem with the county when you guys start giving variances. Are you going to open up the dam for everyone to be able to say, oh, I need a variance? They are getting a variance after they already did something. A variance should be granted prior to building a building where it can be inspected. No one knows how good that concrete is. We don't know if you use 3-bag cement, 4-bag cement, or 5-bag cement for that foundation. If that building comes crashing down, it's going to come crashing down on my side, and no one is going to care. So I think you guys are really reconsider your vote because it was absolutely wrong at every level.
Thank you for your comment.
No further public comment.
Okay, no further public comment. The question before the board is the appeal that we heard on February 9th. And so we need to take action to confirm that, find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, and finalize the prior action taken on February 9th to uphold the appeal if that's what we choose to do.
Mr. Chair, if I might clarify, the action that the board took before was to tentatively grant the appeal and to uphold to grant the variances. And it was brought back in order to provide you with the CEQA exemptions provided, as well as the findings for granting the variance.
Thanks, Karen. Cindy.
I had a question. I didn't know if staff wanted to answer the question on the survey and any evidence this property, the building may not be adequately depicted on the site.
Sure. So that usually is a private matter between the two property owners to determine the location of the property lines.
Great. So the individual said he didn't want to get a survey done and have to pay for it because it was the next door neighbors, but that is typically our policy, correct? It's up to the individuals. I just want to make that clear. This is not unique to this circumstance. Karen, did you?
No, this is not unique, and especially in these areas where often people assume the fence line is the property line. It's not necessarily. But in order to determine that, one or the other property owner needs to pay for and have a survey performed to ascertain where the boundary line is.
That it really is up to them, and that is our consistent policy. I just want to make sure that's clear.
That's correct.
Okay.
Jim.
Yeah, just speaking from experience, that's not uncommon. We see this all the time. A lot of those surveys were done years ago, and then finally someone wants to do something. And that happened to me with my properties. I had both my home and my business property. I had to do surveys and just property lines, so it's not uncommon. Question for staff. Many of the issues brought forth by the commenters about hazardous material stored inside the motorhome or the trailer inside. These are all things that are going to be taken care of under the permit process. Is that correct?
Correct,
Yeah.
yes. During the permit process, building inspector does go out to the property to verify that it is an agricultural building, and they confirm the setbacks.
And those were not issues they were brought forth during the discussion of the variance, but they weren't part of the variance appeal, correct?
They have been brought forward during the appeal process.
Yeah. And so they will be addressed, through the permit process. Okay, thank you.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
I'll second.
Excuse me, motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Our 9:30 timed item is a commendation to Kevin Tabor. And Ken is going to kick that off and see if he can muster votes to accomplish this.
It's going to be tight like last time. In fact, I know he's here, so he'll be coming on in. But good morning. There he is. I know. One time we get him in a tie. Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name is Ken Gremlin, Department of Public Works, and here today to kickstart this for really thanking and recognizing Kevin Tabor for 29 years of experience, or 29 years of service here at the county, and particularly in Public Works. What makes it particularly special for us, he's an Auburn native, I think a proud graduate of Placer High School, went away to school, came on back to where his home was to serve his county and the citizens here. Most of you know him for his time in road maintenance. He's been our longtime manager there. He's the one that gets things done throughout the county. But people may not remember, unless you were here way back when, he was also instrumental in the initial construction of the material recovery facility at the landfill. He was in solid waste, and he was part of that team that actually built that original facility. For those that know Kevin, Kevin knows everybody. Everyone loves Kevin. He works with everyone. It's just amazing what he's been able to do to create partnerships, not just within the county. He's the one that has no silos. He's the one that works with the people in other agencies, other departments, and it's all about getting the job done. One thing I find personally is just every time I talk to Kevin, I'm always smiling afterwards. He just has that positivity in a good way, not a COVID way, but in a, but that his enthusiasm is contagious. And so really, I want to thank him personally for his leadership and service, wish him the best in all his future chapters in life, and I'll turn it back over to your board, or even if Kevin wants to say a word.
Well, let me read this thing, but I just have to comment that who would have thought that the connotations of positivity would become negative? Anyway, so Kevin, I'm going to read this and then we're going to vote on it. Whereas Kevin Tabor began his employment with Placer County as a civil engineer assistant in 1992 in the Solid Waste Division of the Department of Public Works. He is retiring after serving the citizens of Placer County for more than 29 years. Whereas Kevin was promoted to associate civil engineer to public works manager in 1999, and later to engineering manager to lead the road maintenance division of public works. Whereas Kevin served as engineering manager until January 2021, providing invaluable assistance to every county department with his sound, judgment, dedication, expertise in managing our county's road network of nearly 1,100 miles, and his ability to make difficult decisions and find practical solutions to keep our roads in pristine shape. Whereas Kevin continuously supported and mentored his staff on complex matters, always giving encouragement and intensifying team-oriented solutions. He had an amazing recall of the facts and details gained from his 29 years of experience, and wisely drew upon his knowledge to provide expert advice to his team. Whereas the professional relationship Kevin developed throughout the county with county leaders, a multitude of external stakeholders, were key components of the successful delivery of major roadway maintenance and projects and snow removal activities during the historic snowfall years. Whereas the expertise, wisdom, and witty personality that Kevin brought to that workplace will be greatly missed, and will serve as a daily reminder of all that was lost upon Kevin's departure from Placer County. As we bid Kevin farewell, we hope he finds comfort in knowing he left a legacy built by years of hard work and dedicated to service to Placer County. Whereas Kevin's retirement is sure to be filled with precious time with his wife, Rebecca, and their children. Kevin will no doubt also make time to experience his new mountain biking and skiing adventures. Therefore, we consider this commendation. So with that, maybe we can have a motion and a vote on the commendation before.
I'll second.
Motion, what's your? And second, Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? And then our colleagues may want to say things, Kevin, because we worked with you more closely than a lot of staff, because when we had problems out in our district, you were the guy that we called and contacted, and a huge pothole just emerged as a result of a big rainstorm. So on a personal note, I want to personally thank you for the personal attention that you gave to these issues, and always were done on a timely manner and with great sense of humor and positivity. So with that, anyone else want to make a Jim?
Yes, Kevin, thank you for all your service. You exemplify a quality public servant. You're always responsive, even when I called you about a little crack in the road. Many times you just went and took a look at it, so I knew what it was doing. And your positive attitude permeates throughout your whole staff. And that's how you got so many things done that I asked you to do, and just appreciate it. We're going to miss you, but I just wish you well as you move forward to the things that you really want to do in the rest of your life. Thank you.
It's your turn, Kevin.
Sure. Well, I'm usually not at a loss for words, but this might be one of those occasions. And I don't have that much time because this goes off rent in about 15 minutes. But no, thank you for the kind words. And I think your first authority meeting was my first authority meeting in January of '95. And that was an interesting year all the way around, especially November of '95 when the roof blew off of the MRF. Had nothing to do with that. Although I do have a lot of hot air. But it's been great working with the board and everybody that I've worked with through the years. You know, Alan Roy, who passed away in November of this year, he opened the door for me in late '91 and helped me get the job in '92. Tim Hackworth kind of showed me the stairs, and then working with Ken and Peter, you know, at the management level for the past many years, has just been a great experience. But then the other folks in the about that hot air thing, the other folks in the room, Matt, Greg, Rebecca, Cynthia, and there's Bev back there too, all the folks in the room, just so much support through the years. And I do feel like I'm leaving the division in great hands. And if Jeremy, you're watching, I'm sure you are, Jeremy in the office, you probably all know him. He's Encyclopedia Brown, if anybody understands that reference. He's the person that keeps the glue together. So I feel good leaving when I am leaving because the division is in great hands. And then I'm in great hands also with my wife, Rebecca. And she's breadwinner now.
That means you're gonna like make dinner every night, right? Yeah.
And empty the dishwasher in the morning and stuff like that. Yeah. But so anyways, I babble on any longer. Thank you very much for the commendation and the kind words, Ken and Peter, and I'll miss this place, but it is great being an Auburn native, and I guess finally go Hillman. They played Lincoln this Friday in football. That's what I heard. Right,
Any wagers? So if you stick around, I'll bring this down to you, and we can even take a picture if you like. But job well done. Appreciate all of the years. Thank you.
Wow.
Actually pretty heavy too.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right. Thank you all very much.
We will now take up our 9:45 timed item, Public Works annexation to Placer County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek, PFE Road.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sarah Gilmore, and I'm here on behalf of Environmental Engineering Division to present the 3391 PFE Road annexation. As stated in your board memo, we're requesting the board open a public hearing to adopt the resolution, which is included in your staff report, to annex this property into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173 Dry Creek. 3391 PFE Road is located south of PFE and west of Cook Riolo in the Dry Creek area. The development is consistent with the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan zoning. This parcel is 1.05 acres, and the mechanism for payment of fees in this Zone of Benefit 173 is via reimbursement agreements with the developer property owners for construction of sewer facilities that serve the area. The rate of reimbursement is $2,723 per equivalent dwelling unit or EDU. Zoning of the property allows 2 EDUs. Therefore, Placer County will collect $5,446 from the property owner and disperse it to the CFD1 property owners as required with the reimbursement agreement. Staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, we request that your board open the public hearing and adopt the resolution in the staff report to annex 3391 PFE Road property into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173 Dry Creek. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Thanks, Sarah. Any questions of board members? I see none. So we'll now open a public hearing to consider this item. Is there anyone here who'd like to testify? And,
No public comment.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Consider the written protest votes and adopt the resolution.
I will move approval.
Karen?
None were received, no protests received.
Yeah, thanks.
Now I'll move approval.
Motion Gore, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now take up our 10 o'clock timed item, which is fire engine and extrication equipment purchase to be presented by Chief. Well, actually,
Sarah Poindexter, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office and Chief Estes.
Chief Estes is back there, and it says Chief Estes here, but Sarah Poindexter. So,
Well, good morning, Chair Wygant,
morning,
members of the
thank you.
board. Again, Sarah Poindexter, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. And I'm here today to request the following actions of your board. I have a presentation. Oh, it's over here. Approve the award of a purchase order to Boise Mobile Equipment and Fire Apparatus Solutions for the purchase of 2 Type 3 fire engines and 3 Type 6 fire engines in an amount not to exceed $1,409,798. Approve the award of a purchase order to Western Extrication Specialists for the purchase of extrication equipment in the amount of $119,600. Approve a budget amendment to move $469,600 within the Fire Control Fund's fiscal year 2021 final budget. Authorize the purchase manager to sign all required purchase documents and add the equipment to the master fixed asset list. In 2016, your board approved the Placer County Fire Vehicle and Apparatus Replacement Policy. The policy established a replacement schedule for the various vehicles and apparatus within Placer County Fire's fleet. However, due to fiscal constraints, apparatus replacement has been deferred until it becomes urgently necessary. As it stands today, there's nearly $8 million in overdue apparatus replacement needs across the fire system. The request before your board today would replace 5 Type 3 fire engines, all of which well exceed, and in most cases are more than double the recommended replacement age of 15 years. In some cases, in some areas, it was feasible to utilize smaller Type 6 engines, replacing existing Type 3 engines, which allows for increased flexibility and regional response at a reduced purchase cost. The new fire engines will replace existing engines in Dutch Flat, Thermalands, Page, Sunset, and Dry Creek. The total purchase amount is not to exceed $1,409,798. Previously, engine purchases have been financed through outside leasing sources. However, the treasurer tax collector identified an opportunity to finance through the county treasury, which secured a competitive interest rate for a 5-year term, saving approximately $32,000 over the life of the financing. The treasurer tax collector will be submitting a companion item following this presentation, seeking your board's approval of the financing. The down payment of $350,000 will be funded by revenue received through the California Office of Emergency Services Assistance by Hire program. The annual payment of $196,151.38 will also be funded through the same source. Now, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Estes to provide additional background on the Assistance by Hire program, as well as discussing the need for replacement of extrication equipment across the system.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, good morning, Chair Wygant and members of the board. I was glad to see that you weren't going after an acquisition of a fire chief. I thought that was maybe the 945 item I missed there, Chair. So thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Again, I'm Brian Estes. I'm the state and county fire chief. And, it's really kind of a pleasure this morning to talk about a couple of things that I look at as really one of the true value-added benefits of our longstanding relationship between CAL FIRE and Placer County. And so what we're going to talk today a little bit about is how we're acquiring this equipment purchasing at really no cost to the county of Placer. And it's through, as Sarah said, the Assistance by Hire program, which is a program that is administered through the California Office of Emergency Services and administered by CAL FIRE in the ability for us to acquire local government equipment or personnel to staff behind our county fire stations when it's needed. So it is authorized by that California Fire Assistance Agreement of which Placer County is signatory to. And CAL FIRE is kind of the end run broker of that agreement. And so we are essentially accessing local government all across the state of California through this agreement. It can be for an incident or it can be to backfill behind our stations. In the case of the equipment we're talking about today, it's a combination of both. Local ABH, assistance by hire, has to be authorized by the local unit chief, which is myself. We currently have 46 different local agreements with fire departments in Nevada, Yuba, Placer, and Sacramento County that all help us fill this role. But obviously Placer County, because of our relationship, is at the top of that list. So when is ABH used? Like I said, it's used by CAL FIRE when the unit reaches a point of drawdown due to regional or statewide activity and local resources are utilized to cover those state fire stations. So, you know, on the state side of our agency, in our unit, we have 22 frontline engine companies and we have 6 reserve companies. But as we all know, and it was talked a lot about last night in our special board meeting, the draw on resources because of the type of fire seasons we've been experiencing, it's not uncommon to see us put 15, 20, even 25 of our state engines out of our unit to incidents across the state. But CAL FIRE is very, very, we take the coverage of our stations and our initial attack mission very, very seriously. So the ABH agreement allows us to access local government agencies and backfill those state stations. So in the case of last year, for instance, we paid out about $1.6 million across those 46 different agreements to local agencies to help us cover behind. That 100% reimbursement is provided to the local agency, and that can be equipment, it can be personnel, it can be a combination of both, and there's an administrative fee paid to that local government agency as well. So the reimbursement rates and framework are all established by the California Office of Emergency Services. As your county fire chief, I submit what our rates are for our equipment with the county. I submit that to OES, and those rate letters stand when I reimburse the county of Placer, as we're talking about today. So the history of assistance by hire with Placer County, we've always had it in place, but I would say in the last couple to 3 years, you know, with the assistance of our executive office and the support of our board here, we've really capitalized on using ABH because there is definitely a fiscal benefit to the county, and there's also a real operational benefit to CAL FIRE by having that direct nexus to equipment and personnel. So as you can see up there, between 2013 and 2019, our records, we reimbursed about $1.4 million back to the county of Placer through that state ABH program. In 2020 alone, however, because we really ramped up our efforts, we reimbursed $721,000 just out of last year. And that money has been fully reimbursed and sitting in the county's hands now. So that 8-year reimbursement sits somewhere around $2.2 million between 2013 and 2019. And that's about a $276,000 a year annual reimbursement. So as we get into, back into the fiscal side and you see what that annual payment is going to be on these 5 engines, you can see that we're almost double on an average over the last 8 years of what our annual payment would be for those new pieces of fire equipment. So the recommendations to you today with ABH is to replace these out of service type 3 engines. The fire equipment across our regional system has done a great job for us. It's been well used and well taken care of. But we do, it is one of my responsibilities is to make sure that your liability as electeds and our executive office to the county is kept at a minimum. And part of that with fire equipment is maintaining Cal OSHA and NFPA, or National Fire Protection Association, minimum standards. And frankly, we had to look very, very closely at some of our equipment in the outlying stations. And some of that equipment was no longer meeting either Cal OSHA or NFPA. So the decision was made to recommend replacing some of those. And it also gives us the ability to acquire those for future assistance by higher staffing. And that's where she talked about with the 3 Type 6s and the 2 Type 3s. Just for clarification, we talked a little bit about the Type 6 model or concept last night at the special meeting, but we'd never had Type 6 engines, frankly, in Placer County. It refers to a smaller, more maneuverable kind of pickup utility body, but they've really come a long way. And the Type 3 engines, which primarily have resided down in Supervisor Wygant's district, used to be much more maneuverable, smaller, easier for our volunteers and stuff to drive, and apparatus has just grown up. And so a lot of that Type 3 equipment is no longer accessible to the volunteers. And so one of our goals here was to try to maintain and support our volunteer forces in the valley and up the 80 corridor and make sure that had a mixed fleet of equipment so that we had a good regional resource that our volunteers and career staff could operate. So I'm going to move on real quick to our extrication equipment unless there's any specific questions about the engines, or I can answer all the questions at once. Chair,
Any questions at this time? I see none, Brian. Yeah.
Okay. So the other thing we're asking for this morning is an upgrade to some of our rescue and auto extrication equipment. And this is also part of a benefit we have because of the relationship, the funding that we're going to access for this. Our Amador stations, which as you all know are Station 10 at Bowman, Station 30 at Colfax, and Station 33 at Alta, run by far the vast majority of auto extrication and rescue calls on the 80 corridor. And in fact, those 3 stations combined run more calls than all of our other surrounding fire departments on 49 and Interstate 80. And part of that is the concentration of heavy commercial equipment that's on Interstate 80. It's been estimated that about 24 to 25,000 vehicles of commerce pass by Bowman headquarters every single day. And a lot of that stuff ends up up the corridor in weather conditions, right in the lap of Station 30 and Station 33. You've seen some of the very dramatic incidents that we've responded to up the corridor. And, they respond to, I think right in the 250 to 300 vehicle accidents per year out of those stations, which is significant, much of them in inclement weather. The Amador stations have typically received extrication equipment that is kind of handed down from our career stations here in the valley. And in fact, in one of these pictures, you'll see they're using a set of jaws out of Station 33 on a mass casualty incident that was actually acquired by Supervisor Holmes when he was a board member for the Placer Consolidated Fire Protection District. So, and we maintain them and we service them every year. But like anything, there's a point in time where we can't afford to have a system failure on scene of an incident. Okay. So what we're looking at is 3 sets of Hearst extrication equipment for our Amador stations at 10, 30, and 33. That total cost we're looking at is about $119,000. The benefit of the relationship with Amador Plan is that because I extended fire season longer than I normally would have in 2020, we were able to save about 3 months of costs for those Amador stations, each of them. And we're looking at using that cost savings for the purchase of this extrication equipment. So in reality, it's not really an additional financial burden to the system. We're actually using funds that would have been expended for the staffing of those stations. And Sarah, I think I'll turn it back over to you at this point to wrap up with the fiscal considerations. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
So just to summarize, it's a two-component purchase that is being requested of your board today. The total purchase price for the 5 fire engines is not to exceed $1,409,798 with a down payment of $350,000 funded by assistance by hire revenue for a term of 5 years with an annual payment of $196,151.38, which will be budgeted in future years, beginning with fiscal year 21-22. And funding for the extrication equipment in the amount of $119,600 is currently available within the Fire Control Fund's fiscal year 2021 budget. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Thanks, Sarah. Cindy.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah and Chief. These engines are replacement engines, but we also last night, as you may know, we had a meeting last night. And I'm sorry, I should be facetious about that, but it went long. And one of the really critical issues that we talked about was fire. And with that, we have an additional fire engine that we're supposed to purchase. That is not included in this. Am I correct?
Correct.
But we'll come back later. And I'm looking for
correct
in our plans next year or next fiscal year. Do you anticipate?
Yes, Supervisor. So the Type 6 engine that was referred to in the Hidden Falls plan that was approved last night will be funded out of that expansion program and will come in future years based on the triggers of that development. The pieces of apparatus talked about today are specifically part of our
Replacement program.
Yep.
Okay, great. And then just out of curiosity, what happens to the old vehicles?
So we have
I see lots of collections of them in various areas around the state. So,
so the county has a great surplus program and a website, and they advertise, to both emergency and non-emergency companies and entities all over the United States. Unfortunately, in California, we typically don't see them because of CARB regulations able to go to another agency or company in California. But we just surplused, I believe, 4 pieces of equipment, and they went out of state to companies, and that money, while not certainly enough to fully replace, does go back into the vehicle replacement fund.
right. Thank you.
Suzanne.
Yes, Chief Estes, I had a question for you. The vehicle we were talking about last night, the light rescue vehicle.
Yes.
Is that one of these?
It's similar. The light rescue vehicle is considered a Type 6 engine. It's a smaller, more maneuverable engine that was specified specifically for some of the mitigation measures in Hidden Falls. Not exactly the same as some of the engines we talked about today, but very close.
Okay, you have 3 Type 6 though in this?
Correct.
Okay.
What we're talking about today is 3 Type 6s
Okay,
and 2
but
Type
they're a little
3s.
bit different than the one we're talking about for Hidden.
Very slightly, but in the same arena.
Okay, thank you.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hate to go back into a history lesson, but I remember when we bought that equipment for Placer Consolidated. Actually, it wasn't on the board at that time, but we had a fundraiser to raise the money to buy the damn stuff. And that's how I got involved in fire service, because I was one of the leaders of the local community that brought that forward, and we were able to purchase it. Lo and behold, about 6 months later, I was approached by the Placer Consolidated Fire Chief and the chair of their board and say, would you think about being a member of our fire board? And so that's how I started my career, was by buying some extrication, you know what I'm saying, equipment.
Still can't say.
And I'm so pleased that we have some new equipment going for Page and Thermalans and is it Dutch Flat? I know when we have those volunteer dinners over the years, one of their main complaints is because they had a bunch of worn out equipment, and this is long overdue in order to purchase that, plus the equipment for safety. So thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a great program.
See no more questions or comments at this time. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
No public comment.
No public comment. What is the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. This requires a roll call vote because it requires a budget amendment. So could we have a roll call, please?
Gore? Holmes? Jones? Gustafson? Wygant?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Associated to this is a fire engine note purchase agreement to be presented by not Janine. Apparently.
I am not Janine. Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. I am Tristan Butcher. I'm a Treasury Tax Manager with the County Treasury. Just a little background on how this came about. Sarah Poindexter from the CEO's office reached out to the Treasury Department to see what kind of financing options were available. They had received a couple of options and their interest rates were a little bit higher. So the Treasury Department worked to put together a bid and allow them a financing option with a note purchase contract, 1% less than other commercial financing options available. So what that means to the county is over the 5-year term, there'll be a little more than $32,000 in savings. So it's a win for both the county and also for the Treasury depositors. With that, I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
I just will lead with a comment, which is to thank you and Janine. But over the years with Janine, worked on her and doing some creative financing, some innovative thoughts as it relates to Middle Fork project, helicopter with the Sheriff's Department, our energy effort that was taken forward a few years ago. So just appreciate that perspective and the fact that you're willing to do this. Any other questions by colleagues or comments at this time? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
No public comment.
With that, what is the pleasure of the board? Second. Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. We need a roll call vote. Thank you.
Gore? Holmes? Jones? Gustafson? Wygant?
Yes. Thank you. So now, since we're ahead, we'll take up our first department item, which is Agriculture Department support of the the UC Cooperative Extension Program. Josh.
Good morning, Chair Wygant and board. It's a pleasure to be with you again this morning. I'm Josh Hunsinger, the Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. The item before you today is really one I'm very pleased to bring to you. It represents the culmination of a couple years of efforts following the county reorganization effort that was first initiated in 2018. In December of 2018, your board did take action to approve a reorganization of the Agriculture Department and the University of California Cooperative Extension Farm Advisor's Office into merge the county administrative functions within the Farm Advisor's Office into the Agriculture Department. So that consists of 3 staff as well as budgetary oversight for the county's contribution to the Farm Advisor or UC Cooperative Extension Office. And so through that process, as we work through it, I think we've done a good job of working that out with UC Cooperative Extension. We've gained some real efficiencies, I think, through kind of a consolidated administrative team between the administrative staff on the UC side and on the Ag Department side, as well as a consolidated front counter and some other things really to get us into a more unified effort that is more efficient. Also through that process, however, we identified that there was no formal agreement between the University of California and the county. And so we had no kind of legal basis for the occupancy of our county buildings and some of those other budgetary support items that we were providing. And so we identified a real gap there and began a process to develop this agreement that's before you for approval today. And so with that, we worked through that and really strove to identify the services that are provided by the University of California, as well as that in-kind support that's provided by the county, and that's what this agreement contains. It doesn't represent any new funding or new activities, but rather memorializes and quantifies what has been an ongoing practice for quite some time. So with that, I also, University of California Cooperative Extension County Director and Livestock and Natural Resources Farm Advisor, Dan Macon, is also available. I believe he's on Zoom and would like to say a few words to you as well as part of this presentation.
Sure. Dan,
Well, good
we're
morning.
ready for you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And Josh, thank you for that introduction. Again, I'm Dan Macon. I am the Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor with UC Cooperative Extension and the County Director for both Placer and Nevada County. And for those of you that may be new to what UC Cooperative Extension is and does, I think we're a really unique partnership between the University of California, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and Placer County in this case. We've been doing this work for 107 years, since 1914, and we have really focused, I think, on the needs of our farmers and ranchers, but also more recently on positive youth development, on youth nutrition, and on our Master Gardener program. And really have been able to do many of those programs thanks to our partnership with the county. As Josh mentioned, this new local agreement really streamlines the administration of this program. But I think also equally importantly, it maintains our academic independence to deliver research and educational programs that really serve the needs of Placer County community members. I want to thank Josh for his work on this, as well as Maggie Fines from the County Council's office. I think we made a lot of progress, obviously, here in this last year. And I especially want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your continued support of our programs. It has been a very strong partnership, and I look forward to that continuing into the future. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dan. Any questions of Dan specifically at this point? I see none.
Yeah, with that, that concludes our presentation. Again, I'd be happy to answer any questions or clarify anything, and otherwise I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Any questions, board members?
Geez, only
Cindy.
107 years? That's quite a history, and really a legacy about Placer County and our agricultural heritage. So,
yeah, I agree. Thank you. Okay, what is is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
there is not.
It's the pleasure of the board. Motion Holmes, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll take up our next department item, Facility Services, Third Amendment to the Purchase and Sale Agreement with the Kings Beach Center. Eric.
Before you start, Mr. Chair, I do need to recuse on this item. My husband has done some work for the company, so I need to recuse. I'll step out.
Thank you, Cindy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Eric Findlay, Property Manager for Department of Facilities Management, Real Estate Services Division. And I'm here this morning to request your approval of a third amendment to a existing purchase and sale agreement for the sale of the Kings Beach Center to Kings Beach Center LLC. And the amendment would extend the project approval contingency period and the agreement for an additional 2 years with 2 6-month options to extend beyond that. So it would extend the agreement for 2 to 3 years with your approval, and to get authority for the the Director of Facilities Management to execute and implement the amendment. So the Kings Beach Center purchase and sale agreement was approved by your board and executed on May 15 of 2018. And this is for the proposed development of the Kings Beach Center, the sale and the development. The development project is consistent with what the county was seeking in an RFI process, in 2016. And it consists of a hotel development, commercial and residential facilities, as well as potentially a library property on the property. So the agreement was executed and the buyer was in the process of doing due diligence, property due diligence and studies, and working towards environmental review in 2018 and 2019. In 2019, the buyer, Kings Beach Center LLC, identified the Eastern Gateway property as a potential workforce housing site in conjunction with this property. So they executed an agreement in 2019. Excuse me, I should have grabbed water. 2019 to purchase the Eastern Gateway property. That would be fabulous. Thank you. Sorry. Megan, you're a lifesaver. So they executed a purchase and sale agreement, much better, with the successor agency to purchase the Eastern Gateway property in 2019. And that agreement is also in effect right now. Both agreements will be expiring at in March, in actually a week or two if they are not extended. So they're both at the end of their current status, and it will expire on March 11th or March 15th for the two agreements. During 2019, when the buyer was seeking to do environmental review, then there was some uncertainties associated with vehicle miles traveled and modeling and what was to be done in the environmental review process, which kind of delayed the project. So we are now seeking additional time to extend these two agreements. We'll be coming in a separate action for the successor agency board to consider the Eastern Gateway property. So we are requesting the extension of two agreements as presented. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thanks, Eric. I see no questions from my colleagues at this point. Is there anyone from the public who has a question or comment?
No public comment.
And I will add that
I
Craig,
apologize, we have one now.
Craig Clark, our buyer, is also here if you have any questions of him.
Sure.
Ellie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Ellie Waller for the record. I submitted written public comments. I'm hoping everybody on the board did get a chance to look at those. I'm not sure why this didn't come before the NITRAC a couple months ago, knowing that this was going to expire in March. The public has seen no update on this project. I understand that there's issues with the VMT. Other projects have gone forward and figured out how to get through that environmental issue. I'd really like this to come back to the NITRAC. This be continued. I'm not sure I understand the deadline. If this is asked to be continued, does that deadline really matter? I think this needs to be heard at a Tahoe venue. The people that are most affected need to see what the developer wants to bring forward in the way of this project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks, Ellie. And would you like to present at this time?
Yes, thank you. It's okay to take that off right here?
Yep.
Okay. Members of the board, it's a pleasure to see you again. I apologize, it has been so long. It was 2017 that a friend of mine, Steve Pelser, used to be the manager of the Hyatt Regency, suggested that instead of South Tahoe, we look at North Tahoe at Kings Beach to do a project. 2018, we began serious looking at the project. And we tied up Kings Beach Center at that time. 2019, it became apparent that it would be good if we could afford to do it, that we should also do Eastern Gateway. That way, if there were any issues with employee housing, we could take care of it ourselves and wouldn't have to rely on another source to do that. We compared our program impact study to the one that had already been done for the master plan and that was approved for the Tahoe Basin. They also had an approved EIR and EIS for that density and for that kind of a project. We worked very hard to make sure we didn't go over what was allowed because we knew it was going to be a timing issue and it takes a long time to get something through the Tahoe Basin. our 2018 consultants told us that our impact was less than the impact that had been computed for the project that was proposed back then for the Tahoe Basin area. We made a comparison of those impacts. In January 2019, we got the first Attorney General letter voicing concern over the VMTs, which was the definition which they helped write, which we were following to try to make our project work. And we kept looking for ways to work through that VMT letter so that it would not become a problem. Then there's a second letter in late 2019 from the Attorney General of California that affected all projects within the Tahoe Basin. Obviously, it made us nervous. So in June, we met with the Assistant Attorney General in Sacramento, got what reading we could at the time, but they still didn't know how it was going to be handled and what the final rules were going to be that we had to play by. And about that time, when certain folks started thinking there may be a way through, COVID hit. And then COVID just kind of put everything in recess and created a problem, and especially a problem for the future of what hotel business would look like and what the retail business would look like. Mike Cathia, my partner during that period of time, is still my partner. We still have our partnership in place, and then we went and found a third partner to come in and get involved with us that's not as held back, if you would, by just the hotel industry. They're more of a general investor developer. And Mr. Phil Mader, who's the Chief Investment Officer for Kings Barn Realty Capital, located in Las Vegas, has become a friend and a partner. We're doing almost 400 hotel rooms, either they or us together, apartments, and 60 converted hotel rooms in Carson City since the last time I was before you. So that's sort of the history of where we've been. And if you have any doubts at all about our ability to move ahead, Phil Mader is here and would be happy to answer any questions or even just share what Kings Barn is all about. So unless there's a question of me, that's all I wanted to remind everybody of.
Yeah, thank you.
I will say this. Besides the 2.5 years I've devoted a good chunk of my life to, we've spent $400,000 in cash, out the door, gone, no matter what happens. So we don't have any interest in walking away from this project. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to address this item, Megan?
No for public comment.
And Eric, did you have some follow-up comments? I'll bring it back to the board then for action or comments.
Just one comment. I was reading through some of the comments that were brought to the board, and a couple of folks said, hey, you have to take Tahoe items up in Tahoe. But I wanted to remind folks, we regularly at this board take action on items that are pertaining to Tahoe down here in Auburn, because we only go up to Tahoe 3-4 times a year. And the benefit of Zoom is that people can call in and make comments. So I just want to clarify that we're not trying to diss what's happening up in Tahoe. It's just that it's an item that needs to be addressed now, and people can call in and make comments like they just did. So I appreciate the work on this. It's very frustrating that VMT has gotten in the way of this project moving forward, and we've got someone who's really working to actually provide a project that would benefit the community in the Lake Tahoe area. And I'm happy to move forward with the extension of the contract.
Thanks, Bonnie. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Excuse me, motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And
Do you want us to stand by while we do the timed item, and we'll be here for when you?
Take 11A now, right?
Yes.
Correct. The successor agency. So the companion item, could we take that now, Eric? And
If you're willing to hear it, I can do it quickly if you would like.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep, thanks.
that's great. Thank you.
Before you do, you need to adjourn and
Thank you.
convene as the successor agency.
So the board will now adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the successor agency. And Eric, if you could present
Right.
that.
Thank you. Eric Finley, so Property Manager, Department of Facilities Management, Real Estate Services Division. And I'm asking for your approval of the First Amendment to the Eastern Gateway Purchase and Sale Agreement with Kings Beach Center LLC. This would again extend the agreement for 2 additional years with 2 6-month options beyond that. And we're requesting that you authorize the successor agency officer designee to execute the agreement and to implement it. What Kings Beach Center LLC and the county and successor agency are trying to do is sync the 2 agreements so that they run together. There will be environmental review of both projects together. So these 2 agreements will start on April 1st, and then the 2-year with the 6-month extensions beyond that. The Eastern Gateway property is being looked at for workforce housing as well as commercial development on the ground floor. And if your successor agency board approves this agreement, we will then take it to the Consolidated Oversight Board on April 7th for final approval and execution. And I can answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Bonnie, do you have a question?
Oh, no.
I see no questions. So is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Ellie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, Ellie Waller. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I'd just like to clarify comments that I set in and other members of the public understand that Tahoe items are regularly heard in Auburn and vice versa. Auburn items are heard in Tahoe. This is a potential contentious project that the community needs to see. And I'm sorry that it came up till the 11th hour for this to come to your board. This has been and should have been on the radar scope for January or February, so we weren't up against the March deadlines. I still believe that the members of the public and agencies in Tahoe should have the right to participate in Tahoe on these types of items. And I hope in the future that staff brings forward items like this that aren't up against the wall because of a deadline. I think that is a poor excuse to have this approved before the public gets to see it. Again, I completely understand. We bring items, your agendas are overloaded these days, and that doesn't help us either. So that's why we call special meetings. And I said that in my comments. I think it's wonderful that you can have special meetings, and there's 3 items on your agenda today that could have gone to a special meeting in Tahoe. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie. Is there anyone else?
No further public comment.
Okay, bring it back to the agency for action.
I'll move approval.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
And for the record on this one, Supervisor Gustafson recused herself.
Correct. Thanks, Karen. And we will now adjourn as the successor agency and reconvene as Board of Supervisors.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Eric.
Thank you, Megan. That was a lightsaber.
So we will now take up, as the Board of Supervisors, our 10:45 timed item, which is the mid-year fiscal update. And if we can wait for Cindy to get back in, Daniel?
Of course.
Did she leave?
Yes.
We're ready, Daniel. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board. I am Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office. Here this morning with 3 items for you. The first one is a fiscal year 2021 mid-year budget update. We have a countywide consolidated budget amendment for your consideration, as well as an update for approval to the allocation of positions to departments. First thing I'd like to start with this morning is just going over the status of some of our county revenue sources. If you recall from previous budget updates, last year during the budget prep season, we thought we might see as much as 20% reductions in sales tax related revenues. However, taxes from internet sales has helped drive sales tax up to a consistent level with our adopted budget, and recovery appears to be alive. And this slide is just showing the general fund sales tax revenue for Q2 of fiscal year 1920 compared to Q2 of fiscal year 2021, and an increase there. The gold bar is representing our $16.8 million fiscal year end actuals for last fiscal year. We did budget 17.9 in new year revenue, and we are projecting just under that at 17.2 million. Similarly, on public safety sales tax, we're seeing recovery in that area as well. Public safety sales tax has been performing on par with the prior year. You can see that on the bars to the left at 16.7 million through Q2 of last year and 16.8 million of Q2 of this year. With our year-end projection at $50.3 million, which is higher than fiscal year 1920, but just slightly less than our fiscal year 2021 budget amount. On our general fund transit occupancy tax revenue, if our revenue continues on its current pace, we anticipate meeting or even exceeding our budgeted revenue. Note that Q2 of fiscal year 1920 are the months of July through December, include all 6 months, July through December, which were pre-pandemic months. Q2 of this year are the same months, but within that same pandemic window. So our figures for 1920 to 2021 comparison of Q2 actuals of 3.6 in the prior year and 4.1 so far this year puts us on pace to come in right around budget at $9.1 million this year, an increase over 7.5 from last year. These trends are holding true in the Tahoe TOT revenue category as well. We can attribute, I think, some of the current year activity to bringing our short-term rentals program online. While hotels may have seen a slight decline in short-term in TOT, short-term rentals may have had an offsetting positive impact on that as well. And you can see that in our 1920 Q2 actuals compared to Q2 actuals of this year, an increase from 4.8 to 5.4. And then the 11.5 projection for fiscal year 2021 is actually on the low end of our range. So that is, we're kind of a conservative estimate on revenue there, but we expect it to at least meet the $10.8 million budget amount. Property tax is general fund's largest source of revenue. The benefits of a hot real estate market are going to be seen with increased transfer taxes, recording fees, but also in supplemental taxes this year, on top of a tax roll increase from fiscal year 1920. Publications that I've seen from the Placer County Realtor Association show activity has slowed down a little bit in January, but the average sales price looks to still be rising. And all in all, our fiscal year 2021 revenue is reflecting a 7.1% increase over fiscal year 1920. So our 1920 actuals on property tax revenue were 197.1 million. We're projecting to 211.2 at this time. So going into our status of our major operating funds, this is our general fund comparison of fiscal year 1920 to 2021. You can see that both revenues and expenditures are up when you compare Q2 to Q2 of the 2 fiscal years. That's not to be unexpected with routine salary increases, other operating increases, as well as the property tax increase. See, in your slide presentation, are you looking at all caught up? Okay. I know there was a hidden slide in there. I didn't know if we got hung up on that one. Sorry. Compared our fiscal year end numbers of 1920 of 334.6 million in expense $4 million in revenue. But just call attention to most of that deficit was not a deficit. It was the use of reserves, mainly for capital acquisitions and capital improvements. In fiscal year 2021, our year-end projection, it was up to $333.6 million. That would be mostly related to that property tax increase. And then our expenses coming in at about 332. So really roughly a balanced budget all the way through our year-end projection this year for the general fund. Moving over to our Health and Human Services Fund. This fund is where we see the largest increase in expenditures for the county overall. Most of that is related to HHS's response to the COVID pandemic. Revenues are also increasing in relation to that, and including a general fund in lieu transfer of CARES funds to HHS to cover many of those same COVID expenses. In our Public Safety Fund, both revenues and expenses are increasing proportionately over fiscal year 1920. Our year-end projection shows a deficit, but this was a planned use of reserves included in the adopted budget. The County Library Fund has been stable both last year and this year. Expenditures that are at the midpoint in the current fiscal year are lower than 1920, and that's mainly due to reduced library hours and increased personnel vacancies. But at year end, you're expecting to see both revenues and expenses increase back up, but that is an overly balanced budget with an add this fund balance. In our Fire Control Fund, the big jump in revenue between fiscal year 1920 and 2021 is due to the timing of the general fund transfer. And the growth in revenue and expenses at year end reflects an increase to the CAL FIRE contract, as well as some capital equipment purchases that you heard earlier today. Growth in actual revenue is from the general fund allocation. One of the lesser talked about sources of sales tax revenue is in our highway users tax, and this is commonly known as gas tax or Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act. And our fiscal year 2021 budget versus actuals for HUDA money, we budgeted $13.6 million, and we are expecting currently to receive about $12.5 million. And same with the RMRA revenue, we budgeted 8.6, and current estimates are about 8.1. The point here is that the road fund can manage their project workload within the restraints of the revenue that they actually receive by either deferring a project, scaling back a certain project, and then or picking it up in the next year when revenues recover. On the fiscal year 2021 capital fund, I'm not going to belabor this one because Steve Newsom will be coming up shortly right after me to talk about the mid-year capital update. But I just want to mention a couple things with support of general fund capital reserves. There are a few key projects that will be discussed in more detail later. That's going to be Mercy Housing, some of our criminal justice facility projects, as well as the upcoming HHS administration building. Our financial ability to complete capital projects was bolstered this year, both by some revenue from the tobacco securitization, as well as a disbursement from the Middle Fork Project Finance Authority. Here is our updated general fund projection from our mid-year estimates. In this chart, the general fund revenue is the blue bar, expenses are shown in green, and the gold line represents the cumulative ending fund balance, which includes the capital reserve, the contingency reserve, and our PARS trust fund. So overall, the fund balance is healthy and mostly designated for specific uses. And here are those uses prescribed in the general fund balance. The growth in the PARS trust, the gold line, is a projection based on your board's direction to shift funding from our OPEB funding to PERS stabilization. This is really a good thing that line's increasing. Our unassigned fund balance looks to be dropping below zero. Be confident that won't happen. Once it hits zero, that just means the total general fund balance is made up of only of the other designations like capital, the PARS trust, and our contingency reserve. Capital reserves are still funded annually at $4 million. The gray line, though, is declining for planned capital uses, including the HHS admin building, crime lab, Tahoe Justice Center, and the Placer Parkway projects. Right now, the contingency reserve based on the December 10th change or December 1st change to increase that to 10% is about 4 million below that projection. So we're still in a good position with nearly $47 million in our contingency reserve, but we'd look to maybe add to that at the end of the fiscal year if possible. So that's really the status of our budget midway through the fiscal year. What's next for fiscal year 2021 and our development of our 2021 budget? We will be before your board, along with all the department heads on April 6th to present their department presentations, which will include their 21-22 budget and allocation requests, discuss emerging issues and department priorities, supplemental requests, and capital expenditures. On May 5th, we'll come back to the board with our third quarter fiscal update for fiscal year 2021. And we are planning our public hearing and board consideration of our fiscal year 21-22 budget on June 8th, with adoption scheduled 2 weeks later on June the 22nd. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Daniel, and particularly in light of COVID, thanks for the good news.
Yes.
Questions, comments by board members at this point?
There I go.
Cindy.
Daniel, I'm pleased to see what we're looking at in results, but obviously that's taken a huge amount of public funding to sustain those levels of expenditures if we weren't supplementing so much in terms of unemployment and supplemental income to these folks. And I think I continue to have a concern that once that comes back around in debt and other issues, we need to continue to conserve our resources, not anticipate that there won't be a payback of some sort with the economy. So I would urge us to continue to be on track to save as much as we can in anticipation for the rebound we're going to see at some point on this issue. Because I'm glad to see those. I just know way too many people who've shut down businesses and had no income that have been surviving on what we've been able to do with the CARES Act and many other things. But, that can't be sustained. And will they be able to reopen and rebuild?
Great comments. Anyone else? So I see no other questions or comments. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Ellie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Sorry, I forgot to unraise my hand. Thank you.
Okay. No public comment.
Okay, so the actions before us to approve the consolidated budget amendment and introduce an ordinance, waive the oral reading, approving the amended 2021 uncodified allocation of positions. And it will require a roll call.
I'll move approval.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. Roll call, please.
Gore? Aye. Holmes? Aye. Jones? Aye. Gustafson? Aye. Wygant?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks.
Doing a great report. Thank you.
And unfortunately, we're a little bit early to follow up with the capital budget. So Steve, hold tight and we'll move to our next department item. And I've forgotten what it is. Health and Human Services, item 12, Coronavirus Emergency Funding Services Program. Amy.
Actually, Amanda Flo with the County Executive Office.
Amy's, you are, but.
It's the mask.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of your board. As
Actually,
I
it's
said.
still morning, though.
Oh, it is?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Amanda Flo, management analyst in the County Executive Office. I'm joined today with Amy Ellis, Director of Adult System of Care. We are here today to request your approval in adopting a resolution to apply for and accept grant funds for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding, also known as the CESF Services Program, in the amount of $664,209.42. This grant is issued through the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, and administered by the California Department of State and Community Corrections. Funds awarded under this program will be utilized to prevent, to prepare for, and to respond to the coronavirus with a focus on meeting reentry-related needs and services. As I just mentioned, Placer County is eligible for roughly $664,000. One of the grant requirements was that 20%, roughly $132,000, should be passed through to non-governmental community-based organizations impacted by COVID-19 and currently providing services here within the county. In December, representatives from the county's executive office, the sheriff's office, Health and Human Services all met to discuss the grant and to identify needs and strategies to address impacts, as well as devise a plan to pull this application together and to pull it together quickly. Subsequent meetings were held with additional stakeholders such as probation, substance use and sheltering providers, and the largest stakeholder meeting convened during the January 21st, 2021 Criminal Justice Policy Committee, where goals and strategies that would benefit the target population were identified and solidified. Before I turn it over to Amy to discuss the identified needs and goals, I just want to take an opportunity to give my appreciation to the Sheriff's Office, Probation Department, and most notably to members of the HHS Department who took the lead on this grant. We were not given much time to pull this together, and there were moments we weren't quite sure we were going to, but we did. We got it submitted and have since learned that they've extended the grant deadline because 33 other counties did not apply for this grant. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. She did a lot to help us get there and be the ones that moved forward. So as this board is aware, COVID-19 has challenged our service providers and the county in being able to deliver quality services. Service strategies had to shift overnight and resources were spread thin. Requests from the reentry population for services were increasing up to 149%, while many services that they needed saw a 25% reduction because those providers were safely accommodating clients while mitigating the risk of COVID-19. So together with our partners, we identified 3 goal areas that could help ease this burden and connect more people to services. So first, to reduce COVID-19 treatment barriers for the reentry clients through increased treatment capacity. So with these funds, they'll be able to fund additional treatment beds, enhance telehealth, ease and improve access to care for the reentry population. Second, to enhance COVID-19 mitigation efforts for both in custody and out of custody reentry programs. So with this, they can fund additional staff, ease vaccination or testing access, increase PPE, cleaning supplies, or other mitigation equipment. And last, to provide safe housing resources for the reentry population so they can do things such as fund short-term hotel stays, recovery residencies, or other options for those who are displaced. The anticipated CESF funds of $664,209.42 are direct allocations to the county with no county general fund match required. So the action we're requesting from your board today is to adopt a resolution to apply for and accept the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program funded in the amount of $664,209.42 through a request for applications issued through the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice, and administered by the Board of State and Community Corrections, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the award, acceptance, and related documentation with County Council concurrence. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Bonnie.
Just one quick question, Amy. Thank you and good work on getting the grant in, and I'm sure frustrating when you could have had more time, but you didn't know. But who is the non-governmental community-based organization? Have you identified that group?
Well, we are waiting to get final acceptance and approval, so we're not 100% sure, but we have worked with 3 organizations. Granite Wellness Center, our in-custody health provider, and a domestic violence shelter that often takes in individuals right out of jail.
Okay, so it could be one of those or all of those, depending
It'll likely be all of those, and they will get a majority of these funds. And so the smaller portion of funds, a little bit for administration to adult system of care, the Sheriff's Department will receive a small a portion, and the Probation Department a small portion. And we'll come back with the contract amendments to get those exact amounts.
Great, thank you very much.
Cindy.
So following up on that, my questions are two-part. One is, so where we have a minimum of 20% to NGOs, you're expecting that will be more, greater than that?
Much more, yeah.
more.
I think over 50% of the funds will go to those organizations.
Great. And then is there an expenditure timeline when these funds must be used by, or?
Do you remember that, Amanda?
The grant expires ends January 31st, 2022.
Okay, great.
January 31st, 2022, for
I
those who
heard-
couldn't hear.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I want to echo Supervisor Gore's compliments. I know putting these grants together isn't easy. And then as evidenced by 33 counties not getting them in and us getting one in and getting awarded. So thank you.
No problem. We have a great team here.
Okay, great. So emphasize that thank you and congratulations also. So is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this?
Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. This is Mike Garabedian. Actually, I had a question on the last item. I wanted to inquire about the Placer Parkway funding.
I think that we haven't done that item, Michael.
I think he's referring to the budget item.
The budget item?
The last speaker mentioned the Placer Parkway.
Oh, I think that will be the next item.
Okay, I'll wait.
Thank you, Michael.
Pardon me.
Anyone
No
else?
further public comment.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move approval. Second.
Motion Gore, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go back to our 11:15 timed item, which is capital budget. Steve, if I can find it.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board and staff. Steve Newsom, Director of Facilities Management. And I am here for our annual capital update, where we give you kind of our mid-year, progress report on our projects that have been approved and moved forward. And I do have, yes, there it is. Thank you. And I'll start off here. This is a recent photo of the Santucci Center, which has been really quite transformed by so many solar panels over the parking lot, as well as you'll see on the left side there, our new coroner facility, which I'll go into in just a second. But you can see the massive amount of solar panels on there that produce about 88% of what that facility burns, which is a tremendous amount of energy. Okay. So we have three main categories of projects that our department works on. New capital facilities are typically new construction or major additions to existing facilities. Renovation projects, those are wish list items, requests from different departments based on changes in staffing or programs or other means that they can improve upon the services that they deliver. Rehabilitation projects are those that are primarily driven by our VFA software program, which identifies systems in buildings that we expect to need to be replaced, as well as those that need to be replaced without being identified, just kind of surprises for us. And then there's a few other projects that I'll go over for you. So this is our coroner facility, recently completed and in full operation. And I think you'll all have toured it. And it is an amazing facility. Genevieve Vargas is our senior architect who managed that project from design through construction. It's systematically, it's the most complex building that the county owns. And it is truly on par with any other facility across the nation. And fortunately, Genevieve was instrumental in bringing this project in a little under our budget and on time. There's some other photos of it recently taken. And if you had the gumption to tour the previous facility, you would know, as Sheriff Bell said, that this is just light years apart from that. SB 863, the Mental Health Facility Project. This is one, if you recall, that is primarily funded by the state. And so along with that goes a lot of hoops that we need to jump through for the state. And we've been jumping through those very rapidly. In fact, far more rapidly than I think they expect. Lisa James has been doing a very good job of managing this project, but you'll see, if you drop down to the schedule, that the project would have been completed and constructed, had the state stayed on their timeline. So we're doing everything that we can to move forward, and we get little glimpses of hope, and we anticipate that very soon, within the coming months, we'll be able to get back into the design build team selection process. The budget line, you'll see, this is just money that's been expended to date. This is not our anticipated cost of the project on the actual part there, but it is what we have expended so far. SB 844, similar project as far as the state's involvement with it. And this project also was a kind of a victim of the slow-moving bureaucracy that we've been working with at the state. Again, showing some glimmers of hope that we'll be able to move forward. One of the good things about the fact that the two schedules had delayed was that we're going to be able to do these jointly. So that would be a savings. If we're able to award these two projects, 863 and 844, to one design build entity, that will save us some money versus the original schedule. They were both on different tracks, and so that would have increased our soft costs for each of the projects. The Auburn Jail retrofit. This is another project Lisa James has been managing, and it is completed. It is part of the requirements of our criminal justice master plan, as well as ADA improvements that were needed. It was brought in on budget, and just a little bit beyond our anticipated schedule. There were some regulatory issues that the state brought to our attention late in the game that we did address, and so that's been resolved, and it is fully operational now. The PCGC HHS building is one of the largest projects that we are currently working on, and I'm very excited about the fact that we have 3 very talented design build teams that are all competing for this project, and we should be returning to your board in the next month or so with a recommendation for award. It will be about 136,000 square feet, and it will help consolidate the administrative portions of the HHS department, as well as the Auburn and Foothills area services that are provided there. So very excited about that project. And it is, again, showing you the expenditures to date, and we are on schedule with that at this time. The clerk recorder elections building. This was a unique situation where there were some requirements on the elections department that required them to purchase new voting machines, which are physically quite large. We didn't have the capacity in any of our existing buildings to house this equipment. So we saw an opportunity here where purchasing an existing building could do a number of things that would benefit the clerk recorder elections department, as well as other departments too. And you can see in this top photo, in the background is 1000 Sunset, which we also own and houses HHS functions. But this will help provide a sort of one-stop shop down in the Rockland area. And we are currently in design on the tenant improvement work that is needed to accommodate the needs for that department. This was formerly the Sherry's Berries factory many years ago. PCGC infrastructure, as you're aware, our campus was designed and constructed during World War II, and a lot that you don't see, the underground sewer, water, utility lines have been deteriorating for many decades, and we have some problems with them, tremendous problems, including the ability to provide adequate fire water for our proposed HHS building. So we are currently in the process of bringing on board a civil engineering firm to complete the design work, and this will run parallel to the HHS building so that when that's completed, it will have all of the utilities necessary, and they will meet current health code requirements as well. Tahoe Justice Center, this is a project that has been long overdue, and certainly something that we've been working with all of the affected departments to develop a program. And Bill Lardner has been, he's our architect managing this project. He's been instrumental in really getting to a level of understanding of the TRPA requirements, categories of the different areas of the property there at Burton Creek. And so we are also reaching out to and have a great relationship with the state, because of course there's a court involved there. And this project, we are moving forward at the appropriate pace, given the regulatory requirements that we need to meet, as well as some of the shared costs that would come from the state. So we are on schedule at this time, however, and more to come in the coming months on that project. Mercy Housing, this is at the PCGC campus. This project has been moving along very rapidly and very successfully. It's going to provide 79 units, which will have a variety of income levels that will qualify for there. We did a tour about a week or two ago, and the quality of construction is very impressive. The views are amazing. It's quite a really desirable architectural element to our campus, as well as just the need that it's going to help fulfill. So we're still on schedule here, and I know you all are very familiar with the tax sharing agreement and all of the cooperative elements that made this possible. So very exciting project. The solar carports, I touched on this a little bit at the beginning. These exist in Roseville, Rockland, and the PCGC campus. They are in place and operational now, and we anticipate that over a 20-year period, and this is a power purchase agreement, over a 20-year period of that agreement, that we will save about $5 million in electricity costs to the county. And so we're very excited about that. It also provides shaded parking, provides better lighting, more energy efficient parking lot lighting, as well as better dark sky compliance, because the lights are underneath the panels and don't provide so much light pollution. Then there's a few other projects just to highlight for you. The Rockland Library Literacy Office, there's a few items that are here that are just finishing up on that project. The Auburn Historic Courthouse re-roof and flue repair project. This is a project that has been awarded to a contractor that we've worked with on a number of projects, have a very good relationship with them. And this is a project that takes great care in order to do its coordination with the operation of the courts, as well as the historic nature of the building. And just to note that this is the replacement of the roof that you see here, these more typical hip gable type roofs. It's not the dome. So, in case you're wondering. So then the other one, the electric vehicle charging station installation. And that is primary at the PCGC campus, where we have some existing older vehicle chargers. We're going to upgrade them so they will be faster. There will be more ports available, and they will have an app and an ability to pay for the charging and get notified if there's a port that's open. Right now, I know a lot of the people who use it have to depend on email between each other. So that has been awarded, and we're working out some of the contract nuances and it will move forward here in the next few months. One of the other categories I mentioned was the renovation projects. These are those departments that request changes, improvements to their facilities. So our current list here under the 2021 projects, the Ag Storage expansion in Building 301 is in design. The Tahoe City Admin Center project also in design. Then our Environmental Utilities Lab renovation is on hold pending some outside funding sources. And then annually, we have projects that are ongoing that we target within our budgets, and that's ADA improvements, security and safety, and then the memorial halls. It was part of our CIP to allocate funds to them annually that they can elect to do some improvements to their facilities as they see fit. Rehabilitation project, I mentioned that these are from the VFA software. And what we do is the VFA software basically is a little reminder. It says, hey, this roof on this building is nearing its useful life. You might want to check on it. So we check on it. And in some cases, we determine that it can go longer, potentially a few years longer. In other cases, we may determine that the work is not necessary at all, or we need to take care of the work, and so we do. So over the past year, $3 million was allocated, and half of those projects have already been completed. 17% are in construction or bidding, and then 33% are still in planning or design. 88% of last year's projects have been completed or deferred. Deferred meaning that we determine that when VFA says we think this is at the end of its life, we go assess it and determine that it's not. These are a few of the projects that have been completed. Some are kind of behind the scenes. You wouldn't really know that they were done, but they're extremely vital. This one being the Auburn Jail generator replacement. The generator it replaced had reached the end of its useful life, having been put in place in 1985. Then these three projects as well. The Building B down at Santucci received a new boiler, and then the Gold Drift Museum got its roof replaced. Where is it? I've been to it, but I'm sorry, I will get some grief probably from Ralph Gibson that I can't tell you exactly where it is, but I've been there, and it's an amazing little museum that I recommend that you do find where it is and go to it.
It's on my list.
Yeah. One other project here, this is the Facilities Management Office. This is some dry rot repair and paint that was completed, and we are now going to re-roof this project as we see that we'll be in that building indefinitely for many, many years to come. So we're going to keep it alive and well. So with that, any questions that I can answer?
One question off the top. How long has the VFA software been up and operational fully?
For the county? 2 years now, I believe.
And you're happy with it, it sounds?
We are happy with it. It was something that Brad Boulay had experience with it. He used to work for the Office of the Courts, and they utilized it, and it made sense to us. We did some minor adjustments and nuances to it so that it was most applicable for our use. And we rely on it for that, like I said, kind of a reminder of work that we can anticipate to do. And it also gives us the ability to make modifications to it.
And it would take, certainly for budgeting, it's helpful.
Absolutely, especially when you see something on the horizon. For instance, the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility, when that has to be re-roofed, that's going to be a very expensive project just because its footprint is so big. So when we see that off in the future, we like to keep you all informed that that may be coming. And it also helps us to then plan for what's the most effective way to do it at the lowest cost, and what are our options for projects like that?
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? I see none. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this or ask a question?
I see no public comment, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Steve. This was just to receive a presentation, so we don't need any action, but good to see you're keeping busy, and
yes, we are.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Kirk, did you want to comment on this one? You bet. Yeah, yeah. I didn't see you behind Steve standing up. And
I'm stealthy that way. At 6'2", 250, I'm easy to hide. Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kirk Euler. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Placer Business Alliance. We're a 501c6 business advocacy group recently formed here in Placer County, representing some of the major employers with hundreds of millions of dollars invested here in the dirt in Placer County. And just wanted to comment this morning to congratulate your board and staff on receiving a report like this. Because in far too many jurisdictions, they are receiving reports of all the things they can't do right now. They're getting reports of the buildings coming down, not the buildings going up. They're getting reports of the projects that are being delayed, not the projects being put in the ground. And to Daniel's presentation earlier, he commented that we're seeing real estate slow down. Well, that's only because inventory's gone. If we had the inventory, the pace of sales would be continuing as we've seen over the last year and a half. So this board has done a great job of positioning this county for success moving forward. We just want to encourage you to continue with the kinds of capital investments that you're making, both on your facilities here in Auburn, as well as some of the expansions that you're eyeing down in the Sunset Industrial area, which we believe are going to be key for private sector investment in the ground. And rest assured, as soon as the county is ready to act on making those investments in the ground in the Sunset Industrial area, the private sector is right there ready to capitalize on it and help you drive that tax rate area the way that you know that we need it in this county. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
yeah, thanks, Kirk. I take that opportunity to thank staff and thanks for your participation. But since I've been here, years that Kirk and I worked together here, it's always been a focus on fiscal responsibility and taking us through times like this. I remember years ago, I can't remember when exactly, but there were neighboring counties who were actually converting paved roads that were not very well maintained, but into gravel roads because apparently it's incredibly less expensive to do all that. We've just always enjoyed a much better platform. And so with all that, we continue to guide us and make sure that we continue that and not trip over ourselves going forward. But thank you.
Yeah, Robert, before we wrap up, so previously we had a question about the Placer Parkway, which wasn't addressed, and it's really not in this purview. But Todd, do you have any update on Placer Parkway, which of course is not yet being developed?
Yes. So one of the comment that was made was really a conversation that Daniel mentioned about setting aside funding in our reserve for our Placer Parkway operation. I believe he had mentioned $20 million. So I think that's what he was referring to. The status of the Parkway continues to move forward. We have conversations with and we've been working with the casino. The United Auburn Indian Community has been an integral partner about supporting this project as we get off the ground. I think there were a couple of initiatives that recently took place in the last couple of months. One is updating the Tier 2 fees. These are dollars that for new development that takes place for the it's actually construction, but it'd be repayment to the county, and in the casino wants to partner on the whole funding mechanism, they'd be repaid as well through those Tier 2 fees. So there's activity going on here. This project is 5, 7, 8 years at least looking at final cost estimates at the time, and that cost continues to escalate. And so we're coming back to making sure we have an adequate funding mechanism to support that. But I think we're in a really good place here. I think there's a lot of interest, not only on the county side, but I think the United Indian Auburn community is also interested in this moving forward as it relates to the casino and its operations. So really good dialogue. We're going to be coming back to you as a board talking about what an agreement may look like based on some adjustments to some of the financing costs for the phase 1 project. So good activity and more to come.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Yep.
Thanks, Bonnie. So we will now.
Main Street in Dutch Flat.
Main Street in Dutch Flat. Thank you.
What exit, Steve? What exit from the freeway? We will take up our next department item, which is emergency rental assistance, Placer County, and Dr. Olam is going to introduce this, I think.
Yes, thanks, Chair Wygant and members of the board. Rob Oldham with HHS, back to ask your board for approval on 2 items. First, to approve a grant agreement with the city of Roseville to administer emergency rental assistance to benefit Roseville residents consistent with county and federal guidelines at an amount not to exceed $5,128,063.61 from March 10th, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. And second, to approve a grant agreement with the Placer County Housing Authority to administer emergency rental assistance to benefit of Placer County residents, excluding the city of Roseville, consistent with city federal guidelines, an amount not to exceed $6,714,939.29 from March 10th, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. Just for background, on January 21st of this year, Placer County received over $11.8 million from the U.S. Treasury Department as part of the December 2020 U.S. COVID-19 relief package to administer the emergency rental assistance grant for emergency rental and utility assistance for Placer County residents impacted by the pandemic. Then on January 26th, your board ratified a grant agreement with the U.S. Treasury Department to receive these funds. Specifically, funding is to assist tenants at or below 80% of our area median income who are unable to pay rent and or utilities due to loss of income from the COVID-19 pandemic. This fund was intended for immediate distribution and must be used by December 31st, 2021. U.S. Treasury did not make this funding available to the city of Roseville, as funding was only offered to counties, cities, and state populations greater than 200,000. However, in recognition of the large portion of the population residing in Roseville and the effectiveness of their administration of housing programs, Placer County HHS contacted the city of Roseville and determined they would be interested in administering a portion of the funding through the Roseville Housing Authority to serve Roseville residents. We are proposing that Placer County Housing Authority administer the larger portion of the funding to serve residents living outside of the city limits of Roseville, and that the city of Roseville would administer the funds for Roseville residents. The grant contracts being proposed would authorize HHS to provide Placer County Housing Authority with $6,714,939.29 to administer its portion of the grant, and then provide the city of Roseville with funding in the amount of $5,128,073.61 to operate its portion. Administration costs shall not exceed 10% per Treasury Department guidelines. Placer County Housing Authority and the city of Roseville must agree to abide by all the rules and regulations as put forth by the Treasury Department and provide monthly reporting to the county in accordance with Treasury requirements. Should funding not be expended in its entirety by the end of this year, the Placer County Housing Authority and city of Roseville must agree to return the funding back to Placer County. Mandy Sharp will provide a more comprehensive details about the program when she presents on the next item on behalf of the Placer County Housing Authority. I'm available to answer any questions you have now. I also want to give credit and thanks to Mandy and Joel Joyce, who have done much of the work at bringing this forward. And Mandy and Joel are also available to help answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Any questions of Dr. Ullman at this point? I see up, Cindy.
Sorry about that. In my briefing, I forgot to ask this. How did we arrive at that distribution on the 12 million?
Yeah, maybe I'll see. I see Mandy on. Mandy, would you want to speak to how we arrived at the distribution?
At this time, the distribution was determined based on the county assuming more of the administration costs on behalf of the program as a whole. Those could include IT costs or also contract costs for potential application assisters, of which you'll hear more in the next item. And then the program costs were identified at based on population of rentals in the different areas in the county, and are approximately half and half for the program administration costs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who has a question or comment on this item?
No public comment, Chairman.
Okay, so before the board are two grant agreements, one with the City of Roseville, the other Placer Housing Authority, with regards to the subject just discussed.
I'll move approval.
Excuse me. Motion Gore, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And let's go into the next item, which is the Placer Housing Authority Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I think, man, you're going to take this up.
I am, thank you. Good day. I'm Amanda Sharp. I'm the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, but I'm the Executive Director of Placer County Housing Authority Veteran
Andy?
Services.
Excuse me, man. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I think I did something wrong. Oh, the Placer County Board of Supervisors will adjourn and reconvene as the Placer Housing Authority.
Thank you.
And if you could say everything exactly over again, the way you started, Andy, that'd be perfect for me.
All right, let's make this perfect. Good day. I'm Amanda Sharp. I am a Deputy Director in Health and Human Services and the Executive Director of the Placer County Housing Authority, Veteran Services and Human Services Division. And I'm here today requesting action from your board on 4 items following item 12B from presented by Dr. Rob Oldham, our HHS Director. There are 4 items, and I'm going to briefly go over them and then hopefully give a moment to review the program plans. The 4 items include approval of a grant agreement with the County of Placer through its Department of Health and Human Services to accept and administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant, ERA, to the benefit of Placer County residents, excluding those in the City of Roseville, consistent with county and federal guidelines in an amount not to exceed $6,714,939.29 from March 10 of this year through March 31st, 2022. The second of which, to authorize the Executive Director of the Housing Authority to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence and sign subsequent agreements up to $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. The second is to approve a grant agreement with the Placer Community Foundation to assist us in executing an awareness campaign for efforts in outreach related to the ERA grant for an amount of $80,000 between March 15th of this year through June 30th of 2021. And authorize the Executive Director of the Placer County Housing Authority to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. The third item is to approve an agreement with Sierra Nevada Connecting Point, maybe better known as 211, in the amount not to exceed $50,000 for the period of March 15, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 to take public calls and do pre-screening and provide referrals to CBOs in the community for application assistance for this ERA grant, and authorize the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Placer County to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence and sign subsequent agreements up to $5,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. And the fourth is to approve an umbrella agreement with a number of community-based organizations. Some listed here are Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing, Sierra Community House Crisis Intervention Services, Latino Leadership Council, and Project Go for application assistance should it be needed for the ERA grant in a maximum aggregate amount of $250,000 through June 30th of 2021, and authorize the Executive Director of the Placer County Housing Authority to sign the agreements and add additional community-based providers to this umbrella with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. And additionally, if needed, authorize the Executive Director of Placer County Housing Authority to to execute agreements through December 31st, 2021 with risk management and county council concurrence. So as you see, there's a lot of different elements in this. The grant dollars will be included in the department's fiscal 2021 budget and 21-22 budget if necessary. And all agreements are on file with the clerk of the board. So as a background, you're familiar, I'm sure, with the Housing Authority in Placer County. We provide rental assistance through vouchers for more than 579 very low income Placer County residents who may also be elderly, homeless, veterans, or disabled through Housing Choice Voucher, VASH vouchers, and mainstream voucher programs. And just recently in 2021, in assistance with the CEDRA folks, Community Development Resource Agency, using home funding, we launched a program called Tenant-Based Rental Assistance and used many of the partners that are listed in these items on the agenda to help us begin executing programs for Placer County residents outside the city limits of Roseville. And as mentioned in item 12, the county received nearly $12 million from the Federal Treasury Department to administer the ERA grant under the conditions that Dr. Oldham mentioned earlier. In the plan that we're bringing forward, the Placer County Housing Authority would execute a program for ERA, and I'd like to just give you a little bit of background on how that program is expected to work. One moment here, I have to get to my my correct notes. So Placer County proposes to engage the Community Foundation to provide ERA grant communication and outreach services to our local, a variety of different organizations. That Community Foundation would be assisting us in targeted awareness and outreach campaigns to reach both nonprofit community organizations, eligible tenants, and also utility companies and landlords and their associations to get as much information out on how they may assist tenants in application for this program, which would help with rental assistance and utility payment assistance. And we're also grateful for the partnership with the county departments and others in HHS and Human Services and Economic Development and IT who are helping us in the program. Basically, this program allows us to assist individuals who meet eligibility requirements with rental and utility arrears, payments that were due back 15th of 2020. And then those payments can also be made for folks who have back utility payments. And as well, we are even able to do some prospective payments for those who are income eligible. So the program requires tenants' households to be at an income that fall at or below 80% area median income, with a priority for those at that income threshold where someone in the household experienced unemployment for a period of 90 days or more at the time application, or those who are below 50% area median income, and that's per the U.S. Treasury program rules. Applicants will need to demonstrate a risk of experiencing homelessness or a risk of housing instability. And remember that this program will benefit renters and tenants residing or having resided within Placer County during the program timeframe. For frame of reference, those who will be eligible in part based on income, and that will be determined based on family size of the household, ranging for families from 1 to 8+ members, and household income for priority groups. And just for a frame of reference, I mentioned some different percentages. The general percentage of income eligibility for renters who would like to apply for this program is 80% AMI. And just for frame of reference, as I mentioned, 80% AMI at 4 people in a family is around $69,000 of family or household income. And at 50% AMI for a family of 4 is about $43,150. Application guidelines and program rules will be the same for all Placer County residents, regardless if they apply for this and are served by our folks at the City of Roseville Housing Department, or those who are served through the Placer County Housing Authority. So the agenda items include the ability to contract with our community partner 211. And basically, if I step you through the process, an individual interested in covering some payments to help pay unpaid rent back to the program start would call 211 and initiate a phone call. And at that point, TUN will do an initial screening that would take place, and during the prospective applicant's call, applications after the pre-screening would be forwarded either to the City of Roseville Housing Department or the Placer County Housing Authority, depending on their zip code. Application processing is expected to be completed by both of those entities. And should additional application processing assistance be needed, remembering this is a large amount of funding that we need to get into the community quickly, this agenda item also allows us to engage community-based organizations listed, but not limited to those in the item 4 of this agenda. So we can add more application processor assistance and provide training under these contracts. We've engaged the Placer Community Foundation, as I mentioned, who will help us be doing outreach to the correct stakeholders in the community to help make sure we do this efficiently and get people the information they need to apply. This program will assist Placer County tenants with back owing rent and unpaid utility bills using guidance from the U.S. Treasury ERA program. In Placer County, we have elected to allow 100% unpaid amounts to be paid, limited by availability in the ERA funding, and allowable flexibility in program guidelines. For those eligible applicants, rental and utility payments for as much as 3 months in the future may also be paid. Additional extensions are allowable under the program rules. So applicants must be renters. They have to be tenants. They must be income eligible, and they must have experienced negative impacts to their household as a result of COVID-19. Tenants will need to complete an application, including information on the amounts owed and household income, which may include documentation from their landlords and or of their income and expenses. So we urge landlords to assist their tenants in completing the application packets. Our awareness campaign will attempt to clarify landlord and utility company roles in the process. It will be necessary for applicants to respond quickly to our processors with complete information for us to execute payments for rent and utilities owed or future costs as allowable. Similar programs are launching in other counties within California and on behalf of counties through the state of California. We anticipate our start date in Placer to occur within March of 2021 with an open application period, allowing us to prioritize applications, review and process applications within the funding limits. Once our funding has been expended or encumbered, Placer County tenants will have a second program where they'll be able to access the state-administered program, which is a separate program with separate program rules. I hope this has been clear. It's a pretty complex set of program rules that we're working through quickly, and we're very excited to be able to serve the need in the community. I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for your consideration on the important program before you.
Well, thank you for all the work you and the team have done and the innovative effort that you put into that. But I'll turn it over to my colleagues, and Bonnie has a question, then Cindy.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for your hard work on this. First of all, I'm just really glad that the federal government gave money directly to the county and that we have staff that can actually roll this program out. So really appreciate that, and really appreciate that we have really good partnerships with our nonprofits. And we've got nonprofits that'll help us with the applications and the outreach for our community. I'm just really grateful that we can move this project forward and help our residents. Sounds like in March, we'll be ready to roll this out. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Amanda, if you would make sure that you let us know when the applications are ready so that we can inform our constituents as well, I would really appreciate that. But I want to say thank you to you and your team because we'll be able to get these dollars out much more quickly and efficiently, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. I wanted to mention, and I know you've seen the email, but Pioneer And other utilities do have assistance programs as well. So making sure we leverage those assistance funds toward the utility side of this equation so we can maximize the opportunities. And I think you have a meeting set up where you and Chuck from Pioneer are going to be talking about this, but I just want to make sure we reach out to other utilities who may also have those types of programs to maximize this money.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the contact, the network information of those any of you on the board might have. We have had a number of meetings with stakeholders in the business community, which would include landlords or apartment associations, business groups, and utility companies. And we've also engaged with other counties that are doing a similar program to find out how they've administered it. And all of that information really helps us learn quickly on how we can do this the best way possible, and how we can engage those stakeholders so that they can help their tenants get complete applications and get as much funding for amounts that they owe, either in utilities or in rent payments.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
No public comment, Chairman.
No public comment. The only thing I'll say, Mandy, some months in the future, I suspect at any point that you think is necessary, I'd love for you to come back to the board with what you've learned. I mean, obviously, we're going to have some data, but just even some anecdotal stuff that gives us a better feel for the good work that you guys have put into this going forward and the results that we get down the road.
Absolutely. So with that, I'd be proud to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So before us, we have the 4 items just discussed. What is the pleasure of the authority?
Move approval. Second.
Excuse me, motion Gustafson, second Jones. I think I can get through this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will now adjourn as the Housing Authority and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors and take up our 11:45 timed item, which is a presentation from Gold Country Fairgrounds. And Dave is going to kick this off for us.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Dave DeFonte with your County Executive Office, here to ask your board receive a presentation from the Gold Country Fairgrounds about impacts that they have gone through relative to COVID, and hear a request to your board and provide direction to staff, including myself as necessary. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Don Ailes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I brought extra copies. I don't know if you received them or not, but I'll give them to Megan. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with me and hear our presentation. We've got a lot of things to share with you this morning, so I'm not sure how much time I get, but I will proceed accordingly. Do I just hit this guy here and go? There you go. Okay, so the title is Save Our Fairgrounds, and it's dated March 9th, which is today. We chose this as our presentation theme because it's the theme we've been using through COVID to try and figure out a way to keep our fairgrounds resilient and have the financial wherewithal to keep it up and afloat. And with that, I wanted to present this little sign here that says the little fair that wouldn't die, which is our, I don't want to say our favorite governor, but Governor Reagan of California was quite the governor. And this sits outside our fairgrounds. And in the 60s, we were in a situation where our fairgrounds looked like it was going to be shuttered or closed permanently. And our community, both our community citizens rallied, our local politicians, our state politicians, everybody rallied to make sure that didn't happen. So where that plaque sits in the front of the Gold Country Fairgrounds and Event Center, Ronald Reagan spoke, and that was in 1970, and that was dedicated in 2014. So we're proud of that. And I think it's apropos for today because nobody expected COVID-19 to be a pandemic, and nobody expected it to take the toll that it's taken. So I mentioned here the Gold Country Fairgrounds has only been canceled for 2 historical events. We've been around since 1889. The first was during the war years of the 40s. And then, of course, when COVID was here in the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. So those are the 2 things that have shut us down. We are celebrating this year 132 years at that site. So it's an impressive history. And this is just to confirm the order many of you know about. On March 17th, Governor Newsom issued that order. And with that order came a swirling of cancellations, public gatherings were put on hold. And what made it really difficult is we tried to reschedule what we could because nobody really knew how long it would be. And I think that's what made it extremely tough because a month would go by, another month would go by. Anyway, at the end of the day, we had to cancel our fair and all the other events as a result. I've listed here for you the economic fallout. Many of you have been to these events, our Gold Country Pro Rodeo, Fast Fridays, which is a series of 20 events every Friday starting in May. So it kind of welcomes the summer to Auburn and to our Placer County community. Auburn Home Show, we were able to put together a streamlined version with the help of the county and setting up some COVID guidelines, but it was a shell of what it's used to. We just did it in the ball field, which normally it's the whole fairgrounds. And then of course the Gold Country Fair, which is our largest item. Depending on the year, it can be as low as 38% of our budget, as high as 45 to 48% of our budget. So that was canceled. The Mandarin Festival, with some creativity and some help from the health department, we called it the Mandarin Market. And we were able to have a streamlined version. I saw some of you there. It was a lot of fun. So that was a positive thing as we got to the end of the year. And of course, parking revenue is a big asset to us. And when we don't have events, obviously we don't have parking revenue. And then the last one is our interim rentals. That refers to all the items that aren't listed. So for example, crab feeds, celebrity chef. We do about 300 events a year. So those are just the big ones. So you can imagine how it impacted us. It didn't stop in 2021. It seems like we got a little bit of a hangover. We're almost a year in now, and the rodeo is canceled again. And I've listed some of those smaller events, but the one that disappoints us, we were going to be the home for the Placer Veteran Stand Down. They had agreed to a 3-year contract with us, which was going to be new for us. But we just found out a couple of weeks ago that because the doctors can't travel during COVID-19, it's a service opportunity to serve our veterans, and most of them are in dire need. But there was no way we could pull that off. So we continue to add to this list, but we're hopeful that as the numbers drop and as there seems to be some ambition in going forward, that we can add some events towards the end of the year, third and fourth quarter. So you might be asking yourself, how did we survive these enormous losses? It's been almost a year. And really the biggest reason is our fair board, of which President Luke Parnell is here, through his effort and another executive member of the team, decided, let's put a cash reserve together. What would that look like if we didn't have a fair? So we were able to put $250,000 in a cash reserve. We began to lay people off in May. So we did everything we could to streamline the loss. What we didn't anticipate was that all events were going to be canceled. So not only did the reserve was there just for the fair, but all these other ones that I alluded to, we had to cancel those as well. So that $250,000 reserve was not quite enough. And that's why I'm here today. We're running out of our reserve. Some of the income opportunities we did create during the COVID pandemic, and it's important I list them for you because it shows we were trying. We created Drive-In Live 1, 2, and 3. And what we did is we created the pattern for other fairs to follow. And we had drive-in events such as a comedy club. We actually had movies, and we had concerts up in our large parking lot off of Auburn Folsom Road. The production costs were very large. So the support that we did get from the community was excellent, but it just wasn't enough to really move the needle when it comes to losing money. We also then we did the farmer's market there, the item number 2, with the help of the county and the agricultural department. We started a brand new farmer's market at the fairgrounds called the Gold Country Fairgrounds Farmer's Market. It kicked off in June, did fairly well, but as farmers markets go, you need a lot of people and you need a lot of farmers. So we're still building that component. But again, something we were trying. We also looked for other COVID-19 opportunities. One of the ones we did with the county was we were able to house some of the more vulnerable citizens, give them an opportunity to get back on their feet, and at the same time protect them. We also tried to be a testing site. We didn't get that. And then we also looked at being a vaccination site. That didn't happen either. We were home to public safety power shutoffs. We had forged a contract with PG&E. They were kind enough to bring a generator in. So we did generate income that way. We had a parking lot for staging. And then we also had the Tahoe building for them to put the community in so they could take some of the stress of losing their power and at least have a nice dry place to come to. We also were used as a fire and storm staging area. As things happened up in Tahoe and up in the mountains, PG&E would take our parking lot and we would station their support people plus other support crews. So that was helpful. And then the biggest thing that I think we're most excited about is we were one of only 5 fairgrounds to actually have a junior livestock auction and a grading. It wasn't a typical judging. We called it a grading so that we could meet the criteria of COVID. And I'm very pleased to say we had about 33% less entries, but the kids ended up grossing about $30,000 more. And the reason that's exciting is our mission is to serve the youth and our ag community. And for them, it was the first sign of normalcy in a year where they couldn't go to school, they couldn't see their friends other than in small groups. So for them to go out and complete that livestock project meant a lot to us. It was a yeoman's effort from everybody, from the board, through the staff, through the county. Your health department was extremely helpful. The state was helpful. And we ended up writing an 82-page document, which is now our site document for COVID-19. So it was a good thing. And to be honest with you, as a CEO of only 4 years, it was the most exciting time of my life because I actually got to spend time with the youth up in the livestock area, because usually I'm putting out fires in a fair. So we were pleased to see that happen. And I know they were as well. What other options did we pursue financially? Because we don't want you to think we weren't trying. I applied for PPP, which, as you know, the second round is coming around, but because we're a state agency, I wasn't able to get that. I also applied for the economic injury disaster loan. Again, wasn't able to get that. The state has decided not to support the fairgrounds at this moment, so there's nothing there I could get. And then the SVOG, which is the Shuttered Venues Operators Grant, I am in process of trying to apply for that, but as many of you probably know, it's not even, we can't apply yet. The application isn't online with the SBA. I don't know what the results will be, and I don't know the timing of the results, but we are trying to apply for that. The one thing we did get is our annual state allocation of $42,900, and for a fairgrounds that has $43,000 in expenses every month, that is all we get, is $42,900. And currently there are no plans in the governor's budget. Despite an excess in the budget, there are no plans for him to help fairgrounds at this point. These are some of the service organizations that we serve, and I bring this up because it shows you how important we are to the community. One individual told me we're kind of like the fabric in the community. If we get torn, it tears our community, and I feel that way. We are a very important part. So these are just a few. I know Jackie Weston is here from the Auburn Chamber of Commerce. They do the 4th of July. They weren't able to do that. The Placer County Sheriff's Office do training in our facility. They weren't able to do that. Knights of Columbus does the parking for all our events, so that revenue was stripped away from them as well. The Placer High School Music Boosters, or the band, they do a lot of different things for us at events, and then we donate to them to help offset some of their costs. California Waterfall, I mean, I could read all these, but it's really a who's who of Auburn and our Placer County. And all of them depend on us for their fundraising and also for a venue for them to go to, because without us, they would have to look at other areas to raise this money. And all of us benefit from that. So I thought I'd share that with you. I also want to mention this, and this supporting documentation is in the back of that presentation. But every 5 years, the state decides to do an economic impact study. The last one we did was 2015, and 2015 is just for our fairgrounds. But as you can see, we brought in over $29 million. We also had the equivalent of 193 jobs. You ask, how does that happen? Well, we hire for livestock clerks, we hire for assistants for livestock, we hire for subcontractors, we hire bands. There's a lot of things that happen at that fairgrounds where we need subcontractors, and we bring that work in, as well as electricians, plumbers. All those things are part of supporting the venue. And then in 2015, the labor that was generated by those jobs was a little over $6 million. So we are an economic engine, and it's 5 years later, almost 6 years. We don't have a new report. We probably won't get one until 2021, but I'm sure all those numbers are going to be up. So as you can see, we do commit back. And these are some of the things we do in terms of business tax revenue. We collect state and local taxes, transient occupant taxes, possessory interest taxes. That relates to the rentals we have, this Smart Start, which is a preschool. We also have another school on site, Hugs and, I'm drawing blank on their name, Hugs and Smiles. And so those people pay taxes based on how many occupants are in that building, and those go directly to the county. We also have sewer fees, which go to the city, which are about $25,000. Then there's health permits and applications. We're constantly working with the health department at the county to make sure that when we have an event, we meet the health permits. So those are just a few of the other revenues we bring in. And then this is the big one that I'm with all the time. Almost every day, somebody from one of these law enforcement agencies come in, as well as from our utilities. So we're an emergency evacuation center. We've had animals there during fires. We haven't been a fire camp for a few years, but we have been in the past. We also are a staging area, so even if it may not be used as the full fire camp, they will bring in vehicles and support items for that. In 2017, we upgraded our infrastructure, so we now have the only fiber optics network. So the CAL FIRE is excited about that. So they can put a command center in very quickly, and they don't have to bring in extra infrastructure. The community resource that I mentioned to you, that's PG&E. So unfortunately, when there's a rolling blackout or a power outage, the community suffers. We get revenue from that, and I know that feels awkward, but at least we're there to help the community in those difficult times. Winter storm support I alluded to, and again, the training grounds. And it's not just for the deputies and the academy, for the state police and the sheriffs and the local police, but we also do search and rescue, and we do other items that people aren't even aware of that we're offering our fairgrounds to. And then, of course, during elections, we use our fairgrounds for the county as well. So here's where we get into the nuts and bolts. Our current expenditures right now are $43,009. We have done everything we can. As I mentioned earlier, we've laid off everybody. There's 2 people in the office, 1 maintenance person. So we're really down from a number of 7 to down to 3. So we're streamlined. We're doing the best we can. Those monthly revenues that I list there of $22,250 are from the rentals we have, from the schools, from anytime PG&E rents a parking lot, anytime the county uses our facilities. Wherever we have an interim event, that's what we've been averaging. So that leaves us with a negative monthly cash flow of almost $21,000. And we have a cash burn analysis that we've been doing monthly. The board has been really good about a fiduciary responsibility to keep track of this, so we're not waiting till the last minute. And unfortunately, nothing's opened. So with our cash reserves, we will have a negative cash balance of almost $121,000 in September, which is right before our fair, which takes place from September 10th through the 13th. And that analysis is in the back of the presentation for you. So how can you help? Well, the thing we're asking, and the thing I'm hoping that the Board of Supervisors can see, is that I'm asking for 3 months expenses, which is $43,009 times 3, so it's $129,027. And then I'm asking with the initial costs that are associated with the Gold Country Fair, which is about $20,000. That's to allow for some advertising that I can't get bartered or get donated. So it'd be like radio advertising, billboard advertising. There's things that we have to do to make sure we have attendance at the fair. I'm very optimistic because we're planning for a fair, and all the numbers seem to be looking like we're going to enter a new tier soon. So by September, we should be in good shape. But obviously, I can't predict the future, but I want to have the opportunity to make that happen. So the ask that I have of the supervisors today is $149,027. So that's the number. And then in conclusion, basically without your support, the 132-year history of the fairgrounds could be forced to shutter its doors. I don't know what would happen when we run out of money because we've never been there. So far, the state has indicated they wouldn't be supportive. I don't know because I haven't been there and I don't want to be there. I want to be the first CEO to sit over a fairgrounds that has no money. And I do realize it's a state facility, but we're really not run by the state. We're a business enterprise. And I would argue that 95% of what we do is probably based on the county and Auburn-centric to make sure that we pull off things for our community. It's unfortunate it's state property because it puts some requirements on me, and that's why I'm here talking to you, because they're not holding up their end of the bargain. But I'm not asking for a handout. I'm really asking for a hand up. We're a fairgrounds that the last 3.5 years have turned it around. We're making a profit. We're averaging about 1.3 million for the last 3 years, more than enough to continue to put a reserve aside, more than enough to keep our fairgrounds open and operational. So I'm not here saying, save me for 3 or 4 months and then come back again in 3 or 4 months. That's not what this is about. COVID-19 was an unexpected pandemic. It hit us all hard. It hit event centers exceptionally hard, and it just makes it impossible for us to find revenue streams. And that's why I'm talking to you. The fact that we managed it this well and this long is a testament to everyone who's been a participant in caring about that fairgrounds. There's a lot of tradition. There's a lot of heritage there. I often ask people at the fair when I'm walking through, what's special to the fair? Some people meet their spouse there for the first time. Some people have their first kiss at the fair. Some people have their first corn dog. Some people do a lot of firsts at our fairs, and it's a tradition, and it's rich in heritage, our livestock component. I certainly don't want to not make that available for our future generations, our future memories. We're going to be creating them daily. And I also want to remember that let's honor what Governor Ronald Reagan said. Let's be the little fair that wouldn't die. And that statue is a testament to not only what we can do, but what I'm asking you to do today. is make my dream a reality. And thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Jim?
Thank you, Don. I just have to say, since you've taken over as executive director, it's been amazing what you've done. I dare say that if it hadn't been for you, this fair probably would have been closed earlier this year. And so the board and all the community members that have got around and helped you, it's really been an amazing ride. The livestock auction was essential to the health of our young people that work with those animals all year long and try to, so I really want to thank you for how you got that, were able to get that taken care of. So I don't have any other questions. I know the hard work you do. I just hope that the county can come through with the $149 plus $1,000 to help keep the fair from dying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And just as a reminder, and for the public, this is on our agenda as an item whereby we're going to give direction individually amongst us. And if there's an interest for considering something, then staff will be directed to probably do further analysis and come back and make a specific presentation to the board. So in that vein, Suzanne, then Cindy.
Yes, I wanted to comment on how much the fairground has benefited many organizations in the community. I was part of one that reserved a booth at your every occasion at the fairgrounds and was very important for outreach to the public. And it also was a great venue for them to fundraise as well. And I also volunteered with the Salvation Army to serve Thanksgiving dinner there. And that's amazing, the things that can be done there. So I appreciate what you do there, and I would really hate to see anything happen to it.
Thank you.
Hi, Don.
Hi.
Thank you for the presentation and the pre-briefing that we did. And I'm going to re-ask a question. First off, thanks for all you've done. And what a great facility. And I think the frustration, on our behalf and certainly yours as well, is that the state isn't adequately funding their own facility because they own it. It, is that much more challenging for us when we're asked to bail out Big Brother. And so that is frustrating, but we see it as helping you and helping our community and our fellow businesses. That's how I look at it. But with that, I wanted to make sure that, and ask you, have you reached out to the city of Auburn? I know that their sales tax revenues are significantly down compared to the report we just heard, but certainly the businesses in the city do benefit from the events and certainly would want to see that you've asked them.
Sure. So I have a meeting Friday with the new city manager at 11 o'clock.
Great. I appreciate that.
Don't know what that will bring yet, but I'm going to ask as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate that and really appreciate all the hard work the board has done in the building reserves is not easy. Often people want you to spend immediately and spend it all down and really commend you that you had the reserves that you've been able to continue to operate. And you don't have any more gray hairs, so I know you haven't been too stressed about this, but no, it's been a horrible time for you and for others. And to see how many opportunities you've pursued trying to get funding and being nixed out of that. And our programs themselves didn't really anticipate a state agency or state program applying for the funding. We never thought we'd take our CARES Act and go back and help. So we didn't write that into any of our criteria as we moved forward. So anyway, I appreciate everything you've done and certainly agree with your request and support it.
Bonnie?
I'll echo what my colleagues have said. I think one thing that's really important is that we as a society need community gathering places. And it was evident at the home show and the Mandarin Marketplace. My husband and I went to both of those events because we needed to be out and we wanted to go see people and participate and be a part of the community. So thank you so much for trying to find ways to make your budget and keep the operation going, but really providing what's needed in our community is a gathering place that people we see so desperately have needed. I am supportive of us trying to find a way to assist you all. I don't know what additional CARES dollars we might have, but I want us to find a way to assist you all so that, come the fair time in September, your doors are wide open, you can advertise, and it's a successful event.
So I'll just add that I agree with everything previously said by my colleagues. In addition to that, point out, we spoke, of course, earlier, but to the public that county was very fortunate with our sound fiscal management to be able to return a lot of our CARES Act money back to the businesses here in Placer County who are suffering. I think we were the highest percent in the state. So again, as Cindy mentioned, in that vein, maybe we just sort of missed this, if you will. But in addition to that, I used to show my cows at that fair when I was on 4-H. So as an individual, so I also, my background's in finance, and I'm impressed with the presentation you made. It's obviously well thought out. Your track record is impressive. What I would like staff to do is come back to us with a recommendation that maps onto that. Unfortunately, with the CARES Act work, we actually had to, in the final stages of giving money, focus on giving money to companies that would actually survive, noting that some of the help that we gave fell short because of the way things were managed and the length of time that they occurred. So we want to make an investment that's sustainable and is successful. And so I'd like us to, we've got some really good financial people here, and they could drill down into that and come back to a recommendation with us at the earliest possible convenience would be greatly appreciated.
We'll do it. We'll bring back some on the 30th.
So great, super. So sounds like you got what you need.
Yep.
Yep, thanks.
I got the message.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? And/or on Zoom? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks again for all your help. My pleasure.
So a little check-in with my colleagues. I'm thinking we could muscle our way through the remaining department items before we adjourn into working closed session with lunch, unless somebody is going to get really mad if we do that.
Why are you looking at me?
No particular reason at all. So we're going to take up item 14, Human Services, amend Placer County Code to codify the current longevity pay practices.
Human Resources.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, and Ms. Schwab. I'm Michelle Beauchamp, your Assistant Director of Human Resources, here to introduce an ordinance to amend Section 3.12.060 of the Placer County Code to reflect current payroll practices related to longevity pays. Longevity pay is special compensation ranging from 2% to 15% based on hire date, length of service, depending on negotiated agreements with employee groups. In 2016, the configuration of the county's payroll system was updated in response to direction from CalPERS. Specifically, longevity pays are applied to base hourly rates, plus certain other compensation, such as incentives for special certificates or licenses. Following a recent review, the Human Resources Department identified the need to update code language. The proposed ordinance codifies existing practice with no changes to employee compensation with one exception. Upon adoption, longevity pay will be applied to confidential pay in the same manner as other percentage-based special compensation. This impacts approximately 25 employees at a total fiscal impact not expected to exceed $5,000 annually. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions by the board? Any questions or comments by the public?
I see none on Zoom.
So the agenda item is to approve the codified change for longevity pay practices. What's the?
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Our next item 15 is the fuel tax revenue project list approval.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Wygant and members of the board. The item in front of you today is the fiscal year 21-22 SB1 project list approval. Senate Bill 1, or commonly referred to as SB1, was signed into law on April 28, 2017. SB1 provides funding to state and local agency to be put towards roads, freeways, bridges, safety, and transit. One of the funding buckets that we as the county have access to is called the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, or RMRA. As part of the stipulations for the use of these funds, we're required to get your board's approval as well as the state's approval for transparency purposes to ensure that the money is being spent on road maintenance, rehabilitation, and repairs. Today, we're bringing forth our proposed list of projects slated to use RMRA funds in the 21-22 fiscal year. The amount of RMRA funds we're projected to receive in the 21-22 fiscal year is approximately $8.9 million and will be used on various roads across the county. Since the fiscal year ends in June, the construction season spans over 2 fiscal years. Therefore, we've carried over projects from the current fiscal year that we're in into the proposed list that we are bringing to you today. Another thing to note is that our list is our best estimate of what we'll be spending the RMRA funds on, but we are required to report the actual expenditures at the end of the year. So any small changes that we have to make will be captured then. As you can imagine, a lot goes into deciding how we're going to spend the funds most efficiently or effectively. So to keep track of the pavement conditions, we use a technically based pavement management system. With this system, we're able to track surface treatment history and pavement condition index, or PCI. The PCI is basically a rating of the roadway's physical condition. Roadway construction is also a huge factor in the scheduling of surface treatments. So we do our best to coordinate with utility companies, development projects, and other roadway construction to figure out the most optimal time for to resurface the roads. To keep on track for improving the condition of roadways in the county, we've also continued to use RMRA funds. Well, we mostly have used it on surface treatments. However, just as important to the surface treatments is the maintenance of drainage and other infrastructure that supports the actual surface that we drive on. So we plan to use some of those RMRA funds for these types of road maintenance related projects as well. In addition, we use some of the funding for sidewalk repairs, tree trimming, and vegetation maintenance activities adjacent to the roadway. And I realize I did not introduce myself. So my name is Rebecca Solomon, and I'm an associate engineer over with the Road Maintenance Division. And with that, I would respectfully ask that you approve the resolution to adopt the list of projects funded by SB1 for the fiscal year 21-22. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any questions? See none. Cindy.
Sorry. Will we see a detailed list on the projects for this coming year? I mean, in more detail of the 40 miles and the 30 miles, what segments? We've seen them in the past, so I just.
Yeah, are you referring to the surface treatments?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yes. So we, as one of the projects or the board items that was on consent today was the chip seal.
Okay. So you had that list. Okay.
Yeah, and then after that, we'll have 2 more items. So we'll have surface treatments that encompasses slurry seals and cape seals and other things like that. And then we will have the overlay list as well. So
that'll be coming forward in future actions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See no other questions. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
No public comment.
No public comment. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 15B, which is transit bus purchase orders. And Jamie.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant and members of the board. My name is Jamie Wright, and I am the Public Works Manager for Transit Services here in Placer County. The Placer County Department of Public Works Transit Division provides public bus service countywide, utilizing a 45 bus fleet between Placer County Transit operated in Western County and Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit operated in Eastern County. Before you today is a request to authorize the purchase of 6 replacement buses for both the PCT and TART fleets. These buses will replace 2 of the TART fixed route buses, 2 of TART's cutaway paratransit buses, which are actually replacing some old PCT cutaway buses that are being used up at TART currently, and 2 MCI commuter buses for our Placer County Commuter Express service. The bus purchases are replacing buses within our fleet that have reached their useful life and are becoming expensive to maintain. These bus purchases will be funded with grant funds, and it does not have any impact on the county's general fund. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, Jamie. Cindy.
Hey, Jamie, good to see you. Thank you for pursuing this. Are these buses, any of them alternative fuel buses, or are they all traditional diesel?
No, so the 2 fixed route buses are CNG buses for TART. The small cutaway buses are actually diesel fuel. They don't do those in the CNG, and we haven't received approval on purchase or federal funds on electric for those smaller cutaway buses yet. And then the MCI, the commuter coach, it is about $1 million more to purchase a electric option in that vehicle. So that will be diesel as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, what is the pleasure of the board? Motion Gustafson, second Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And our last department item is the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project Award presentation. Brett.
Yes.
We love these kinds of things.
Well, you should, and you're a big part of it. That's why I'm here today. Brett Story, Honorable Chairman and board members, Brett Story, Department of Public Works. I'm here today to present the board. It's the county. It's a partnership award from the Regional Office of the U.S. Forester in Region 5. So that covers the most fires ever in a year, right? It's California and Hawaii, and it's a huge territory. And from what I understand from the Forest Service people, this is the, what is it called now? Movie of the year or the best picture, right? This is the award everybody covets because it shows what the new Forest Service is about, which is partnerships and bringing people together to get things done faster and at a better pace and really for more ecological restoration. But the reason I wanted to bring it to you all today is because I want you to know and the public to know how valuable our board's support is to this partnership. Even though most of you know it's in the Middle Fork Finance Authority project area, and it's a critical infrastructure and recreational area, and it's a Middle Fork project. But the county is a partner in both that and as well as this. And by your board approving what I bring before you, you allow me as the project manager to cut across county traditional lines and utilize people in all sorts of departments. And that's critical because I couldn't do my job without risk management and county council and finance and accounting in addition to public works. I even give Todd some work because I know you don't give enough to fill up his 24 hours of the day. So I try to keep Todd as a part of this as well. But really it's about half your department's work to make sure this is a success. The other thing that you have done in this project, which is why the Forest Service is so excited about it, is you also allow us through our master stewardship agreement to hire the contractors, of which we have over 100 local contractors. They're all small business. Our accounting department gets them paid all within 30 days. And that keeps them moving. It keeps jobs moving and it keeps work progressing. But you allow us to then go back and bill our partners and bill our grants. And so we absorb the hit, if you will, of
of what a small organization couldn't do, which is we do somewhere between $3 and $4 million worth of invoices just on this project alone each year. And so I want you to know how valuable it is that you support these kinds of projects. And I want the public to know that it is really, you guys are one of the most inspirational boards in the entire area. And everybody's trying to replicate what you're doing. Not all counties can do that. And so I just wanted to make sure you all knew that. And from our partnership as well, not just me as a small cog in it, but all our partners feel the same way, that Placer County is pulling more than their share. And at any rate, I showed you all this morning, but I'll show the camera wherever that might be. It's really an honor to be able to present this to you, and I thank you for your support of it.
Well, thanks, Brett. On behalf of the county, I want to thank you personally for just some tremendous work that you put into all of this, and really, my view, kind of carved a path, if you will, for us to do some incredibly, I think we could take a really strong leadership role in the county, as a county in the Western United States, for amplifying this kind of work throughout the Western United States, which sadly, because of historical forest management, is essentially burning down at the end of every summer now. And I think with that work as a basis, we can take it to a higher level and set a great example that can then be replicated. And you just did a fantastic job with doing that work for us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Brett. Thank you for your hard work on this. It was 2018 and 2019, you and I and Andy Fecko went back to the National Association of Counties, the Western states, Western counties were there. We presented. The presentation was well received. I know afterwards people were coming up to you and to Andy, how did you do this? How does this work? And it's really an example of how, by partnerships with conservation, environmental groups, and other agencies, how we can get things done. And it's really, really remarkable what you have done. And we want to keep doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy.
Any questions or?
Oh, Brett, I also wanted to commend you and the leadership you've shown in the collaboration. I've heard nothing but rave reviews from not only internal staff, but from our external partners on all the work you've put in to make this program happen. And it's the only way we're going to be able to deal with forests, is bringing all the parties together. And it's not something we ever thought we'd be in the business in as a county, is managing our forests, and especially on a lot of these public lands. But as we can see, they're not able to do it themselves, and we have to bring the political and the funding and the collaboration together to make it happen. So thank you for taking that leadership.
My pleasure.
And making the county look good and making the board look good. So
well, you guys are good. So I'm happy to do what I've hired to do. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And before you leave, is there anyone from the public who wants to address this item? There is none. So I just make sure, could you clean off all the fingerprints?
Yeah, I'm going to have to do that another
Just got a
time.
hand raised.
Bring it back, yeah.
We do.
We do.
have
We
a
just
comment.
got one.
Oh, a hand.
David, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
It's not David, it's Liz Keener, who was at the meeting this morning talking about our parkway that runs through our community of Los Lagos. And if this gentleman is giving you an award for managing all the forestry, the wildfire forest areas, I'd like to talk to him and see if he can help us out through you so we can get our community safe again.
I'm a county employee and available to help anybody in the county.
What is your name and what is your name?
Brett Story, but you can reach me at bstorey@placer.ca.gov.
Thank you so much, Beth.
And I think you'll be hearing from a number of staff on this issue that you raised. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, with that, anyone else? Megan? No. Thank you. We will adjourn to closed session. Karen?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation, 2 items of initiation of litigation, one of which I will ask Supervisor Gustafson if she wishes to make her announcement now.
Yes, I'll be recusing on that item.
So that is one of the two potential cases under initiation of litigation. We then will consider two items of potential exposure to litigation, and finally, labor negotiations.
Thanks.
So you want
I can't sit down this long anymore.
Did you not get up the whole time? Oh, you got to get up at least once.
I know. Combined with last night.
I built you in breaks.
We often don't have all of it. Like,
So
Closed session, and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation. On Hodge versus Persinger, the board heard a report and authorized defense of the named defendant. On Humes versus County et al., the board heard a report and authorized defense of the named defendant. On Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association versus County of Placer, the board heard a report and provided direction. On anticipated litigation in the first matter, the board heard a report and authorized the initiation of litigation. On the second item, the board heard a report and continued the matter to March 30th. For the record, this is the item that Supervisor Gustafson recused herself on. On potential exposure to litigation, the board heard a report on the first potential case and provided direction. On the second case, the board heard a report. No direction was requested or given. And then the board had a conference with labor negotiators and heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. So the board will now take up its 2 o'clock timed item, which is the allocation of 2019-20 transient occupancy tax fund balance to support tourism mitigation projects on the east side. Aaron.
Office here to present this item to you today. And I will just wait for the PowerPoint to queue up. And as I do that, I'd like to first mention that this item in front of your board today is a long time coming. This is something that the community has been talking about for many years, specifically the Tourism Business Improvement District, first identified in the 2015 Tourism Master Plan as a potential funding source to fund a lot of the priority projects in that document. And then many presentations from that point forward to your board, as well as to the community on the TBID, as well as the full package that comes along with it in the form of freed up transient occupancy tax, which is also part of today's item that I will cover with your board as part of the presentation. I'd like to thank the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, its board, as well as its CEO, Jeffrey Hentz, for their support and guidance in working this through. This is on behalf of them, and they will be ultimately the Owners Association of the TBID. And so it's been a pleasure of mine to work with them on this, as well as Civitas Advisors, Inc. They are the vendor that we have contracted with. They have a lot of experience in forming TBIDs in the state of California. John Lambeth is on the phone and will be available to answer any questions that your board may have. And then I'd also like to extend my gratitude to members of the community who have continued to provide feedback, comments, and help really inform what this looks like today. With that, I plan to present to your board a formation timeline of the TBID itself, as well as provide a little bit of detail on the county's partnership with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. I'll also speak to the Tourism Master Plan funding history and transient occupancy tax in Eastern Placer County. These are additional funding sources that support the implementation of Tourism Master Plan priorities. I'll also speak to the TBID details and the Management District Plan, which is included in your board packet and is the governing document for the TBID itself. The multi-year agreement with Placer County and the Resort Association, which allocates a percentage of TOT to Eastern Placer and designates the Resort Association as advisor of those funds to your board, specifically to transportation and tourism mitigating services, and then board action. So we have a robust presentation for you here today. TBID formation timeline on December 15th. I brought forward to your board the resolution of intention. That is the first of 3 legal steps that are required to form the district, and your board did approve that resolution on December 15th. We issued a public hearing notice on January 15th of 2021, specifically noting the public meeting that took place in late January, and then today's public hearing. We sent that to all businesses that are included in the proposed district. Over 5,000 businesses received that notification of today's public hearing, as well as the former public meeting in January. That meeting in January was also held. We received public feedback at that time, and today we're at the final public hearing to form the district itself. I also noted here that assessment collections will begin July 1st of 2021. So there will be time for businesses to prepare to collect those assessments later this year. The Resort Association and Placer County have been partners for a long time, since the early or mid-90s. The Resort Association was created in 1995 in order to implement a destination marketing program, but also recommend infrastructure projects to your board in the form of transportation and other types of investment that serve the tourism-based economy of Eastern Placer County. To support that work, the Tourism Master Plan was created in 1996, and it outlined priorities that could be supported with those TOT funds that would be recommended by the Resort Association to your board. That document guided the Resort Association and has continued to do so to this day, and was updated in 2004 and then again in 2015. And as I mentioned in my intro, a TBID was an identified funding source or potential funding source to support priorities outlined in that document. So conversations around a TBID are nothing new for this community. A little bit on TOT funding history. The countywide rate currently is at 8%. There is an additional 2% rate in North Lake Tahoe, or what we refer to as the North Lake Tahoe collection area. That was passed by voters in 1996 and then reauthorized again in 2002 and 2012. Those additional funds are invested specifically in Eastern Placer County only and have supported the types of services around trails, expanded TART service, visitor serving facilities like museums, community spaces, and then recreation, including parks and park facilities. This 2% does sunset in 2022, and we will be working with the community to extend that into the future. We looked at, when the Tourism Master Plan was developed in 2015, it was intended to cover an 8-year period. It identified not only priority projects in tiers 1 and 2, so higher priority projects in tier 1, it also estimated the costs to implement many of these projects. Based on that document and those estimates, we're looking at close to $100 million funding gap over an 8-year period, and that was back in 2015. So we're talking about $2015. So that is a substantial cost over an 8-year period to invest in our infrastructure and transportation needs in Eastern Placer. In 2019, county staff worked to update that list because we felt that it was somewhat dated, needed to be updated to reflect increased costs for projects, as well as other projects that weren't defined at that point in time when the 2015 document was approved, but had been since through a grant program or other prioritization efforts. The funding gap at this point is actually closer to over $2 million over that 8-year period to fully implement all priorities outlined in the Tourism Master Plan. We expect that the costs to implement that document or priorities within it will continue to increase over time. And I want to add that that document does not include workforce housing. So something that is a high priority for your board. It's incorporated into your critical success factors. It's also a very high priority for our community. And right now it is absent from that document. But we understand that we still have needs there, and we'll need to identify funding in order to meet those needs. Closing the gap. Closing the gap. So we have transient occupancy tax that we spoke about, but that isn't going to be enough to cover that substantial gap. So the Resort Association decided to contract with Civitas Advisors, Inc. They are a firm that specializes in forming TBIDs, not only in the state of California, but in other states that are beginning to embrace this TBID mechanism. And the Civitas began to analyze data from several business industries, including lodging, retail, restaurants, as well as recreation. They also worked with the Resort Association to develop the Management District Plan, which again is the governing document for the TBID and is attached to your board packet today. Over 109 TBIDs have been formed through the state of California. So again, this isn't a new mechanism. This is something that's been in place for some time and exists elsewhere within the state. It is formed through the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. And I want to reiterate that a TBID is an assessment. It is not a tax. And so the approval process is different than it would otherwise be for a tax. Businesses are assessed, and in order to pass the district, it requires a 50+1% vote of the assessed businesses prior to that formation. In order for us to initiate this process and hold the resolution or bring the resolution of intention forward to your board, we had to verify that we had 50+1% petitions to do that, and we were able to do that in December already. The budget for the TBID itself is also identified in the in the management district plan. And so it specifically calls out how much money will be generated and then where it will be allocated in future years. The Resort Association is also identified within the management district plan as the owners association. That means that they will oversee, manage, and implement all aspects of the TBID. What's important here is that businesses assessed will include lodging, retail, restaurants, and recreation providers. Not all TBIDs assess businesses beyond lodging, but a good example of a community that does is Mammoth. They were one of the first to pass a TBID that actually assessed businesses other than lodging. They do assess lodging, but they go beyond that. And so this proposed TBID would do the same, thus spreading the burden and the cost of closing that gap across different businesses versus putting it all on lodging, which is what an increase in transient occupancy tax would do. The impacts to residents, the estimates are anywhere between $25 to $30 annually. Of course, that will vary depending on how much time you spend in restaurants in Eastern Placer County, and other businesses, but nonetheless, our estimates are that the impacts to locals will be minimal. The funds will also be locally controlled by the board representing those businesses. So the board of the Resort Association will evolve consistent with the board structure that's outlined in the management district plan, and I'll go into more detail on that in a moment. The TBID will have a 5-year life and can be renewed for a 10-year period after that initial 5-year period. Placer County will collect the TBID revenues, and we will remit those revenues to the Resort Association. These are the TBID boundaries. I think this is important to describe to you a little bit of the specifics on zones 1 and 2, which are outlined in the management district plan as well. So you'll see the orange color there, which is in the Tahoe Basin, is zone 1. The purple area is zone 2. Zone 1 and zone 2 is important because it differentiates within lodging itself the percent assessment that will be added on to a guest's bill. So if you are in zone 1 or staying in the basin, the proposed assessment would be 2%. If you are staying in zone 2 or within the purple area, you would be at a 1% assessment. And I will speak a little bit more provide more detail on what the additional funds generated in zone 1 will do and who will make decisions around how those funds will be spent. This is some additional detail on how the TBID works. As I mentioned, assessment on lodging will vary between 1% and 2% depending on where the lodge is located. The assessment on food and beverage and retail will be 1%, and then the assessment on activities will also be 1%. The only exception here is for food and beverage, retail, or activity providers. If their gross revenue each year is less than $150,000, then they will pay a $250 fee into the assessment. This was put in place to minimize impacts to small business, to give them an option that was workable for them. And this was per conversations with many of those small business owners in the community when this was being developed. As I mentioned earlier, the Resort Association board and its configuration will vary or will change slightly. You'll see here at the top, this infographic outlines the board seats that will comprise the Owners Association for the TBID. You'll notice there are seats for many of our resort partners, but there are also at-large seats, as well as representatives from our business associations in Olympic Valley, as well as Tahoe City and Kings Beach. All three of those organizations represent many of our small businesses in Eastern Placer County and will have a seat at the table in ensuring, overseeing, and making decisions on the allocation of those funds and the management of the TBID itself. You'll also notice that there are a seat for activity businesses, food and beverage, among others. So the Resort Association wanted to ensure that there is a broad cross-section here, representatives from the various business types that will be assessed in making decisions and overseeing the TBID itself. You'll remember that it doesn't stop there, that the Resort Association will create an advisory committee that will have representatives from our resorts as well as along the basin, and then 4 to 6 at-large members. So I've heard comments from members of the community about engagement with the Resort Association, and as you can see, there are many opportunities for people to participate on these boards and committees. I'll also mention Zone 1 Advisory Committee to the right, you'll see. This is the committee that will oversee the additional funds that are generated at the Lake Tahoe Basin within Zone 1. And they will make decisions about how those funds are spent. Now, keep in mind that the management district plan does specify how the funds should be spent. So the organization can't deviate from that. There can be changes to budgetary line items up to 15% of the total budget. But for the most part, the budget is what it is, and the allocation of those funds are already determined. And businesses have had a chance to review this management district plan prior to signing petitions. Here is a little bit on the TBID budget details. You can see this is out of the management district plan itself. We are projecting revenue at $6 million a year, and you can see the breakdown in how those revenues will be spent. The largest chunk of the pie there, $3.1 million, is marketing, promotions, and special events. I do want to point out that is roughly the amount of money that the Resort Association uses today to fund its marketing program. So while this is a large chunk of the total pie, it is not an increase over the marketing that the organization currently does in the community. Additional services, however, will be provided that they don't provide today and will be funded by the TBID. So you'll notice that there's a business advocacy and support, the green pie there, at about $330,000. And I do want to mention that in the management district plan, it does go into detail on what could be spent in these category areas, how the funds can be used to support business advocacy, to support business in the community. You'll also notice Zone 1 specific services, almost $900,000. I mentioned to you in the prior slide that there will be a special committee formed of businesses located in the Tahoe Basin to determine how these funds are spent and to oversee those expenditures as they move forward. Economic development, transportation, and other opportunities are almost $500,000. And then sustainability and mitigation of tourism at close to $200,000 is included. And these line items came out of many conversations with business leaders in the community. And resort representatives were a big part of that, but so were many other business leaders as well. So I want to make sure that that's clear. I've read some public comment about it being resort driven, and while our resort partners are hugely important and major partners of this is also many businesses in our community, small, medium, large, that have participated and have informed how the TBID ultimately looks. I also wanted to break down the TBID revenue by business type. This was asked in a couple of public meetings previously, and so I wanted to make sure it was included. Over $6 million, as I mentioned, is projected in TBID revenue on an annual basis. From lodging, we anticipate about 45% of that $6 million will come from lodging businesses within the district itself. 39% will come from food and beverage and retail, and about 16% will come from recreation or activity providers. The other thing I think is important to highlight regarding the TBID is day visits and day visitors. When you come to Tahoe and you stay at a hotel, you pay transient occupancy tax, and your board has continued to invest those dollars in Eastern Placer County. When we have day visitors come up, it's our experience that they don't spend as much money in the community. They're not contributing to transient occupancy tax. They don't spend as much in businesses or in restaurants and retail as individuals who stay overnight in our hotels and our vacation rentals, et cetera. So by spreading the TBID out across a variety of business sectors, it gives us the opportunity to engage with day visitors and for them to also contribute to closing the gap in Eastern Placer so that we can implement priorities. And here is here is a video which will describe the timeline informing the TBID, which I also think is important for your board to hear as well as for members of the public. With that, I will cue the video. There should be audio.
I could sing.
I know. I could sing too.
Let's see if we can restart the audio.
Okay. If not, we can run it through and then I can speak to it or narrate if I need to. But I think this is important because this has been discussed for a long time. There have been a lot of public meetings and discussions, and I think it's important to convey that to your board as well as the public, what the timeline has been to form the district and to get us to where we are today. And so you can see reference there to the initial tourism master plan from 1994, again renewed in 2004 and 2015. And then several public meetings and conversations as far back as 2016 and 17 on a TBID. In 2018, we conducted a voter survey in Eastern Placer County to determine whether or not there would be an appetite from voters to support specifically a transient occupancy tax increase or a sales tax increase. We'll just go with it. I'm just going to go ahead and narrate it. That's fine. I'll go ahead and talk through it if that's all right. And if they get it to work, great. And if not, we can just move on. It's no problem. Anyhow, in 2018, we completed a voter survey and there was significant support. In fact, over 80% of those polled supported an increase in TOT between 2 and 4%, beyond where we are today. So we're at 10%. It seemed that voters were willing to support a TOT rate at 12 or 14%. We also polled sales tax to determine the support for that. There was support there, but not as significant as our transient occupancy tax. But what that told us is that people in the community were willing to support an increase or an additional revenue stream to support our priorities. The TBID came into place because it achieved the same goals, but again, didn't just put all of that on one industry as TOT typically does. It spreads it across multiple industries. And it also engages the business community and business leaders in a way that an increase in transient occupancy tax would not do. So those business leaders that are being assessed have the opportunity to sit at the table on the board making decisions and ensuring that the TBID is being managed appropriately. You'll see here, I'll also point out that the TBID, the Resort Association, developed a TBID landing page back in 2019. They also began circulating petitions early in 2020. Those petitions included a robust packet of information, which I shared with your board in the January public meeting. The Resort Association ceased its efforts on the petition drive after COVID hit to be somewhat sensitive to the business community and some of the challenges that they were facing, and then reinitiated the process in the fall. And we're able to successfully collect enough petitions to bring it forward to your board in December. So you can see this is a fairly lengthy timeline, and within it are some key points and thresholds around planning, community engagement, and then bringing items forward to your board. So this has been ongoing for quite some time. And with that, we'll just go ahead and move on. Oops. Okay. It's a great video, by the way, and so it's really well done. So we can post it. I know it's available on the Resort Association's website, and I can work with our Public Information Office to make it available as well to those who have interest, and certainly send it to your board if you'd like to watch. It's a short video, but a great comprehensive review of the steps and process to get us to today.
Yeah, I think if you could get that to us, we'd all appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks. Will do. So for competitive destinations, I handed this out to your board at the last public meeting. I thought it was important to incorporate in this slide. We've heard a lot about, certainly with COVID, concerns around marketing, and we don't need more marketing in the community. I wanted to point out that the Resort Association's budget, as it compares to other competitive destinations or comparable destinations, is much lower. So you can see Mammoth, which is not far away, a competitor of ours, is spending almost $9 million a year on their marketing. That's significant. The Resort Association right now is under $4 million. You can also see Park City is close to that $9 million mark. South Lake Tahoe is over $7 million. Napa and Sonoma between 7 and 9 million. So significantly more than what the organization currently receives and is able to invest in order to support the tourism economy of our community. Even with the TBID revenues, which will put them closer to 6 million, they become more competitive, but they're still not quite with the competitive set. So I think that's important context to set for your board as well as the public. I also wanted to mention the surrounded jurisdictions' sales tax rates. I've heard a lot from certain community members concerns about the increased costs that they will incur when they go to a restaurant in Placer County or in eastern Placer County where the assessment will be placed. And I wanted to point out what Placer County's current sales tax rate is, which is 7.25%, and then show you the comparisons of other surrounding jurisdictions and communities, as well as some of our competitive set communities. So you'll notice, and I'll just point out a few here, South Lake Tahoe is at 7.75%, Mammoth is the same. Squaw Valley has a little bit higher sales tax rate. Truckee is at 8.25%. So our neighbor right next door is have a much higher sales tax percentage. Washoe County and Reno are the same, 8.265. So they're a little bit higher than Truckee. And I will add that many of us who live in Eastern Placer or the town of Truckee go to Reno quite a bit to make purchases there. And so many of us are paying a higher sales tax rate when we go down into those communities to do so than we would be paying in Eastern Placer. So what I wanted to point out, a couple other things, groceries and gas will not be assessed. So I've mentioned that before, but I want to make sure it's clear to your board and the public. So if you take our current sales tax rate and you add a 1% assessment, then someone would be paying potentially 8.25%, which is the equivalent of what's being paid in Reno, or excuse me, is still less than sales tax in Reno and the same as the town of Truckee. So it's still less expensive than going to Reno, which many of us do anyhow, to purchase groceries, to get food, to buy, well, not groceries, but a variety of other things, going to Target, going to whatever stores down there to make purchases that are harder to make in Eastern Placer at times. Surrounding jurisdictions TOT rates, the lodging assessment, as I mentioned, is 1% to 2%. Eastern Placer is currently at 10%. And you'll see we are the lowest of many of our surrounding jurisdictions and areas that are our competitors as well, which is why I've included Breckenridge and Crested Butte for your review. So Truckee's at 12%, Washoe County and Reno at 13 to 13.5%. South Lake Tahoe is at 12 to 14%. So you'll see that we're at a much lower rate. And so there is some capacity there. If you think about that, and then you think back to what I mentioned on the survey that we did and the interest and the support from members of the community to increase our current TOT rate, there is definitely capacity in there to increase. And so in order to do that, rather than increasing TOT, we are pursuing the TBID. So if you're a lodge and you are, let's say you want to stay out at North Star at a vacation rental property there, the current percent is 10%. If we add a 1% assessment, someone would be paying the equivalent of 11%. That is still cheaper than the town of Truckee and many other surrounding areas in terms of the rate that you would be charged. You're staying at the lakeside, it's an increased percentage at 2%, so you would be paying 12%, which is the same as some of our surrounding jurisdictions or less than. So I just wanted to point that out as well. As I mentioned, the management district plan, which is attached, is the governing document for the TBID and includes the budget that I've highlighted, governance details, board membership, committee membership, and assessment details. It identifies the Resort Association as the Owners Association. There are minor revisions in the document that was originally created that are included in your board packet, so you have a redlined version. Most of the changes are to dates, because when this document was developed, we expected the TBID might be formed sooner, but when COVID hit, we slowed things down and things have been delayed. So we thought it was important to go back and make some of those minor adjustments, but there's nothing material, no material changes are in there. It also includes the list of businesses that will be part of the district and will be assessed as outlined in the document itself. And today's requested board action does include approval of the revised document as presented to your board today. little bit of community feedback to the Resort Association as they began to form the TBID and come up with the management district plan elements itself. Resort Association met with several businesses in the community in North Lake Tahoe to discuss the TBID, as I mentioned in that timeline, as far back as 2 years ago, to really start those conversations. And those discussions informed the way the management district plan looks today and the TBID budget itself. The feedback also shaped the multi-year agreement, which I'm going to start talking about here shortly, between the Resort Association and Placer County, which is another important component of the TBID. So it's separate from the TBID, but they're very closely connected and they rely on each other. And so I want to spend some time talking about that with your board and the community as well. I did want to highlight some of the businesses and business leaders that have supported the TBID. And you'll see here that we've got members that have supported the TBID, restaurant owners like Douglas Dale, Katie and Kevin Hickey that operate Tahoe Adventure Company, so activity providers. Bill and Kelly Dietz, these are a management property company, Tahoe Luxury Properties. Dave Wilderotter from Tahoe Dave's, Melissa Sig from Tahoe Tap House. There are many businesses that support this, but I thought it was important to highlight this for you. Again, our resort partners are supportive, have been engaged, but there are other business leaders and business representatives that strongly support the TBID and have been a part of our process since day one. Get the TBID revenue in, that's now going to pay for all your operations, your efforts. What happens to the TOT that has been funding your contract for over 2 decades? Does that go away? Does that continue to be invested in Eastern Placer? And if so, what are the priority areas? So based on those conversations, the Resort Association proposed a multi-year agreement with Placer County. One, to designate those dollars, which we refer to as freed up TOT, because the TBID revenues are essentially freeing them up for a different use, that those funds would continue to be invested in Eastern Placer County and more specifically would support transportation and workforce housing priorities in our community. Again, that came directly from businesses, feedback to the Resort Association, and was very important in getting business support for that TBID. So again, it's separate but very connected and very important component of the TBID itself. The agreement to codify those things, so codify the allocation of the TOT to Eastern Placer, to ensure that it was focused on transportation and workforce housing, we came up with a multi-year agreement that your board approved in January of 2020. It also designated the Resort Association as the organization that would recommend to your board how that freed up TOT would be spent on an annual basis, specific to workforce housing and transportation initiatives. The other thing I want to mention is in fiscal year 1920, we had a pretty significant fund balance to the Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Fund. So that is 60% of all TOT generated in Eastern Placer goes in and supports that fund. So we had a large fund balance, and we had conversations with the Resort Association to talk about how those funds should be spent. And through those discussions, it was agreed upon and included in that agreement that your board would look to the Resort Association for guidance on how to allocate that fund balance as well. So not only the freed up TOT moving forward, but the fund balance from 1920. And that's important because I'm going to request your board approve the allocation of a percentage of those dollars to several tourism mitigating projects in just a moment. The agreement is contingent upon the formation of the TBID itself, and it will commence, the agreement will commence when the TBID is formed and end 5 years from the date that the TBID is formed. So it goes along the same timeline as the TBID itself, but it may be extended if the TBID is extended after a 5-year period. The Resort Association Board approved the original agreement in January of 2019, and then the revised agreement, which is part of your board packet, on March 1st, 2021. Now, the changes to the document are not significant. They're largely dates, again, because your board approved this in 2020 in January before COVID. Things slowed down, so we just did a little bit of cleanup, nothing material, but it is in your board packet, and that will be a requested action today, is that your board approve those changes. Now, on to transportation and tourism mitigating projects and services. And I do want to point out the funding source for this requested action are 1920 TOT fund balance dollars. That is not the same as freed up TOT, of course. However, this does demonstrate how that freed up TOT could be used in the future to support transportation, workforce housing, and other tourism mitigating services in priority areas. I will also add that without the formation of the TBID, this recommendation would likely not be presented to your board today. I do want to add the Resort Association Board approved this recommendation contingent on your board's approval of the TBID itself. So if the TBID doesn't move forward, then this recommendation would be pulled back, and then the Resort Association would probably reconsider how the funds might be spent or how they would recommend the funds be spent to your board. All projects and services that I've outlined in the staff report as well as in this presentation would be implemented as early as spring 2021. And TBID revenues that will be freed up in future years could support services like these projects, as I mentioned. So here's the list of projects and services that we would like to initiate this summer and get moving on as quickly as we can, as well as the estimated costs to implement these projects and programs. Micro shuttle transit is at the top, micro transit shuttle, I should say, at $450,000 a year. Currently, the Downtowner provides microtransit service. This is on-demand transit service in Olympic Valley and Alpine Meadows. That is funded by an existing TBID there. And it has been incredibly successful. The ridership has been much greater than they expected it. It is a tremendous resource and asset, not only to visitors, but to residents who use it. So we would like to expand that service into the Placer County portion of the Lake Tahoe Basin to include Kings Beach, Tahoe City, and all the way along the West Shore. We've had conversations with the Downtowner. They are very interested in working with us. We believe that their success in Olympic Valley and Alpine Meadows will translate to the basin. I will also tell you that because we've been having these discussions, the town of Truckee as well as South Lake are interested in expanding microtransit into their communities as well. So this could be a resource for residents. Myself, I'm going to hop on microtransit and get around town. You can put your bike on the back. It's going to be great. Or if you're coming into the community as a visitor, you stay at a hotel or a vacation rental, you can use your phone. Within 15 minutes, they'll pick you up and take you wherever you'd like to go within their boundaries at no cost to the rider. So a tremendous resource. This will help us address some of our BMT issues, our greenhouse gas goals, and provide a much better service for our residents and visitors alike. In addition, this includes expanded park and ride. We have started a park and ride program a couple of years ago in the winter months. So the way this works is we utilize parking sites in Truckee. People park their vehicles. We provide transit service to those locations and take people to wherever they like to go, primarily to the lake. We have also offered this in those summer months. We did a pilot on the 3rd and 4th of July a couple of years ago, and we only had 2 weeks to promote it, and the ridership was amazing. It was great. We really had not much time, and we were very impressed with how many people actually used it. People don't want to drive their cars when they're going to get stuck in traffic for hours. The idea of hopping on a bus, getting to your site, hopping on it, getting back, and not getting caught in that traffic is very appealing to people. So we'd like to expand this program. And you can see how some of these programs will work together well. So imagine parking your vehicle in Truckee, riding TART into the basin, and then getting on microtransit and navigating all through the basin, however, whenever you want. And I do want to add microtransit would be available from 8 a.m. to midnight. That's the current proposal, 7 days a week through the summer. So you could park your vehicle in Truckee and take public transit to experience North Lake Tahoe and then take the bus back to your vehicle. So you wouldn't have to take your own car the whole time, which could be a huge benefit to residents and visitors alike. Enhanced trash and litter service. This is to work with a group called Clean Tahoe. They've done a lot of work in South Lake. We've heard a lot from the community about trash and litter issues. This has been ongoing, but certainly something your board, I know, has heard a lot about and was exacerbated by COVID. So this will give us the opportunity to work with them. They would be on call 7 days a week and would be able to respond when there are issues with overflowing trash bins, dumpsters, and pick up large pieces of trash as well. So there's interest from some other public agencies in partnering with us on this, including the Conservancy as well as state parks, which is also very exciting. And so we're hopeful that we'll be able to implement this by this summer and have enhanced trash service in our community. Pedestrian crossing guards, something we did last year with success at areas where we have a lot of people trying to cross. It impacts traffic flows. So they platoon pedestrians and then allow them to cross every minute or every minute and a half or so. And it really does help with traffic flow. So we'd like to implement that program again. Also a temporary signal at Grove Street in Tahoe City. This is a crossing that has created a lot of challenges. It is heavily used by pedestrians. It slows traffic significantly. We'd like to address the intersection. Caltrans would prefer us to signalize that intersection and we've had some community feedback over the years that have some concerns about that. So a temporary signal gives us the chance to program it a variety of ways, to test it, to see which setting makes the most sense, and to get community buy-in, and then determine how we want to proceed permanently in that area into the future. So that's what that would include. A changeable message sign, 15,000. We had a lot of needs for these in the last few years. We've borrowed them from different agencies. We've rented them. I think it's time that we have one that we can use to communicate a variety of messages to our visitors and residents, whether it be on public safety, public health, traffic, etc. And then expanded trail snow removal. I'm getting so excited. I'm getting ahead of myself, you guys. Expanded trail snow removal. We already fund the Tahoe City PUD and Olympic Valley Public Services District to provide this service. We'd like to expand it beyond the current trails that we have. We have more in our inventory now. We have more miles. There's more demand. The town of Truckee is committed to clearing all of its Class 1 bike trails. And so there is that expectation from the public that we keep up with that. And so this gives us the opportunity to expand our current program to include the trails that are new in our inventory so that people can utilize those trails in the winter months as well. So the total request is $1.1 million to support all of these projects, which, as I mentioned, we would get moving on implementing by the summer ASAP should your board approve the T-bid as well as this recommendation. So I've got up here the request board action. I'm going to stop talking and see if you have any questions for me. I know Jeffrey Hens is here from the Resort Association. I'm sure he'd like to say a few words. And I know there are other members of the public that have some comments and feedback to provide your board as well. So thank you very much.
Great and enthusiastic presentation.
Thank you.
Bonnie had her light on first, so.
I just have a quick question. Thank you, Erin. As far as the assessment at the point of sale, if a business chose to not pass that 1% or 2%, barely 1%, onto their customers, could they choose to take that assessment and pay it themselves?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That allows flexibility. They wouldn't actually have to charge their own customers if they chose not to.
Right.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cindy, did you
I
have some interest?
I have some interest, and I had a couple questions. So one is, when the survey was done on TOT rates with our local community, did not the county also survey on sales tax?
Yes.
And do you remember those numbers?
Yeah, so it would have been a special tax if we were to propose, the way we talked about it in that survey, the sales tax, because it would have been focused on certain priorities, transportation and housing. And so we would have needed a high threshold to pass it. We were at 64% roughly, so just below what would be required to pass a special tax. So we had some work to do there, but we weren't there. And so we would not have been comfortable moving forward at that point in time with the sales tax initiative based on those results.
And that would have been that the survey was done with local voters.
Correct.
And yet almost 2/3 supported a 1% for these types of programs.
Correct.
Because that was what was tested, correct?
That's right.
So I know we've had a lot of public comment on that issue and the situation that we're currently in addition to the other rates that you showed.
Yep.
That many of us get to pay when we need larger items. We don't buy a lot of refrigerators in downtown Tahoe City. So we do tend to go to Reno and Washoe County for some of our larger items.
Or Auburn.
I know, it just delivery kills you on that. Although, now that I come up and down a lot,
there you go.
I can start my own shuttle service. The other item I wanted to bring up is on the recreation and activity providers. So on slide, I think it's 15 of your presentation. I think the thing that I have heard so many surprises from the public on
I'll get there.
Yeah, that's okay. It's the
Oh,
T-bid revenue by
yep,
business type.
Yes.
Right. And one of the items I've heard from so many community members is they did not realize there was not any form of local taxation on things such as ski lift tickets, boat rentals, bike rentals,
Correct.
rafting trips on the river, those sorts of things.
Mhm.
And although you're showing only 16% of the revenue coming from this, part of that is because, well, let me go back. I believe the last study showed that recreation was actually the #1 area of expenditure of visitors.
Correct.
We currently don't have a means to create any revenue to address the impacts of those businesses. So this is, the T-bid allowed that flexibility, but it's so much less. And I think I may be correct, and I forgot to ask you this before, because we excluded the ski passes.
Correct.
This revenue doesn't look as much.
Right.
And the reason for that was that the ski passes are good at multiple destinations throughout the country, throughout the world. And so we just went for day lift tickets.
Right,
Is
as
that correct?
opposed to season passes, which is is a significant portion of the revenue that our ski resorts receive. But nowadays, season passes have changed significantly, and they're good at multiple resorts, not only in the state or in the country, but globally. And so it becomes difficult for them to determine what percentage of that lift ticket or that ski pass should be attributed to people in Eastern Placer County, for example, and then to carve out some percentage of that to then pay the assessment back. It would have been too difficult logistically to do. And so the ski resorts were committing to day passes only because they could attribute those purchases to people in Eastern Placer at those resorts within Eastern Placer.
But those that did support us include food and beverage and retail as a good portion of their revenue. So they're caught in that category above. Yep. I think, as I recall, this number is a real guesstimate because we don't currently collect any revenues from these. And so it really was the wildest card in the assumptions that went into this, and it could be more than this one.
It could.
16%. So with that, if there is more money collected in the T-bid than you anticipate or less, how does the budget get adjusted? Do you know?
You know, that's a good question. And I have John Lambeth on the call. And so I'd like to ask him maybe to respond to that question.
Thank you, Aaron, and Supervisor Gustafson. Your question relates to how the estimates were done for the activity providers?
That was, I thought it was of an estimate because we didn't currently track any data from those. But secondly, what happens if we're under or over in our budget assumption, I guess is the more relevant point.
Yeah. It was an estimate. It was done by NLTRA, but the plan stands based on the rates. So the actual amount to be collected for all businesses is an estimate. And if that is over or under, and we would expect these numbers to fluctuate, right? As business increases, those numbers will go up. As business decreases, we would expect those numbers to go down. The rate will be the same, but the actual amount collected, we would expect to fluctuate. So the budget will fluctuate with those numbers as the economy fluctuates and as those individual business revenues numbers fluctuate.
Great, thank you. But the categories will stay relatively the same.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then one other comment I've heard is the timing on this and the concern about the businesses as if we're imposing this on the businesses versus the businesses asking us for this. And I think I just want clarification that the businesses understand the timeline. That's what they agreed to with those that supported it.
Yes.
And move forward. And then my final item goes back to a presentation we had before you arrived today, which was on our mid-year financials and where we're at in TOT collections and what we're anticipating in those. And it's a very positive report for Placer County. As we know, we've been very busy. And so in looking at those numbers, I know that some businesses have been dramatically impacted And we have tried to help in so many ways and done more than most counties have in helping our businesses. But I think it might be important for our staff to get that slide up if we have public comment on it. And that was slide 4 of Daniel's presentation. If we might, okay, if we want to pull that back up later, if we get public comment, just to make sure the public knows we are monitoring where we're at in both sales tax and TOT for the county.
Sounds good. Great.
Thank you.
I have a question based on that. Do we know what proportion of ski tickets are these annual multi-place tickets as compared to a day ticket? And is there a trend that's distinct? Are the new annual passes expanding as a proportion of the total sales, or?
Yeah, I don't know the percentage of sales for season passes versus day passes. That's something I'd have to look into, talk to some of the resort partners on. I do know, though, that with the model really changing, that's become a significant portion of their revenue. More people are buying season passes, especially those when they're consolidating, and so you have more options with your season pass to ski elsewhere. And so many people, I'm speaking anecdotally at this point, I don't have specific data in front of me, but I do know that the vast majority of people, certainly in my community, are buying season passes now as opposed to day passes because they're good at multiple resorts. And again, not just in our community, but outside of the community and globally. Day passes are still a significant portion, though, of their revenue, and we believe that, based on our estimates, that it will still have a meaningful contribution to the T-bid. But the exact percentages themselves, I'd have to do some research on and get back to you on that question.
And I don't know that they'll share that.
Yeah.
It is pretty much an industry, and they're very competitive with each other. I know in discussions, that's pretty closely guarded information.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. That's it with your presentation?
That's it.
No more board questions at this point. So why don't we go ahead and open it up to the public for questions and comments, and please come forward and just state your name for the record and we'll take it from there.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, this is a public hearing on the T-bid formation, not
Thank
just
you.
public comment.
So we will open up the public hearing officially.
Can I be the first public participant? Thank you. I have a slide deck, as my predecessor had. Megan said I'm not permitted to project it. Is that correct? Okay. Have you got, you're nice enough to make copies? Yes. I just have one. No, I haven't. It's one slide is in color.
We put it in color.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a cert holder. My name is Henry Stockman. I've had a house in Tahoe City for 30 years. And I would like the Board of Supervisors to think about the word Trinity. When I say the word Trinity, what comes to mind? Well, in religion, it's Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. In healthcare, it's patients, providers, and payers. And in this circumstance, it's Placer County, guests, and lodging operators. And the NLTTBID is a hammer against that entire trinity. And I'm going to tell you why. It's a hammer to Placer County. It deprives Placer of $6 million. It ends up wiping out TOT because it is the marginal cost that will drive out short-term rental activity. It forces more short-term renting, thereby degrading neighborhoods. It puts non-government employees in charge, and it allows non-government employees to tax. Now, this lady has said this isn't a tax. It is a tax. Now, the hammer to lodging operators, it cuts their net income
this innocuous term, 2% of revenues. Well, let's assume, well, if you are Hyatt and Marriott and Wyndham and you know, the big hotels, they're operating at EBITDA margins of about 22%. So a 2% tax on revenue hits their net income, their EBITDA, by about 10%. But if you're a small person with a house, that a cert holder that's been doing it for years, your EBITDA margin is 5%. Why? Because of Airbnb. The operating expenses for a small operator and a big operator as a percentage of revenue are fixed if your RevPAR is equivalent. For instance, in the place I've got, my RevPAR is equivalent. I do $100 per available room. So my operating expenses run at 78%. So does Wyndham and Marriott's and all the big guys. What they don't have to pay is Airbnb to get the census. So that adds another 17%, which means my EBITDA margin is 5%, 4% after tax, which means this innocuous 2% hits my net income 50%. Do you nice folks understand that math? Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And that's a very important thing, sir, because
we typically get 3 minutes for testimony too, so if you could move on with your presentation.
Okay. Now it's also a hammer to the guests. It increases lodging expenses at its most contested piece, middleman fees. They go up 10%. I want to go through the fallacies of what's been presented. Just pass the levy on to guests. That's impossible. The demand curve in economics has a negative slope. When prices go up, demand goes down. Now, if you want to listen to the prior presentation instead of John Maynard Keynes and Paul Samuelson, that's your election. But you can't pass it on. It diminishes your standing on Airbnb because of the value quotient and all that stuff. So that's one huge fallacy. This is very important. The NLTTB will get operators more revenue with increased marketing. Nonsense. Airbnb and VRBO get my place 16,000 page views a year. That's a real number. Multiply that by 100 houses, 100 short people with cert revenues. We're looking at millions of page views. They've sort of buried themselves by emphasizing that a bunch of their budget is going to go into marketing. We don't need marketing. The BIDs that existed previously and helped people get marketing existed before Airbnb, which is a 3-year-old phenomenon. So, you know, this marketing element is absolutely unnecessary. It's redundant. And most of the cert holders are already paying a fortune to Airbnb for marketing. Added revenue has to be enormous. If you're operating at an EBITDA margin of 5%, after tax 4%, and you cut it in half, the short-term rental holders would have to, the small fries would have to double their revenue. If you're doing 30 grand a year, you'd have to do 60 grand to break even. It's just the math. Finally, the NLTTB will improve transportation. Nonsense. TART is ubiquitous, it's reliable, it's safe, and it's free. No one wins in this project except this NLTTB, which for someone who's running out their place for, I don't know, $30,000 a year, adds up over a 5-year period to $3 grand. So are the short-term rental holders supposed to take $3 grand out of their pockets and put it into the pockets of this thing? I don't think so. So what I want to do is, what I hope this presentation has done is return us to equilibrium and to the Trinity and not to weaken it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other people who wish to address the board on this issue?
Good afternoon. Supervisor Wigant, Board of Supervisors, Jeffrey Hintz, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. And again, wanted to thank all of us in this room that have been so supportive of the Tourism Business Improvement District and getting us to the finish line. I will say a few things about the gentleman who spoke just a minute ago on governance. As long as that I've been in this industry and part of TBIDs and other destinations, I can testify that I have not seen a better governance program for these TBID funds. The governance, as Aaron presented earlier this afternoon, certainly outlines not only from the NLTRA TBID governance side, but the additional committees that govern these funds. These funds are governed by the business community and determined whether it be allocated and spent by the business community, as they were also approved. And this TBID was approved in majority by this business community. One note about marketing. I think it's important to know, and the fact is that we are not increasing marketing with the TBID. Just to go on record again, we are not increasing marketing and advertising with this TBID. We are replacing the existing amount, and as Aaron presented wonderfully, the marketing that we do put in the marketplace is substantially lower than the competitors that we go ahead day to day. One additional thing important about the marketing that I would like to clarify is the marketing that we do and we will be doing in the months and years ahead. Marketing includes communication, and we're going to be steering more funds into the communication of how we influence visitor behavior in North Lake Tahoe, which all ties into the big picture of the TBID and this TOT program. So we're very excited about that. We believe it's important to make sure that goes on record. We feel strongly that the opportunity that we have in front of us with the TOT fund staying in North Lake Tahoe at $4.1 million, that will be allocated to transportation and traffic and workforce housing, which is a huge issue and growing daily with our business community and business owners. For us to have that opportunity to have those funds stay in North Lake Tahoe and be directed towards programs like that is momentous, because that doesn't happen in other destinations and other communities. And so our business community, that was a big reason that we gained so much support for this TBID and gained the signatures that we did because of that program. So I'm happy to also answer any questions that we have, knowing that we are the organization that we'll be putting forth the TBID.
Yeah, thank you. And Cindy does have some questions now.
I did. And to Mr. Stockman's point, the marketing you're doing, is it specific to properties? Is it more about the destination? In other words, when people go, no, I'm asking Mr. Hentz and referring to your comments. Mr. Stockman made some points that his rental, his short-term rental, gets a lot of visitation through Airbnb and VRBO, which you don't influence. But how does somebody pick a destination they want to go to? What kind of efforts are you putting in that regard?
Supervisor Gustin, that's a great question. It's a question that has been asked for decades by many of the lodging community to a DMO or a CVB. And best way I can answer that is a destination marketing organization like us, CVB. We brand the destination. We drive impressions and drive folks' interest to look and consider our destination. And then that is driven into a website or into a visitor guide, and then distributed out to the various product assets, tourism assets, and lodging assets. So we don't specifically brand or market to one specific property or sector of a lodging. We brand the destination and then what's within that destination and drive people into those particular assets. And that has been going on for decades, and it's worked extremely well because the DMOs have been around for a long time, and they've successfully modeled that particular strategy, of which we have as well.
Turn that off. Sorry about that. We've had a number of other comments similarly to individual properties, whether it's a small motel owner or lodge owner, similar comments that additional marketing isn't needed. But when we look at that chart that Aaron provided us with the competitive marketplace, obviously we're being outspent and people have choices on where they spend their time. But you have shifted some of those programs to more flight destinations. Is that correct?
We have, and what we try to do, Supervisor Gustafson, is to cultivate longer stays and folks who spend more funds in that destination. And that's where a lot of our continued growth is going, is to cultivate more markets that folks fly in who have a propensity to stay beyond the 2.5 average stay that many destinations, including ours, experiences. Folks who fly in. So we cultivate markets, or we'll be cultivating markets once we get through this pandemic, to start bringing in folks who stay longer, spend more, and experience more of the destination without just visiting for a day or two. Because as Aaron showed, our day visitor is a very high number when you compare it to other destinations around the country. And that high number has an impact in our community, of which the TBID is addressing.
Yes, for all my years living there, the weekend warriors, the weekend business, there's no doubt we've been at capacity, if not beyond capacity. It's really the midweek that almost all of our lodging has vacancy in it at a variety of times during the year.
And another thing, if I could just add to your comment, Supervisor Gustafson, another area that we also work hard and will continue to cultivate is to drive more midweek business, because that's an area where we need to continue to improve as all destinations struggle around the world, around the country, to fill their midweek. Everybody wants to be a weekend warrior, but our destination, we feel when we do cultivate more business that's a longer haul flight into our destination, they're going to solve that problem of filling our midweek, because they'll be here for 5 days versus 2.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So no further questions at this point. Thank you. So Megan, do we want
to? Ellie, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Ellie Waller, 3 minutes is insufficient for the 4 items on this one agenda item. The management district plan needs to be updated and not approved today. There are many errors if you read my comments. This is an unacceptable practice to provide an inaccurate list. A Spanish version should have been produced. The staff in charge of the list should have reached out to the non-responders and find out why they didn't sign and submit a petition in favor or against, as all must be polled. This can easily be accomplished when updating the list to add columns showing yes or no response. The public should be privy to how the payers voted for full disclosure and transparency. The MDP is not ready for prime time. Why hurry? When will the list be cleaned up? The most recent change was approximately 5,300 businesses listed down to 4,908. There is good reason for public suspicion when the county and the Resort Association have been asked. 1, provide evidence of signed petitions which they refuse to supply. Verbal assurance is not enough. 2, show evidence of the relative expected percentages splits by category, retail, lodging, services, restaurants, etc. I was told this would be available for the March 9th meeting. It was not in the packet for public review. 3, they refused to wait 2 weeks to have the item heard in Tahoe. Do not approve the MDP until it's corrected and brought back at the March 30 meeting in Tahoe, or at a special meeting for this and other Tahoe items. 4, TBID doesn't have its own agenda item. Being commingled with the County and Resort Association TOG exchange is confusing. The agenda is huge for the 9th, and it makes it appear the county is trying to minimize a tax that doesn't have to be voted on, called an assessment. The key differences between the TBID, other benefited districts, is funds raised are returned to the private nonprofit corporation governing the district. The proposed governance of this has heavily compromised seats of profits like Altera 3 seats, Vail 3 seats, and doesn't represent the entire business district values. The Zone 1 versus Zone 2 percentage designation, where Altera and Vail, multi-million-dollar corporations, are paying less and should be paying equal to the little guys in Lake Tahoe, stating they're paying for other TBIDs or fees when they can easily afford the 2% hit, is not good enough reason for 1% versus 2% for lodging, especially when it's continually stated that the average local will pay annually a TBID fee of only $30 for retail and other items. I just have two more things to make statements about item D. How many participants in the survey mentioned about TOT and sales tax actually participated? How many were in basin? How many were out basin? And just a funny statement, the proposal for $450,000 contribution to microtransit, just because you utilize the microtransit doesn't mean you're not going to be sitting in traffic. You're just not going to be driving. Thank you.
Anne, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. Yeah, this is really feeling really odd. It's like, I know Cindy's very invested in this, but like she's selling it. You get your presentation in, then you get Jeffrey Henson, you get Cindy asking leading questions and answering that way. It's really, it's not giving the, we don't even get, it doesn't even deserve an agenda. They would have you believe that everybody's on board with this, but I've in just 2 months gotten all these letters. Cedar Glen Lodge, no. Sole domain, there was no vote. The residents need more time to review. If this one was good, I've heard a lot of dumb ideas over the past decade, but this one takes the cake. It's just poorly conceived and rushed. Put this to a vote if it's so popular. Let people take a poll. It's not hard to do anymore. Anyway, the main thing is this is all going to be run by the big resorts and have control of all this money. It's already shown by the fact the big resorts areas will pay 1% and Lake Tahoe will pay 2%. This is a massive overreach. Mammoth, the people are still upset. When that was passed, the mayor and another council member voted against, and it's gone up the rate. And people are still not happy. So this is a massive overreach. The law does not allow resorts to take over running the public affairs of North Lake Tahoe. This is going to have to be reviewed by the courts. The county is supposed to do this stuff, not the resort association. And by the way, the reason that people go to Reno is because everything's a whole lot cheaper. Gas, you get an $8 credit just to go there. So this whole argument of, oh, we can compete with Reno is really naive. Anyway, this is very sad. And thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Jim, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak on this. My name is Jim Phelan. I am a Tahoe City resident and business owner and operator. My family moved up here to Squaw Valley in 1960 for the Olympics. Therefore, I've watched the area grow and experienced the various challenges that we experience today. You have been presented with a proposal to create a tourism-based business assessment district in the North Tahoe region of Eastern Placer County. A business district has been envisioned for quite a few years in our area and attempted several times on a smaller scale. Various business communities have tried to initiate one over the past 10, 15 years. This current TBID effort encompasses the entire North Lake Tahoe region and making it more effective than the smaller attempts in the past. This TBID allows us to approach the North Lake Tahoe community from the concept of sustainable stewardship. I would like to quote an excerpt from the Coraggio Group white paper where it says, quote, destination stewardship planning considers the full account of tourism's current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. The establishment, end quote. The establishment of the TBID essentially doubles the financial resources available to support programs and projects that improve our destination and our communities in ways not previously attainable. For example, workforce housing. At this point, I would like to encourage the board to pass this proposal that does a lot to help maintain and sustain one of Placer County's most remarkable resources. And I would like to go on the record to say that I support the establishment of this TBID. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments, please.
Yes, good afternoon. So we have a hotel in Tahoe Vista, and frankly, I was confused by the T-bid, not feeling one way or the other. So I called my neighbors who have hotels, 4 hotels. I called, and 3 of the 4 were 100% against it. The 4th one was either way, wishy-washy, or that's not the right word, could go one way or the other. So I'm not really, couldn't really form an opinion, but it kind of seemed like it was something being pushed upon us without any real input on our behalf. It seems like we have no representation here on the North Shore, Tahoe Vista. The only person on the board that I could see was Tom Turner, which I have a large doubt that he would have time to devote to working with the board. And then there's the question of the 1% versus 2%. Why would the 1%ers not vote for us to pay 2%? So I have a lot of questions and can't really agree that this seems fair without any input, say, our ability to vote on this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Christine, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Christine Maley-Grubel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. And on behalf of the Truckee North Tahoe TMA, I appreciate this opportunity to provide comments on the TBID formation and funding allocation for tourism mitigating projects. Population growth within a convenient drive distance to our region, both in California and Nevada, will add to our already challenging traffic issues in the peak seasons. Having the TBID in place with funds for tourism mitigation will provide a critical source of funds for programming to address the continued added traffic congestion to our Lake Tahoe communities during the winter and the summer high seasons. As we know from the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan that Placer County recently adopted, some of the key points of the plan focus on improving mobility for all by reducing traffic transportation impacts on the environment, improving congestion and travel delay, promoting and enhancing transit services, and providing linkage for non-motorized travel choices. The new TBID will not only support marketing efforts for travel and tourism specific to the North Lake Tahoe area and also making it more competitive against other destinations, but also will support economic development and transportation. And with the TBID formation, fiscal year 1920 TOT tax revenues that would have been utilized to fund the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association contract can now be utilized for housing and transportation programs and projects. The TMA supports the recommendations outlined in the staff report for funding transportation mitigating projects to be implemented during this year in 2021, including the microtransit service in North Lake Tahoe and park and ride service for summer peak periods. Having both of these services available in the summer season will provide visitors with mobility options rather than driving. The pilot program for microtransit in Kings Beach, Tahoe Vista, Dollar Hill, Tahoe City, and the West Shore will offer free, on-demand, frequent shuttles transporting visitors and residents with a way to get around North Shore for shorter distances, alleviating traffic and providing riders with a car-free experience. The summer park and ride, which would be managed by the TMA likely, would be an extension of the winter program and the summer 2019 pilot program that successfully provided parking to take transit over the 4th of July holiday weekend. And this new summer service would also connect with these pilot microtransit shuttles, so riders could park in Truckee, take TART to the North Shore, and then take the new shuttles to get around the North Shore during the summer. On behalf of the Truckee North Tahoe TMA, we thank Placer County and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association staff and stakeholders for all of their efforts in the formation of the North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District, and commend the Placer County Board of Supervisors for considering support for the new T-bid. The TMA also looks forward to working with all stakeholders involved as we continue to plan and implement mobility options for both visitors and residents to reduce traffic and improve our environment and quality of life here in the Lake Tahoe region. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Kylie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Wygant, members of the board. My name is Kylie Bigelow, Executive Director of the Tahoe City Downtown Association. The Tahoe City Downtown Association supports the approval of the North Lake Tahoe T-bid. The TCDA board has been highly engaged with this process since it was first proposed to us, and we've seen the T-bid evolve and become more sophisticated over the years. We are supportive of the management district plan as proposed. I've commented on the T-bid before, and I'd like to reiterate why the TCDA supports this T-bid. First, the T-bid provides local control of funds raised. It frees up $4.1 million of TOT dollars for workforce housing and transportation initiatives across the region. The T-bid addresses issues related to tourism mitigation like trash and traffic. And lastly, it continues the efforts of NLTRA and the business associations with the united voice. The T-bid is a great opportunity for our community, and we're excited to be part of this positive change. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Keith, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Fountain. I chaired the Squaw Valley Alpine Meadows Micromass Transit District Steering Committee, which led to the formation of our T-bid in 2018. And in turn, the Squaw Alpine Transit Company, which I chair. SATGO, as we call it, is responsible for the successful Mountaineer microtransit service in Squaw and Alpine. In its first 2 winter seasons, we transported over 150,000 passengers. An estimated 12,000 vehicles were taken off the road, and nearly 19,000 vehicle miles traveled were avoided. Placer County's Resort Triangle Transportation Plan makes 14 mentions of Mountaineer and proposes to incorporate much of what SATGO has learned. We're very excited about all that. We strongly support the formation of the North Lake Tahoe T-bid and the board's agreement with the NLTRA to direct freed up TOT to transit projects in our region. This summer is potentially an ideal time to test and demonstrate an interconnect of 2 microtransit services. Since 2019, SATGO has been discussing a pilot of Squaw Valley Tahoe City evening service with County Executive Office. Given your consideration of funding Tahoe Connect microtransit service along the lake with this year's TOT fund balance, there is a unique opportunity to pilot a Squaw Valley Tahoe City weekend evening service this summer through an interconnection with Mountaineer. We have had preliminary discussions with Downtowner and the NLTRA board, and they are supporting this idea at this point. In the coming days and weeks, we at SATGO, working with Downtowner and county staff and NLTRA, will work towards securing some of those funds to come back to you with a formal proposal. The very exciting element of this is these additional funds for transit, and we hope we can leverage a successful program at Squaw Alpine and show how it can be integrated with a similar program around the lake so people can truly come to our region and park their car and get around effectively. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and happy to answer any questions if there might be some. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions.
Judy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thanks, Megan. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Judy Friedman. I wear a lot of hats in the community, but today I'm speaking to you as a longtime resident and business owner in Tahoe City. I've spent the past several months talking with numerous business owners, some of whom supported and some of whom did not support the T-bid, and I'm addressing you today in support of the North Lake Tahoe T-bid. For years, we've depended solely on the lodging community to provide funds through TOT for trails, transit, infrastructure, and other projects that, of course, make the area attractive to visitors, but also improve the quality of life for those of us who live here. The T-bid provides more equity as the costs are shared among a broader range of businesses. It also captures the use of day visitors, which have become a significant segment of our guests. There have been questions about the financial burden, which I acknowledge, but if my calculations are correct, 1% of a $50 bill is 50 cents. For me, that's an investment in my community. The CEO's office, thanks to Todd Leopold and a lot of hard work from Aaron Casey, is working more closely with the community than I've seen in years to develop creative ways to use these dollars, as evidenced by Casey's presentation of the proposed tourism mitigation activities budget. As the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association and our business associations define their new roles, we're fortunate to have Jeff Hentz at the helm. I believe he is the right person in the right place at the right time to help guide this transition. As Supervisor Gustafson has reminded me over the years, and as has been evidenced by the short-term rental ordinance, we have to start somewhere, and then we continually improve the process as we learn more. I'm reminded of the adage, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. I urge you to support the North Lake Tahoe T-bid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Placer County Board of Supervisors. And thank you for the opportunity to offer my support for the passage of the North Lake Tahoe T-bid. Once again, Dan Tester. I sit on the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Board of Directors. I am also one of the principals of Granite Peak Management. We're an Alpine Meadows-based property and rental management company. My company employs dozens of area residents, and I am a 30-year member of this community. And I'm going to summarize why I encourage you to approve the final passage of the T-bid. There is a $200 million funding gap in the North Lake Tahoe region to address critical infrastructure issues. And this figure doesn't even include workforce housing. The 2015 North Lake Tahoe Tourism Master Plan identified this T-bid as the most equitable way to close this funding gap. As you heard before, there are currently 109 T-bids in California. The T-bid is a commonly used and proven funding model in California that many of our direct tourism business competitors have used successfully, and I know we will as well. The North Lake Tahoe T-bid is an equitable way to assess all of its visitors. And as Aaron alluded to, in a 2016 study, 42% of our visitors are only here for the day. And in order for those travelers to contribute to our local infrastructure needs, a broader range of industries needs to be assessed. And this is why a small assessment on retail, outdoor activities, and restaurants is needed. As an important side note, as you also saw, our combined sales tax and T-bid and TOT rates would still be lower than the neighboring communities of Truckee and South Lake Tahoe. An important point, the T-bid establishes local control of the funds it generates. This local control and independence is really a key point for the North Lake Tahoe community. We're primarily a tourism-based economy, and the impacts have become magnified over time, particularly in the last year. The T-bid provides extra funding to address these impacts. This includes enhanced public transit operations, trash mitigation, visitor education, and other mitigating activities. And additionally, redirected TOT funds will finance initiatives that increase workforce housing, improve area traffic circulation, and mitigate congestion issues, expand public trails and bike paths and maintain them year-round for members of our community and our guests. The TBID funds promotion of the North Lake Tahoe destination and maintains its competitive position responsibly amongst other mountain travel and tourism destinations in California and the West. And the Resort Association has been a champion of responsible travel and destination stewardship during this COVID crisis. I would say those actions and that messaging will continue through the implementation of the TBID. So again, I encourage you to approve the TBID. It provides locally controlled and reasonably assessed critical funding to manage and mitigate the impacts of tourism in North Lake Tahoe for years to come. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Alex, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, members of the board. Alex Moralatos, owner and manager of the Moralatos Lakeshore Resort in Tahoe Vista. I think you've heard some extremely solid testimony on the level of collaboration or the results of a high degree of collaboration between our community and our Placer County staff that has worked so diligently to develop and present this TBID to you for approval. And I'm here to enthusiastically encourage you to approve it. And I don't need to add more of the details that you already have in front of you. I did want to give you, a little color or background in the sense that from 2005 to 2014, I sat on the board of the directors of the Resort Association, and I've also spent 4 years on the TMA and 2 years on the infrastructure committee, all impacted by the unprecedented amount of TOT that this community has received from this board. That's the 60%, which is, and when I was on the board, we learned through our research, one of the highest amount of TOT pushed back into the tourism community from any public sector entity. And I think it's a testament to our relationship and our ability to collaborate well with you that we stand here today. When I was on the board, the TOT funding that we received was constantly at battle as to the level and appropriate types of funding, whether it be infrastructure, transportation, or marketing. You gave us all those arguments. We hashed out all those arguments. We often had contentious arguments with you as to what were the right priorities. And here we stand, still with pressure to diversify the funding that we need to accomplish our master plan goals that have driven our decisions. We need to diversify the funding for workforce housing, for improved communication and business development, as well as the enormous pressure on additional transportation and infrastructure needs to meet the demand and impact of, in particular, the day visitors, which in the COVID environment was clearly a force to be reckoned with. The rest, you have a great plan in front of you. You have great people working for you to execute. And to those who oppose, I encourage all to get engaged, because the comments that I've heard scream of a lack of involvement and a lack of understanding of the road, the complex road that we have been on and that we are on today. And we have these challenges that we must meet together, collaborating as we have done. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Alyssa, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Riley, and I'm the Executive Director for the North Tahoe Business Association. NTBA would like to speak today about specific aspects that TB will bring to our community and what we hope to see come from it. The local control of funding that is locally generated is one of the biggest benefits that the TB will bring to the North Lake Tahoe region. We appreciate the Board of Supervisors' support and approval of the $4.1 million annually that will be dedicated to stay in Eastern Placer County. That additional funding, plus the money projected to be generated from the TBID, will bring added support for the growing needs of our business and local community members, specifically transportation needs and projects, supporting our local employers and employees with affordable workforce housing, which is a very real and big need, especially within NTBA's district, and to mitigating tourism impacts that are ever growing with increased annual tourism. We are looking forward to having the opportunity to have NTBA and representatives of our business community and district to have a seat at the table and governing board for the TBID, which will allow us to fully represent Kings Beach, Tahoe Vista, and NTBA's entire district, businesses, and residents. Overall, and most importantly, the money generated here not only stays here, but we are giving our businesses the authority to dictate how that money is allocated and spent based on current local needs. We understand and wholeheartedly respect all the concerns stated today. There is a 5-year initial term for the TBID, and during that time, this will allow for us all to see what the TBID can do, the positive changes it can bring and generate for our North Lake Tahoe community. It's worth seeing what comes from having local management and control of funds that are generated here and dedicated to stay here. We want to thank you all for your time and consideration and hearing our voice and the voice of all of our community members today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samir, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Samir Tuma, Chair of the Board of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, and also owner and operator of several lodging properties, and hopefully soon to be another lodging property in Tahoe City, the Tahoe City Lodge. So I speak to this from both the side of the group that is the proponent of this, as well as somebody who will be paying these assessments going forward. I think, and I'll just address a few comments because I think a lot of stuff has been covered, and just a few points I wanted to emphasize. At the beginning of this process, there was a question about should we go forward with the TBID or should we go forward with TOT? And I'll go back to Erin Casey's presentation when she talked about the percentages of people that supported the TOT, and it was likely to pass. The reason that the TBID was selected was because what we heard from the community was a desire to control those dollars. TOT dollars do go into the general fund and can be used by the county in a number of different ways. TBID dollars have to stay local. And I want to commend this board for taking what, as far as I can tell, is the unprecedented move of, in addition to this, allowing the local community to have a very significant say-so in the $4.1 million of TOT that's freed up. So really, by doing this, this board is giving the local community tremendous level of control, probably unprecedented in California. To the notion that this process was somehow rushed, obviously in the video gone bad, but the content was there from Erin's presentation. This has been going on for quite some time. And I will say personally that between myself, Jeffrey Hentz, the executive director of the NTBA and the TCDA, we literally spoke to hundreds of businesses over thousands of hours of conversation. And this has been evolving for quite some time. In fact, we did postpone this twice. We were originally shooting to have this done last year, and COVID derailed that. But when we came back, we were looking at requesting this approval about earlier so that we would implement this in the April-May timeframe. But we also heard, some desire to put it out until July to give the businesses an opportunity. So we've really given multiple extensions and put it out several times so that the community would have the opportunity to participate in the discussions and the businesses would be prepared to move forward. And finally, to several of the people who spoke, Mr. Stockman and also the owner of the Tahoe Vista property, I would extend a welcome invitation anytime to have a conversation with you folks. As a fellow operator and owner of lodging properties, we got a lot of perspective on how these things will impact positively our businesses, both from a revenue perspective as well as an EBITDA and bottom line perspective. So thank you very much for your time. I encourage you to move forward today, and let's get this implemented and start collecting in July for the community's sake. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comment. So that I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board, and any additional comments from staff and or questions from board members before we get going to, so Cindy and then Bonnie.
I had some questions I think staff can address. First off, we had a question regarding the records on the petitions or the business list. And is that available? Is that typically available? What's the process?
Yes, we do have a list of the businesses. I also asked my staff to scan all of the signed petitions, which we have done and can make available to anyone who would like to see those.
Is it typically released, or Karen, maybe you can address this?
There's no requirement under the TVA law that the list be posted prior to starting this proceeding. Obviously, the clerk will receive the petitions, and that's what started this process. But these are public records and certainly can be released.
Okay, I'd like to see that done, just, sure. I mean, so there's absolute transparency there.
And can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
That was my question. So what was the percentage, or what was the result?
The result was less than 1% opposition.
Protest.
Thank you.
Okay. Then the timeline for the TOT renewal has certainly been a driving factor in the discussions we've had in the past. And I just wanted you to articulate that again. Erin, what is our timing? When does our current 10% expire?
Yep.
Extra 2%.
Absolutely. Our existing 2%, the additional 2% on top of the countywide 8% does sunset in September of 2022. So we will be working with the community, business leaders, resort association, and many others to work toward extending that 2% beyond 2022. I do want to also mention, as part of the survey that I've referenced already, we did ask voters if they would be willing to support the extension of that 2% and whether they'd be interested in extending it for another 10-year period or in perpetuity. And there was a high percentage of support for extending that 2% in perpetuity. So a lot of support to move forward with that, but that is the timeline we're looking at and efforts that will be taken moving forward.
So as I know, and yes, this is a leading question to my people that don't agree, because I was involved with the Resort Association before taking this job, what would be the timing then to go, if we were considering an increase on TOT? If the TBID didn't pass, the county was headed toward an increase of some amount, 2 or 4%, just on lodging. And the timing for that, if it expires in September of 2022, when would the timing be that we would be?
We would have moved forward with that this year.
Okay, so it would have been in 2021.
That's correct.
And that's part of the timing issue that I know some have expressed concern about, but not understanding that that tax expires and we have to do a campaign.
That's right.
And we have to go out to the voters for that renewal.
That's right. So it would have been the renewal.
It's a sunset, exactly.
Correct. And I'd also add that we had contemplated, as one of the callers mentioned, an increase on top of that, which
Right,
we
that's
would have
what I was just saying.
pursued. So the extension of the existing 2% and then an increase on top of that, anywhere between 2 and 4%. And that would have been all on lodging. So that would include short-term rental, vacation rental properties that would also be paying that higher percentage as a result of the TBID they won't have to pay that high percentage. So for example, to generate the amount of revenue the T-bid would generate, we would need to increase TOT by between 4 and 5%, above and beyond the existing TOT rate, which is significant. And it would have all been placed on lodging, which is why it would have needed to increase by that percentage. Because we're spreading it across multiple business types, the percentage can be lower for those businesses, for the lodging sector specifically.
Okay, and then we've had a lot of concern about the lakeside paying an extra 1% in lodging. Will any of those dollars be spent in the resort valleys?
The additional dollars?
The
No.
additional 1%?
No, those dollars are dedicated to the lakeside, and there will be a committee that will work to ensure that those funds are spent as intended within the basin itself and for the specific areas of focus that are outlined in the management district plan. This was important for businesses in the basin so that they can be competitive, more competitive with some of the surrounding areas. As I've mentioned to you in previous presentations, lodging, we haven't seen any new lodging in the basin for quite some time. Meanwhile, in our resort areas and in the town of Truckee, we have seen new lodging. And so the lakeside businesses want to be able to remain competitive. And so it's important to them to have this additional revenue to satisfy that. And then this governance structure will support their oversight of those funds to ensure they're spent as they should be in the basin itself.
So where they're generated, they'll be spent.
Correct.
And then there was discussion on Mammoth and some opposition in Mammoth. My understanding is Mammoth just renewed.
Yes.
They had done I don't know if they're on their second or third renewal of their T-bid. Do you know?
I don't know if they're on their second or third, but I do know they did renew it for a 10-year period. So
and that would have been another majority.
Correct. They have to meet the same standard as they did the first time it was passed. So they had to have a 50 plus 1% vote. The same will occur here. So after a 5-year period, businesses will vote again, and the same thresholds and requirements will have to be met in order for the T-bid to pass at that point in time. So while there may not be consensus in Mammoth, there is a majority of support for that T-bid, even after a 5-year period of it being implemented. Otherwise, it would not have passed for that second period or that 10-year term.
And then there was one other comment that was made that TART is free. And I believe our TART system is free right now based on allocations, discretionary allocations that the Resort Association supported, but the Board of Supervisors approved.
Correct.
It is not guaranteed in perpetuity. With this program, we're trying to get there, correct?
That is right. And so free transit service, when we brought that forward to your board, it was intended to be a pilot. And it was important for us to identify a funding source to maintain that service as a free service into the future. The T-bid revenues and the freed up TOT will do that to further support free transit in the future.
Okay, those are my only questions. I obviously have comments.
I don't see any other questions at this point, but I'll just point out that in order to move forward and implement this T-bid concept that we've been discussing for quite some time now, we have to approve the revisions to the North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District Management District Plan. We have to approve the revisions to the multi-year agreement with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. We have to approve the allocation of $1,105,000 1920 transient occupancy tax fund balance to the tourism mitigation projects and services as recommended by the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before you do all that, you need to ask the clerk to declare the results of the majority protest proceedings.
Megan, would you declare?
There was not a majority protest received.
Thank you. So with that, Cindy.
I definitely want to show my support and make the motion, but I wanted to make a couple comments because I think your history was great, Erin, but it doesn't go back far enough. So, and that's what happens when you get old. You can go back further. So yes, the Resort Association was formed in 1995, but prior to that, the Board of Supervisors for many decades had supported the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Visitors and Convention Bureau with funding contracts. And it was in 1995 those two organizations merged with a concept of a tourism master plan that the county CEO at the time had said, if you go raise your TOT and put together this organization, then I will give you the opportunity as the Resort Association to weigh in on the extra 2% being spent on infrastructure projects, capital projects in the region. And in my previous life of just being a volunteer and not sitting up here getting paid to do things, I did a lot of volunteer work as well as paid work for the PUD, looking at state and federal funding to match the TOT, to garner TOT, worked to form nonprofits that raised money for our community. And so, yeah, I'm passionate about raising money to solve our own problems. And I think that just like you're doing now, and I want to just commend the business community, pulling yourself up by the bootstraps and saying, if we want something, then we need to go raise the money for it. That's what we want to empower. We as government can't do everything, but we as a team of community members and nonprofits, as well as our business community, together we can make things happen, really incredible things. And I think that's why you're so excited, why I am definitely passionate. And I would say the other thing is I really believe in this equity. The lodging community by itself should not have had to fund so many things for our community for all these years, and have our business associations going out, and they do go out and raise money for flower baskets and for the fireworks and for many of the things and amenities that certain businesses contribute to, but many don't. And this really spreads that equity that everybody's helping pay in to make the community better, and to building into our destination some controls and mechanisms to better serve the visitors and the community. There's not one person I see on the bike trail not enjoying the bike trail, and yet millions of dollars came from lodging community and state and federal grants to make those bike trails happen. And so whether it's beaches, bike trails, free transit service, they've all required a tremendous amount of resources. So saying all that, yes, I'm passionate about this and believe in helping communities help themselves. And this is exactly what you've done. And congratulations. And I'm happy to make the motions as shown in our.
So we need.
Oh, we have to go through four?
Three
I have to
motions
make-
and three roll call votes.
Okay, three motions. So I will move that we approve the revisions to the North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District Management District Plan.
I'll second. I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. And I just add, Cindy, before we vote on these, want to thank staff for some great work and insights and outreach to the community. Seen some huge effort in that regard, and it's appreciated for all the years that we've been working together. And I've been on this journey as it relates to the east side of the county. You know, it's been interesting, it's challenging, it's different than down here. And I think we've had some great success to point to, and there's been a continuum of different strategies, methods. And this, to me, is a very innovative addition to that bag of tricks or tools in our toolbox. So very much looking forward to that. And I particularly want to commend you, Cindy, on your vision and your leadership on bringing this forward. So with that, roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes.
And I'll make a motion to approve the revisions to a multi-year agreement with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association that were originally approved by our board on January 2020.
I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. All roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes.
And with that, I'll move approval to allocate $1,105,000 in fiscal year 2019-20 transient occupancy tax fund balance to tourism mitigating projects and services as recommended by the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Board of Directors.
I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. Roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Aye.
Wygant?
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we missed one. If we can go to number one.
Resolution.
We need a motion to adopt the resolution to form the North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District and to approve the levy of assessments.
Okay.
I
So
got to
moved.
hold the final hearing or public hearing part.
I thought that
Thank
was
you.
just
Yeah.
the public hearing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, I
Okay.
move approval.
I'll second.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. Roll call, please.
Or Holmes. Jones. Gustafson.
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. We're good.
Did it. Thank
So with that,
you.
thanks again, and we
Thanks.
are adjourning for the day. Thank you.
All right.
Well.